drum 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl on flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못 칠 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 질러 눈치 보지마 그 시끄러운 사회가 준 고집병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 댄스 플로우 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 Hey this so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 speak your mind That's right just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려본 무대에서는 zero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟힌 구름처럼 다행히 Hit the bass drum again 분위기에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 오늘 밤은 one take 되돌릴 수 없게 my friend You know we got no time for hesitate Then now take that red pills Feel like living in the mattress 맞아 즐겨 춤을 추는 객기 yelling 뿌리는 champagne Let us get funky Hey girl so what you gonna do 숨 죽여야 생존 가능했던 무 바꿀 수 있는 건 오직 너만의 move 스피커를 뛰어넘는 목청의 볼륨 To the left, to the right 이끈이들은 좀 더 흔들어봐 To the left, to the right 목소리는 더 높였어 You know what 쓰고 질러봐 목이 터지도록 밤새 Speak your mind That's right Just spin around 어지러운 밤이 먼저 지쳐 집에 갈 때까지 쓰고 미쳐봐 새님들에게는 들려본 무대에서는 hero 쓰고 질러봐 태어나서 처음 밟힌 구름처럼 like
넌 나를 속였지 Somebody like me 상상했던 new time 머리에 맴돌지 No way 넌 감당 못하지 쉽지 않을까 You don't even know I can do whatever everything I want all day 노력은 필요 없어 이건 타고난 DNA 넌 원했겠지 나 향한 loyalty 까지려 해도 결국 갖지 못할까 날 봐 눈을 들지 못하잖아 그 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로가 달려봐도 못할 걸건 내 앞에 서 있는 지금 날 봐 꾸미지 않아도 알잖아 난 빛이 나니까
타고난 fit 강력한 hit 나는 너와 달라 포기해 넌 모자란다 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 Yeah focus on me
날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로가 달려봐도 못할 걸건
I'ma feel it in my mind 그
넌 나를 속였지 Somebody like me 상상했던 new time 머리에 맴돌지 No way 넌 감당 못하지 쉽지 않을까 You don't even know I can do whatever everything I want all day 노력은 필요 없어 이건 타고난 DNA 넌 원했겠지 나 향한 loyalty 까지로 해도 결국 갖지 못할까 날 봐 눈을 들지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌 내 앞에 서 있는 지금 날 봐 꾸미지 않아도 알잖아 난 지나니까
타고난 fit 강력한 hit 나는 너와 달라 포기해 넌 모자랐다 여기까지 뭐다 갈수록 더 특별해질걸 이제 받아들여봐 yeah focus on me
날 봐 눈에 띄지 못하잖아 내 머리 어깨 무릎 봐 하나하나 빛나지 yeah. 언제나 focus on me If I like it I'ma get it No you cannot like me 한참 멀었지 아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로 더 달려봐도 못할 걸넌
I'ma feel it in my mind
vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about. Good times to make your vibe get down. Step true with a big vibe and sound. Good times to make your vibe get down.
Attack the dance floor, 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 attack the dance floor like a bulldozer. Keep it going now. Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about.
Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
With a big vibe and sound.
Push it, push it, push it. Push it, push it, push it.
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Like cruising through in the morning, windows down in the night. We know all the warnings. I just can't understand why we don't speed through the lines. Baby, I'll take you on for a ride. Get high, get wild. Shut up and drive. Can we just shut up and drive? Fun zone and box of pockets, that and zone and moody bum. We can talk for the night. Give me something to make me leave it all behind. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 잡은 또 너의 미소를 다시 번지고
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my god, you know what? Like can't you see my beaming lights? Yeah, it cuts through. Baby, we're on the highway now. Yeah, this is our life. Cartier, Louis, Beetle, Westside, Sargent, 따라하지마. License required. LAX to ICM back in July. 뜨겁지 sound, I don't go back, no rewind. 나만 보여, pedal to the metal, to the yellow lines blur. I'm speeding through time and it doesn't matter where we go. It doesn't matter where we go. My heart is racing for you on this road. 또 터져가 잡은 또 너의 미소를 다시 번지고
Oh baby, can't you see?
Oh my god, you know what? I'll just drive. Oh my god, you know what? Like 우리 맨날 봐 너와 함께 걸어. Oh my god, you know what? Like 내게로 달려갔던 그 밤 절대로 잊을 수 없는 날
so slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. Besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the faker and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He wrapped it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
now. Yeah, this our life. Cartier, Louis, Village, Westside, Sardi, Tajima, license required LAX to ICM back in July. To go to
Việc đại diện cho một khu vực đến với LCB thì nó mang đến trách nhiệm và tụi em phải chứng minh rằng LCB không hề yếu. Em nghĩ là tụi em cần phải tin đồng đội và tin vào bản thân mình sẽ làm được những gì tại FPL lần này. Và sự kỳ vọng của mọi người đến với LCB thì tụi em sẽ có trách nhiệm. Kỳ first em vừa rồi thì Levi có nhắn tin với em và động viên cho em cũng khá là nhiều. Và em nghĩ là Levi là một huyền thoại của VCS và cũng như LCB.
From 내 기분에 맞게 하나 둘 셋 찬사 올리고 건배 Girl on flow 바쁜 세상을 견제 When the beat goes 태도는 못 칠 건데 Ay 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 look at my lay back 오랜 시간에 쫓기지 않게 This night gonna be crazy 시덥잖은 인생 사는 제발 내일 얘기해 It's time to rock 쓰고 젤러 눈치 보지 마 큰 시끄러운 사회가 준 고제병 빌딩 깊이 박혀버린 dance flow 위를 뚫고 닿길 바래 우리들의 보여 So what you gonna dance to?
Welcome everybody to the 2026 mid-season.
Shots!
Yeah!
Whoa! Oh my God, she's here!
Woo! Woo! Season Invitational bracket stage. I am indeed here in beautiful Daejeon. I am so happy to finally join the action, even though we've already lost one of our European teams. But let's not talk about that, right, Azael? Right,
You
Raz?
still got the good one. That's okay. G2 are here to save the day.
Hopefully.
One team region and all that.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh no.
Don't start that discussion. Zero team anyways, let's take a look at the bracket for today. As said, we are in a whole new ball game. We are out of the plains, meaning T1 is still here. And BLG and G2, for being the finalists of First Stand, get to play, let me check, T1 respectively,
Yeah.
and TES. What do you think about the bracket?
I think it's going to be some really exciting
It's fun.
games. You know, I think at the end of the day, you know, there are going to be easier and harder matches. That's just kind of based on the seeding. But BLG T1 is going to be a banger. I think Lion Fury is going to be a lot more competitive than people are expecting. And I think that G2 TES should be a lot of fun. So 3 out of the 4, I really think are going to be competitive and very, very exciting.
Yeah, and when I think about MSI format, generally speaking, just the double round robin, or at least the upper bracket, lower bracket, best of 5, it's my favorite format.
Yeah.
It's what I love to see the most, especially when you have Fearless. It's what I kind of crave. So, I mean, I love World format to give us a good chance, random RNG chance to like get into the actual, into the knockout stage. But for MSI, it's incredible.
Yeah, MSI is one of my absolute favorite tournaments just because of that, right? There is a little room for error, but still you always have to play best of 5, so you know that the best team out of the 2 is going to come out on top, and I think that's awesome to watch. So, since I joined, and I always bring the hot takes, let's do a couple of hot takes. But not just like that. We have very spicy kimchi.
Uh-oh.
So we're going to
Is
do
this a punishment
spicy
game?
kimchi hot takes.
None of us have tried this, and when we asked how
I'm
hot it was,
so
they're like,
scared.
I don't know, it's pretty hot.
They didn't want to tell us.
They didn't tell us.
What the hell is
So
that?
it's hard to know if we're about to die live on air or if it's going to be mildly spicy.
I'm actually scared. Raz, you're up on the tally first.
Okay, well,
Raz, take your kimchi and give us your take.
let's go for it. I mean, I'll just start right from the get-go and say that
You
I
gotta
think
take
that
your kimchi first, buddy.
I gotta eat it first.
You gotta eat it, and then you gotta give us the take.
my god. And it has been better than European for years. And you guys have been a one-team region for some time.
Facts!
That's just been, oh my god.
That's mild. That's just factual.
Is that a hot take?
That's just
It's a very hot take.
But can I ask, what is your measurement? Is it like, is it NA beating EU, or is it like getting to international
we
finals?
look at the MSI records
It's like
of
getting
9-1 over the last 3 years.
You mean versus EU specifically,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I told you this before, Raz, but this is your problem. You only look towards EU. That's why you never go above and beat an LPL
my God,
or an
but that's all we
LCK.
care about. That's all we care about.
We just show up,
told you
we beat
before.
EU, we fly home and refuse to elaborate.
Yeah.
I like that take.
That's what it is.
That's a
we
good
beat
one.
K-Corp, we beat Fnatic.
I like the tape, but it's mild.
We beat Mad Lions.
Even the European
MCoy.
agrees that we're better.
Yeah, it's
There
mild.
it is.
It's getting a little bit sad.
I mean, what can I say? KC just got absolutely
I
blasted.
actually need help. Good luck. This is actually much hotter than I thought it would be.
You're not crying, so.
But it goes down your throat.
Oh, it's hot.
Yeah.
It's hot.
It goes down
and
very
we'll see how
slowly.
hot you think this take is. Ben should be able to talk his trash. If you were watching play-ins...
Oh, this is the wrong one. We change it. We change it.
We changed it. Ben should be able to talk his trash.
Yeah.
Because if you're sitting at home and you're actually watching Doran play, Doran got solo killed 3 times by Morgan. He was getting his butt beat by Kana. People are getting so mad at Ben for actually getting some spice or giving some personality. It makes it more fun. I'm so excited to actually see the top lane and see what that matchup is. An additional one. Furia could definitely take it serious. This team is actually really good. They are being criminally underrated. People are disrespecting the CB LoL, and the CB LoL is here to play.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm disrespecting C9 and Sentinels. I don't think they are in comparison to Line or anything like that.
They're the greatest teams of all time. Fury is just that much greater.
I gotta say, to your first take, though, I agree. Like, come on, people were acting like he insulted his whole family or anything like that. That was a normal take.
He made fun of
What
his
are we
gameplay.
becoming?
It's
What are
his
we
gameplay.
becoming? It's crazy.
We're
Oh,
soft.
I'm so scared, bro.
It's look at any other community, and we got some good stuff, some good smack talk. But anytime you hear anything, even mild, in this community, in League of Legends,
I love it. I mean, it has made me genuinely way more excited for the actual laning phase between those guys. Doran is a guy that's known for his team fighting. It's not about the lane. Let Ben talk his trash, and let Doran talk his trash if they beat their butts. That's the fun of sports. That's the fun of competition. Get in there, Shox.
Take a bite.
You can
Take
do
a
it.
bite. You can do it.
Shox.
Good luck
My
reading
hot
the
take-
prompter.
My hot take, but it's not that hot now.
What?
No, I'm kind of just patting myself on the back. It's not that hot. It is G2 will shape the meta at MSI. Or it is hot. Is it hot?
It's very, for me, it's hot. and I
They're
need a tissue
innovators.
paper.
They're innovators. I'm saying it's mild. I think it's a good take.
Okay.
I just don't think it's a spicy take because I do agree that G2 has actually shaped the meta many times before. You know, Caps bringing it out as an innovator. We actually hear from LCK and LPL players that they watch G2, that they watch Caps, that they do take that stuff into mind. He's one of the only Western players ever that the LPL and LCK players actually pay attention to shape their picks. So I'm saying it's not that hot, but I think it's a good take. Actually, you know what? I'll give you pretty spicy because
Okay,
some
thank you,
people
thank you.
are going to disagree. They're going to be like, Faker would never.
Yeah, and they're gonna
But
be like,
they've had
G2
interviews saying that they watch Caps.
And we've seen it. Like HLE took some of their draft. Like it happened.
There you go.
Cool. That wasn't that spicy actually. I will admit something.
It's building.
Yeah, I scratched some of the red off.
Oh, that's cheating. See, mine had a lot of the
Yeah, I
chili
get-
on top.
Yeah.
It's building on me.
Don't eat that bread. I actually completely
Anyway, some
had a runny
hot
nose, and I may
take.
have used the bread.
Brother, you're blowing your nose on the bread.
What am I
The bread
doing?
is for us to eat.
It's killing me.
Anyway, I'm into that. Give me that slice of bread. No, I'm kidding.
I didn't blow my nose on this
These
one.
bread,
I'm
right?
kidding,
The other bread?
The other bread, the one that's on the ground.
Don't give me
I'm
your
kidding.
Kleenex bread.
Okay,
I'm
all
kidding.
right.
I'm kidding. Anyways, let's continue then. I'm going to keep eating this maybe. I don't know.
No, don't.
Let's talk about the teams that we have on the docket for our first match. Team Secret Whales versus HLE. So, this Team Secret Whales, incredibly successful in their own region, right? But what kind of scenario do we have here? Can they really make something happen? Are they CFO-esque? What are we thinking?
Oh, hell no. I mean, like, even BA, when he saw the draw, was like, why are we facing the hardest teams again and again? It keeps happening. But I do think that, once again, when you talk about an LCP representative, they're a big fish in a small pond. Like, the entire team, first team All-Pro, Histo in particular, won, like, not only first team All-Pro, split MVP, he won finals MVP. He was like, he is just literally performing incredibly well, but the competition is the question here.
I mean, they had their perfect run. This team was dominant in the league.
Yeah.
And I will say, Histo, I think this guy is legit. I think this guy can hang with the best at an international level. He is incredibly, incredibly exciting. And they do have the bloodiest playstyle of any of the MSI participants. Really high combined kills a minute. My big question, though, has been D-Ray, because when I've watched him domestically, when I've talked to the domestic experts, and when I've watched him internationally, it is two different players. A lot of the domestic experts feel that, he is just kind of like crumbling a bit under the pressure, that he's not playing like he normally does. This guy was an MVP candidate this split. He needs to bring that level of play to the international stage, or you just have no chance, because when he has gone international, he has not been able to perform. And we know the level of international mid laners is insane. It's a big reason why G2 has always been able to compete, because they have caps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even taking a look at it, you're completely correct in the fact that in domestic play as well, the fact that he's not performing well in lane. But the main point towards D-Ray and what makes him special is that he is a playmaker. And a lot of the success, like even looking at the stat, talking about the whole split, yes, it's like 4th amongst the regions here and the teams here. But in terms of playoffs, they constantly look for fights. We talked about Pun in his champion pool frequently, but he is willing to drop waves topside, move towards the team bot side, and then look for a fight, drop a few waves, maybe TP top later on. So it's like this team is completely all in on their early skirmishing strategy.
So it seems like the big question is, if D-Ray is such a catalyst for those moves, like he has to have a good game, right?
Yeah.
Some semblance of a good game. Do you feel like everything would fall apart if he doesn't have a good laning phase, if he doesn't have a good
100%, I think so. I think the problem is a lot of times you say Histo is an incredible player, but if he can't get through his entire first clear and all 3 of his lanes are losing, then you're going to get warded out in your Raptors. You're going to get consistently punished. Supports are moving frequently with their junglers. You need to have good laning phases here.
And we've seen how good these teams are at team fighting. Like, look at T1. They're down 6K winning team fights against TL. You cannot start the game down gold. I am a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can't start the game down thousands of gold and expect to win a team fight.
It's true. Let's talk about their opponents then in HLE. And we have a familiar face over there, Gumiushi, and we were able to talk to him.
초반에는 좀 충격적인 성적표를 받아서 슬펐는데 이번에 정규 시즌 1위도 달성하고 MSI 1시드로 오게 돼서 매우 순조롭고 기쁘다고 생각하고 있습니다. 제가 또 2022년도 때도 한국에서 MSI를 했었는데 또 월즈를 한국에서 한 적도 있죠. 그때마다 그런 현지 팬분들의 응원이 상당했어가지고 이번에도 또 많은 응원들 보내주실 거라 믿고 있고 기대하고 있습니다.
We already saw T1, and now we're about to see T2. We got Guma, we got Zeus. They're rebuilding the dynasty.
Yeah, boy.
New team.
It's so funny because they took the players that are like, especially Zeus, incredibly aggressive, and they made this super team, and you're going through split 1 and you're like, okay guys, we brought Kanavi over from China, every lane can carry, but they didn't work out well. They couldn't even get out of groups.
Yeah, I mean, split 1, they technically finished 10th. It's kind of fake news because of the format, but this team was not really on the same page with Kanavi. After first stand, we saw the G2 wiping out the LCK teams. We saw the LPL winning, and a lot of the LCK teams were saying, okay, we need to go back to the drawing board. We're not playing League the right way.
Yeah.
We need to be faster. We need to be more aggressive. Kanavi brought that in split 1, and it just looked like they weren't on the same page with his team. Coming into split 2, they are of one mind. They're going to fight. They're going to move fast. They're going to be aggressive. And I feel like now seeing Kanavi backed up by his teammates, everyone on the same page, he is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, when you see Kanavi on teams like TES, JDG, a lot of it has been play around his style of play, and I think they've done that completely. But also, I think that he's been giving too, because if you have a team of Zeka, Zeus, like you are going to be pretty psychopathic, and I think that they've been able to find that balance as well.
It's true. Do you feel like for HLE, they had kind of everything going for them near the latter end of their season there in the LCK? I feel like, their solo lanes can be incredibly strong, but the meta also really played in their favor. Kanavi is incredible, and he could also play the things that he likes. Zeka had a breakout split, but because we're not always used to him being at the forefront, but also because he had all the picks he wanted. Do you feel like the MSI patch might maybe throw a wrench in the works?
I think it could work pretty well for them, honestly. I think that, their top side is quite flexible. People used to talk about Zeka as like, he's just the melee guy, but he can really play everything at this point. Zeus can play everything at this point. It's a very different team than T1, though, because T1 is so bot lane focused, and Guma plays weak side for this team. They focus more on top, but the jungle, I think, is going to decide so much between Kanavi and Histo. Histo really is the star, to me, of their team, and he has got to get going early. He's got to be able to create some sort of action, some sort of advantage over Kanavi, it feels like, if they're really going to have a chance.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and I do think that from the side of honestly, from Team Secret Whale side, the lesson that they learned from first stand was pretty much that. Like, they do want to play a lot more together, and they do need to actually strengthen their laning phase. If I look from the side of HLE, I think Guma plays a pretty important role. A lot of my takeaways from the LCK was like, wow, mage bot lanes are incredibly strong. And we saw it a little bit throughout T1's play, but we're going to be seeing a lot of it from Guma Yusi because of the flexibility that he showcases. His team fighting is incredibly good, so I do think it is a meta in which you play through your solo lanes really well, and you have a late game fighting team fight AD carry or a mage bot lane that Guma provides to be able to supplement that.
Well, I think that's kind of what we're going to find out, right? Because there are teams that are on different ends of the spectrum. T1 is very much on the other end of the spectrum. We have to see, what style looks better in this meta.
Yeah.
Coming in, this might not be their biggest challenge, but it's going to be interesting to see what kind of picks they want to go towards and what kind of style they're going to bring out.
It might start spelling out what we can expect of HLE here, because everyone is expecting them to be a finalist, probably. I mean, it's T1, HLE, and BLG, 3 of the teams gunning for that position as favorites, with the disadvantage that T1 has already gone through the play-in stage, which is usually their issue, right? But I really don't see where HLE is going to have any problems in this matchup.
I do think it's going to be another discipline test, because Histo is going to try and find an angle early on his first clear. If he goes for like a 3-camp gank topside or something to that nature to get pun ahead, you have to be aware of that. Zeus is somebody who's going to always press forward for a skirmish, so I think they're going to try and play to something and try and mess up the game a little bit early in terms of tempo for HLE. HLE needs to recognize that, because if pun's not showing up in lane, it's probably because he's walking to the bot side of the map.
And this is where I also want to see how good is the prep from Secret Whales, because when I think about TL, they lost all their games to T1, but they were competitive in those games, I think, largely because they came with unexpected picks. We saw Yasuo mid, we saw Yasuo top, we saw the Olaf jungle, we saw all these different picks.
Yeah.
Their preparation, I think, was excellent, and to even have a chance, you have to have beautiful prep against a top-level team like this.
It's true. MSI is such a great tournament in that way, because teams usually do have a little bit more time to come up with everything. Team Secret Whales could also scrim a couple of teams from other regions.
True.
That could help them in that regard, but still, it's going to be a very tall order for Team Secret Whales and for HLE. They want to show that they should be a team to be reckoned with and in the conversations for maybe winning MSI 2026. Let's kick off the bracket stage.
미드 시즌 인비테이셔널. 누군가 정상에 오르기 위해서는 누군가는 쓰러져야 합니다.
작년에 5세트 끝에 젠지에게 무너졌었는데 그 패배는 오래 남아 있었습니다. 그 후로 많은 배움이 있었고 변화도 있었습니다. 저희의 목표는 단 하나입니다. 한국에서의 첫 MSI 우승.
맡겨둔 챔피언 자리 가져가려고 왔습니다.
MSI 대전. 2026년 새해 퍼스트 스탠드의 왕좌를 차지한 것은 BLG와 LPL이었습니다.
因为我们这次创造了队史，拿到了第1个国际赛冠军，这也为我们带来了更多的动力，去拿到更多的胜利。我们的目标就是拿到黄金之路。
Our last international tournament showcased a lot of hope for our region.
Back-to-back 3-0 victories over the LCK!
What does it take this time to lift the trophy?
We have to rely on the lessons we learned from first stand, the lessons we've learned from the last 5 MSIs we played together. And this is the one we'll take it.
Đây là kỳ MSI lần đầu tiên em được tham gia, nên là em thấy rất là vui. Khu vực của em là chuyên gia gạt giò những đội lớn, và tụi em có thể làm được điều đó.
언더독 역시 절대 무시할 수 없습니다.
We didn't come out this way for nothing. We're not gonna miss our shot. We will make our friends proud.
At the beginning of the year, I was teamless, and by chance, I was able to join Lion. Now we're looking to make our mark here at MSI.
And what's your win rate at MSI?
I've never lost at MSI.
Never lost?
Never lost.
But have you ever been to MSI? First time.
去年世界赛结束，也一直在思考后面的规划，然后当时身体也出了一些状况，所以就选择暂时休息。跌倒了就再站起来，这就是晋级。
回归赛场的感觉怎么样？
感觉都回来了，你呢？
我觉得我们的过程很有意思啊。
그리고 기억하십시오. MSI는 본래 LPL의 대회였습니다. 정상에 오르기 위해서는 수백 개의 꿈이 산산조각 나야만 합니다.
긴 말은 필요 없을 것 같습니다. Good luck.
승부수를 던질 시간입니다. Call your shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. The play-ins have officially concluded, and it's time for the teams to now take to the main stage in their search for glory and victory here in League of Legends International Competition. My name is Captain Flower. I am joined by Dagda here for this first best-of-5 in main stage competition between Hanwha Life Esports and Team Secret Whale.
And I'm so excited to get into the main stage today. The teams look prepped, they look ready, and I'm hoping that we finally get something that isn't a 3-0 series. For the love of God, give me something that's not a 3-0 series.
Everything in play-ins was so decisive. Everything in play-ins was a clean sweep. But now that we've made it to the main stage, I'm sure that everyone out there is hungry for some closer, bloodier competition.
Yeah, I'm so ready. I'm also curious to see how kind of the draft start to mix up a little bit as well, because we got a lot of like the Mages bot lane, the Camille support was high priority, like even the shift that we got from the regular season seemed to be there. So now I'm curious if that still stands coming into the main stage, or if we start to see these teams bring their own flair to the competition.
And that's always what I want to see. When you come into international competition, generally there's going to be at least some meta shakeup. And even if there's not a direct shakeup, thanks to changes to the game itself, you're still going into a world where all these different regional metas are colliding. And to me, that's always so exciting to see which one's actually the best, what prevails, or do all of them fall to the wayside in the favor of something brand new.
Yeah, I do still expect to see a lot of unusual picks in that top lane for guys like Pun. I know he loves his counter picks, and even like Bae was bringing out things like the Skarner support over the course of the regular season. So if there is a team that's willing to shake that up, I think it's Team Secret Whales here today.
And I feel like you're going to have to shake things up. If you just try to play what you expect to be standard meta League of Legends against Korea's #1 seed, you're likely to be in for a bit of a bad time.
Yeah, that tends to not end particularly well unless you're some of our super top teams. But I'm excited to see what Team Secret Whales can do here today. A lot of this, I think, is going to be focused on, you know, how much control can Team Secret Whales get in the early stages, because they are a team that likes to play very aggressive, especially with his toe. Going up against a team like Hanwha Life Esports, where Kanavi kind of dictates the pace of the whole game, it's a difficult task.
I mean, in League of Legends, we always talk about how the jungler has so much control. Jungle is the role that always gets flamed the most because jungle is the role that has the most different decisions to make at any given time. And I feel like for both of these teams specifically, they want to play fast, they want to play scary, and the junglers are the engine that drives that action. But let's waste no more time yapping about it. It's time to get into Champ Select, powered by HyperX, here for the first time at the MSI 2026 main stage. We've got HLE choosing the blue side here, and they're going to go ahead, ban out the Orianna, the Vi here in their first 2 bans. Other side, it's the Poppy banned away alongside that Camille support that you talked about that has skyrocketed in priority.
Yeah, still the mage is going to be open. You can try and look for a few of those funky picks, but definitely the Camille has been pairing so well alongside them, setting up things like the Ziggs, being incredibly active in the early stages, and especially coming into MSI, the fact that we're getting more of those engaged supports is going to be, well, delightful for Delight, as he is someone who was fine in the mages, but definitely a key engaged support player over the years.
I mean, Delight has been one of my favorite engaged support players to watch over the years, like you've been talking about. Like some of this guy's plays, you remember some of the historic moments on things like the Rel, getting the massive AoE engages. I would love to see him on picks like that here in this one, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes down. We do have the Rumble and the Nautilus banned out here as our last bans of the first half of the draft, and Team Secret Whales is going to open things up with a Lee Sin for his toe. If I see Lee Sin in the game, Dagda, I have a rule. If I see Lee Sin in the game, and at level 7, he is 0, 0, and 0, you should have picked a different champion. This champion makes things happen. It's skill expressive. It gets it done. But over on the other side, HLE is going to respond with some long-range power. It's Jace and Ziggs both locked in.
Yeah, which is less than ideal for a Lee Sin when you want to try and play up close and personal. If you can close the gap, fantastic. But I think his toe going to have his work cut out for him. At least adding the Rise could end up giving you some control over that mid-jungle, but trying to add a little bit of poke for themselves, going back towards the Ezreal, not the end of the world, and also something that can try and play away from some of these Zig bombs in the bottom lane.
All right, so we've got that Ezreal locked in. What's going to go there alongside it? Still a little bit of time to think here for Secret Whales. The Rise, that is going to be the pick here.
Yeah, I'm curious what the answer is going to be for Zeka, because we have seen the Anivia as an answer. That's not a thing. Don't look at that one.
Yeah, anybody out there watching, you're not actually allowed to pick him in this competition. You can hover him because
he's
it's funny.
out.
But okay, all right. Somewhere out there, freak is happening.
But yeah, I do think like the Cassiopeia and the Anivia were the 2 answers, so they're going to go back towards the Cassiopeia, which does make sense. Yep. You've got a lot of the kind of poke champions. Having something that plays well when you have that all-in engage to buy that space is going to be very, very nice, and something that Zeka has looked decent on.
Yep, Zeka on the Cassiopeia, a player that for a long time was under scrutiny for like a limited champion pool. You remember back in when he won his world title with DRX, it was during this meta that ended up being perfect for him with the Sylas and the Akali being mid lane. But he has really opened up that pool more recently, playing with Kanavi aggressively in this jungle to open him up to be more comfortable on things like control mages. So Cassio versus Rise there in the mid lane. I like the Ziggs for Gumayushi as well, since he often ends up weak-sided. You just sit there, you throw bombs, you clear the wave. It's just like, okay, I'm not engaging with you, you don't engage with me. Plays will happen somewhere else on the map.
And he's had some nice outplays in those positions as well, where they've tried to dive him into the tower on this pick. So I'm excited to see what he can achieve. I was curious what the jungle pick was going to be for Kanavi, though. You can already see Team Secret Whales targeting him with that Trundle that does well into the Lee Sin in the early stages. And again, I think he wants something that can kind of scrap against the Lee Sin early, but at least provide some sort of zone control to set up for these long-range hitters.
Yeah, and banning away the Trundle from your opponent. Anytime you have a jungle champion like a Lee Sin or a Xin Zhao who has power budget invested in gap closing and diving, Trundle is going to stat check them. It's just the way the game works. So getting rid of that, I always respect it. Bard banned away. Interesting from HLE. This is a very popular pick for both supports. So HLE is saying, that's fine. Delight doesn't need it here in this game. We'll just let it pass.
I think it's also good against a lot of these long-range champions, right? Like Jace doesn't really have the mobility, so Bard can hit him with the tempered face, makes that gap closing a little bit easier. Looks like it might be the Skarner, though. Curious if it is going to be the jungle or if it'll actually end up going into that support role, because we haven't seen it from Delight, but Bay has actually been playing it in that support role. But yeah, just going to be taking it, and we'll have to wait and see exactly where that one's going to land.
Okay, Skarner locked in. Is a flex pick, like you say, so we'll see if they can get any value out of that. But over on Secret Whales' side, I'm still going to need to see their support. I'm still going to need to see the other solo laner here. They know they're dealing with Jason Cassiopeia, obviously expecting the Rise to go mid. But what's the support going to be here with this? It's 2 long-range poke champions as your bottom lane carries.
Yeah, I think you need some sort of engage. So looks like it might be the Rel here for Bay, and he is going to just lock that in. And I think, honestly, Pun might just have to kind of tank it here a little bit and go towards something like the Ornn. I think you need the engage. Although he looks like, again, like Pun has been a player that has liked these counter picks where he can find like answers into the Jace. But yeah, I think you just need a tank here that can engage to close the gap, and he's gone for the Sion, basically taking one for the team.
And you can see on the stats that popped up when it was locked in. Granted, these are only the stats for play-ins so far here at MSI, but 0-3, the big man up in the top lane has not been having a great time thus far. We'll see if maybe Secret Whales and Pun can turn that one around. But now it's time for the grand reveal. Is it support Skarner? Is it jungle Skarner? Which Skarner will we see today? Oh, we've got the Shen locked in here for HLE.
So this is something that we've seen in LCK and a little bit in LPL as an answer into the Sion. Basically like, hey, we're going to just farm it out. Neither of us are going to kill each other. But it makes it very difficult for you to try and play around the bottom lane. Oftentimes you've seen it more with like Kog'Maw Lulu though, as that like overall protection. But maybe we're not getting it. Maybe it is just the Shen in that support role. So basically giving a little bit more towards Zeus there.
Yeah, Shen in the support role. I mean, obviously, you've already got the Jace and the Cassiopeia locked in, most likely for your solo lanes. I still feel like because jungle Shen can be played, there was still the question of, does Shen go jungle?
But
does
even
Skarner go
Jace jungle has been seen as well, which
yeah,
I wasn't sure about.
There's so much flex potential between these three, so we'll wait for the bar to run down, guarantee that we know exactly what is going on here. And it does look like as that bar approaches the end, it is the Skarner in the jungle, it is the Shen in the support role here for Delight.
Yeah, so I still think you're going to have a decent time. Basically, you're going to be able to stop some of these extra auto attacks coming through, and the ability to roam around the Shen is very strong, especially as you crest over to that level 6. It's just going to make it very difficult for Team Secret Whales to punish Zeus on the Jace in the top lane, because anytime you try and play up there, oh well, there's a Shen that's backing him up. So I think a lot of this game going to revolve around setting Zeus up for success, which has kind of been a little bit of the HLE way.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. They like to play around that. I already mentioned back in earlier on in the draft, Gumayushi being on the Ziggs, it's a great pick because you kind of just weak side that bottom lane. You play around elsewhere. Having Delight on something like the Shen means, okay, at any point he can be laning with the Ziggs and then he just takes off somewhere else to help across the map. But let's go ahead and get into it. Onto the rift for game number 1 of main stage MSI 2026. Global power rankings there at the top, powered by AWS. HLE coming in at number 5. Team Secret Whales number 16. So a good difference, at least by those metrics, between the two squads.
Yeah, it is definitely an uphill battle for Team Secret Whales, especially as we have seen them on the main stage before as Dire taking some heavy trades, because this was going to be my focus of this matchup. You know, Zeka on the counter pick in the mid lane, and Dire, we've seen him at internationals, but he hasn't quite been able to find that same success that he has domestically on the international stage. And I'm hoping this time around, after those few appearances, he's been able to figure out how he can play against some of the top mid laners in the world.
Yeah, you think about Team Secret Whales and where we've seen them before, and it's one of those things that has been a bit of a tough journey. But Vendetta is Riftbound's next set. You can see Jace popping up right there. Arriving July 31st, it brings together new champions, iconic rivalries, and beautiful art from across Runeterra. Whether you want to collect or play, Vendetta has something for you. So check that one out. That'll be after MSI is all said and done, so maybe some of those champs will pop off, give you a better reason to go after those rarest cards. But talking about Secret Whales, this is a team, remember, everybody kind of got inspired and hyped up around the LCP last year when we got to see the Flying Oysters come out and kind of just shock everybody, showing that, hey, this region, when their players are really locked in, they can compete. And then obviously, you know, losing a couple of those players through the exodus of the region, it makes things a little bit more difficult. But now Secret Whales, they qualified to Worlds last year, and they ended up placing, they weren't eliminated first in 15th or 16th, but they did get eliminated in that 12th through 14th place. Obviously not what they were looking for. Then they qualified to first stand earlier this year, and they go out first in that 7th and 8th place. So for Secret Whales, it's really not been the international outcomes they've wanted so far.
Domestically, though, they've been insane as, oh, Dire.
Oh, Delight with a taunt flash right on top of Dire. The flash away, but it won't be enough. First blood over to Zeka.
Very early roam for Delight. Manages to find that flash taunt in the mid lane and sets up on the person we're saying we wanted to see have a bit of an easier time, but there is no time for him here.
No, that is rough, man. Let's take another look at it as Delight just goes in.
Yeah, I mean, taunt flash, perfectly executed. And I think you can kind of see the pings coming through from Team Secret Whales, question marking where he was, but just didn't expect him to be there that early. A level 2 Shen in the mid lane is not something you see regularly.
And now, both of these mid laners with no mobility built into the kit, both of them running the Deathfire touch, because remember again, this is we're in a world where there is no more there's no more phase rush, right? So it's very easy now to make repeat trips for either side over to the mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see already, like, there's pings onto the Raptors. I think Kanavi just wants to try and steal the camp away. But this is where it does get very difficult for Dire because Kanavi can come through multiple angles. This camp, though, is going to be the first fight that we have between the two junglers.
All right, let's see who comes out on top. His toe can burst down the large chicken. Kanavi makes his way into the mid lane instead, slowing down D-Ray. It's disaster in the mid lane for Secret Whales as HLE picks up another one. Kanavi collecting the money on this one.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. D-Ray wanted to try and help out his toe, but ends up having to give his life because this is what we're saying. HLE just turn and burn onto D-Ray because he has nothing left but his toe. Trying to see if he can make the magic happen against Zayas.
Yeah, they got to get something back. They got to slow down this HLE war machine here a little bit. His toe coming in. Zayas using To the Skies defensively to get a little bit of extra distance. Flashes away from the decimating smash. They'll at least get the summoner spell up here, but it also cost the flash from Pun, so really not a huge win for Secret Whales.
Yeah, just trying to get something back, as you were saying, and at least if you can burn that for Zayas, maybe, especially as Pun starts to hit level 6, you get that opportunity to try and chase down the Jace, but we'll have to see how that one starts to pan out, because already HLE, 2 kills in this early stages, and Delight is now topside to make sure that Zayas can crash this wave alongside Kanavi. Like, it is difficult to crack HLE.
And we talked a little bit about it in draft, but the whole idea of the previous criticisms of Zeka being a player with like a limited champion pool, now that he's on HLE, playing with Kanavi as his jungler, who is very aggressive, it unlocks him to be able to more comfortably play these traditional mages in lane. And 1-0-1 start with a 900 individual gold lead before 5 minutes. You can't ask for much better here in the early game.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy with this. As Delight, skirmishing against BA here. You have both junglers on this side of the map, but more interest in the ward than anything else. And this is kind of what we expected for HLE, right? You talked about it coming through from the draft. The Ziggs in the bottom lane opens up for Delight to start to move. Delight will be slow on getting to that level 6, though, because he's been so active in the early stages on the map. But I think the results are happy enough for the HLE support.
Yeah, getting the first blood on your mid laner 2 minutes into the game. Sure, I'll take my slow Shen level 6 and trade for that. Back down here in bottom lane, though, the farm between the carries is pretty much dead even, so Eddie making sure that he's keeping up with Gumayushi there, and that's very important considering, you know, mid lane is already kind of a hemorrhage in terms of gold. Jungle and top also both slightly ahead for HLE, but this is kind of what you expect. If you're going in the round 1 of an international tournament, you're playing against the Korean first seed, they're going to be a really tough opponent.
Yeah, and I think it's only going to continue because his toe is now clearing out his Raptor camp, but you can see the Scuttle Crab is spawned on this top side. Kanavi already has push mid, so should be able to take this, although both junglers have smite. So curious to see if there will be a contest here.
Okay. Let's see here. His toe's just backing away for now. Kanavi very close to level 6. His toe the same. The fight over this crab is going to determine who has ulti, and with Kanavi landing the smite, that means Skarner with Impale is something that his toe has to respect. Immediately backs up as Kanavi claims a little bit more space, places that ward down in the tri-brush, just to try to help keep Zayas a little bit more safe.
Yeah, Histo isn't entirely sure, though, where Kanavi is right now. And I was going to say he would love to try and play off of Zayas in this top side, but is playing very safe. You can see he actually put a ward into his own jungle there, just on the top. That's a big circle. Hang on, the small ward. Just there, onto his own top side. A bit afraid that Kanavi, with the pushing mid and pushing top, might invade on towards the red buff. But because he's unsure, doesn't actually commit for the topside play. They even move Bay up into that top end as well to try and help out. But Zayas is able to crash the wave, play it safe, and isn't punished on the overextension when he doesn't have the flash.
All right, Delight and BA both still not level 6, of course. Going to be a little while before we get there. BA does take over to level 5 first, however. Zeka and D-Ray over here in mid lane just about have the flashes off of cooldown, particularly when we're in international competition watching the top level teams. I always try to pay extra close attention to those last 20 seconds or so of a summoner spell cooldown because teams are so good at tracking it. They're so good at trying to make a play right at the very edge. But it looks like we are not going to see that here this time as the summoner spell cooldowns are back and available. But Dagda, it's just about 8 minutes on the clock. The grubs are about to spawn, and it's over a 2,000 gold lead for HLE.
Yeah, it's also his toe's about to hit level 7, and your famous 000 is still on the clock there for him. So
yeah,
it's unfortunate because honestly, Team Secret Wales, like domestically, have been incredible. Like 10-0, the only series they've lost all year long has been to DCG. Like they have been more than dominant in the LCP, but unfortunately haven't quite been able to get success yet as Delight's top lane.
Yeah, Delight making another move towards a solo lane. This time it's Pun who's in trouble. Zeus just needs a little bit more damage to take him down. One last auto attack seals the deal, and HLE make it a 3-0 game.
Yeah, Pun at least should be able to collect the wave, which is a little bit of a silver lining, but already you can see HLE very much want to pick up the pace of this game. And Delight has been everywhere, and this is kind of what we were talking about coming in, is Delight now having access to Engage is a weird one maybe for Shen, but like
we'll still call it Engage.
Yeah,
sure.
Having these playmaking champions more so than the enchanters are perfect for him, and already getting active on the map. Like I think this is my favorite part of watching the way metas develop for MSI, like seeing all these roaming timers from the supports and like really playing on the edge of where they can be on the map has been so sick to see.
Ooh, Eddie down to 300 HP. Gumayushi flashing forward aggressively on the Ziggs, forcing the return flash. Now Kanavi could be in a little bit of danger. Flashes away from Decimating Smash, but Team Secret Whales is making a 4-man play after the Skarner. Petrifying Gaze to try to get one back from Zeka, but it's not enough. Kanavi falls, and Team Secret Whales finally make their way onto the board.
There's what Raz was talking about on the desk, though. You know, giving up those lanes in the top side for Pun, moving down to cover on the play. They do get a kill, but it does go to the support, and you're also losing some of those waves in the top lane. So while it's nice, unfortunately for Team Secret Whales, they don't fully come out of that unscathed.
Yeah, they get the money from the kill, but turret plates being mined top, being mined bottom, it's a problem. Team Secret Whales at least also did get themselves the first Drake of the game, but this 2,500 gold lead is the scariest thing in the scoreboard right now, my friend.
Yeah. And you can see here, so Bay just finding that roam timer to move towards mid, but Kanavi very tanky at this stage, so they move Pun down in the hopes that he can help out. But Kanavi, oh, hang on. Zeus.
Right back to live. Zeus under pressure. Delight makes his way into the fight, trying to protect his top laner, as now both of them try to get out. Focus onto Zeus here for the Jace, but Kanavi has arrived. His toe's already got the first kill as Zeus dies. Now Kanavi's got to be a little bit careful. There's not a lot of damage here on the HLE side, so they won't be able to get anything back. Nice moves from Team Secret Whales.
Very nice move by Team Secret Whales, managing to move that play from mid into the top side and catching out Zeus, who at step forward had just got his flashback, so thought he was going to be safe, especially having Delight hit that level 6. But there's just more members of Team Secret Whales there.
I was talking about making plays right before the cooldown timer of the flash returns. Sometimes it's the insidious overconfidence of getting the cooldown back
yeah,
that you can
that's
then
where they
punish.
get you.
And that's what Team Secret Whales just did. The gold lead obviously still far in favor of HLE, but Team Secret Whales not going to go down without a fight. His toe up to a 500 gold lead individually here, and this guy is really the engine. I mentioned it earlier about him, how he works in this game. The heir to Levi is the question, right? You think back to part of the biggest demonstrations from the LCP historically, you know, like the PCS, the LMS, and their international performances. You think of Levi, you think of the Gigabyte Marines, you think of this crazy aggressive style, and that's exactly kind of what you need to see from his toe if they're going to have a chance against a team like HLE.
Yeah, still, HLE chasing Team Secret Whales down into this bottom side. Secret Whales kind of just, need to back away here, but with the reset coming through on Eddie, I think they're just going to look for the turret plates or a little bit of a push on this bottom side. But you can see HLE like trying to get aggressive, get vision down onto his toe to spot out exactly where this Lee Sin's moving.
And right there you can see Gumayushi. This is his first international series without Keria, Faker, or Owner. That roster that was together for so very long, that core lineup now broken up. It's Gumayushi's turn to prove his strength outside of that Goliath that was assembled.
Yeah, still has a little bit of comfort there with Zeus in the top lane, right? But it does feel weird to not have them as a group, especially in an international competition. And especially for Gumayushi, like this is his 5th time in a row at MSI. Like it's got to feel different with a different jersey on, but we'll have to see if he can maybe find that first win for himself at this tournament.
Down here in the bottom lane, Eddie under pressure yet again from Gumayushi, who continues chasing him down here in the 1v1. Guma, he doesn't care about being weak-sided. He's still stronger than the other weak-sided carries, so he's going to play aggressively. Kanavi invading the enemy red buff here at the same time, trying to scare his toe away. Delight right behind Kanavi. His toe goes in, secures his own red, and gets over the wall as BA is waiting. But now Kanavi coming in, trying to get something back. Pun comes in here but he's not going to get a whole lot for the unstoppable onslaught. Just makes his way towards the turret. That's all he wants. He just needs to clear away the wave. Meanwhile, down here on the bottom side, Gumayusi about to use the satchel charge, blow up that first turret, but they're going to make a play. On the other side, it's D-Ray moving down to the bottom lane, but a TP also about to arrive from HLE. Gumayusi just sat D-Ray down! In a 1v2, he didn't even need Zeka's help. He sends the Rise back to the fountain and tells Ezreal, you're next. Gumayusi, man.
That Luden's echo damage is doing work. D-Ray, I'm so sorry. He moves down to the bottom side, thinks he's helping out, only give him more gold across. And with the tower going down as well in that bottom side, Zeus getting plates in the top side. Look at the gold lead that's opening up across all the carries on HLE right now.
This is scary, man. You mentioned earlier the question posed to Secret Whales and specifically to D-Ray is you've been at international stages a couple of times. You are domestically dominant, but international performances have not been where he wants them to be. And this first game, unfortunately for Team Secret Whales, is going the exact same way. D-Ray targeted 2 times very early on, gets off to a bad start. Then when he finally goes to make the play to try to get a punish and get back into the game, instead, he gets exploded by Gumayushi's Ziggs as Zeka goes over the wall. Sonic Wave connects, but I am telling you right now, his toe, you do not want to press that Q again.
I don't think his toe wants to be where he is right now. Trying to be a secret agent to see if he can sneak his way out of this one, but Gumayusi spotted him.
Yeah, Gumayusi just hunting him down. Immediate Dragon's Rage into the Sonic Wave. Gumayusi bouncing back away as the Stand United is ready to protect the carry. TP's coming in. Mega Inferno Bomb collides onto his toe. He's down to 200 HP. Everybody trying to block the Shock Blast. Zeus wants the angle, seeing if maybe he can find it. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, it just ends up being a leash in the end, but that was a risky one. As Kanavi, knowing that his toe is run for the hills, is going to be able to secure this dragon. But we see here, like, Gumi, this play, like, D-Ray thought he's helping out because he's relatively healthy, but the lead on levels for Gumayusi and D-Ray not really having the support of Eddie. Immediately, Guma's able to turn that one around.
Yeah, normally you don't expect, as the mid laner going into the bottom lane, that the enemy bot lane carry will out-level you. Yeah. But that's just the state of things right now.
Also just item difference, right?
Yeah.
Like, look at the items for D-Ray. He's kind of holding on with a few components in a prayer. That was not anything compared to the Luden's echo damage that Gumayusi has. Like, this Ziggs on this item spike is so insanely strong, and unfortunately D-Ray had to be the one to prove it.
Yeah, D-Ray struck Catalyst and Swift March plus a tier. This is a very budget build, we will politely call it.
Yeah.
D-Ray's got a lot of catching up to do to try to be relevant in this game. But 15 minutes in, a 5,000 gold lead, HLE has already built something that now relies on one of their own blunders for Team Secret Whales to come back.
And they're just not going to give them that moment, right? They've dropped bot wave. They're like, cool, look, you can get some turret plates. We're going to push on mid, get full vision control on this top side, and look for more.
Yeah, Pun tries to jump in there and scare them away, loses half of his HP for his efforts. Zeka tried to go for the Petrifying Gaze, but doesn't land the stun, so Pun stays alive. But the pressure continues from the HLE solo laners. Kanavi supporting them here on the side, summons up the Rift Herald, hops right on in. Kaboom! Knocks down the tier 2 turret. Dagda, I don't think they're stopping.
No.
I think it's a full base push. At 16 minutes into the game, the Herald collides into the tier 3 turret. Team Secret Whales trying to defend. The True Shot Barrage flies through, but it will not matter. Pun caught up immediately with the taunt into the Ishtal impact. Pun is already down. The inhibitor falls. 16 minutes and 27 seconds into the first game, and HLE is marching on the Nexus.
That is not what I expected to be saying at 16.5 minutes into this game. But they will back away. Now, traditionally, you're not supposed to take the inhibitor at this time.
No.
Because, you know, there's no Baron and you can't use the super creeps effectively. I don't know if that's an issue this game, because you have a massively accelerated poke comp that can siege anywhere, anytime on the map and kind of ruin Team Secret Whales' day. This one might be a quick one, Flowers.
Gumayusi just bought his Shadow Flame. We now have 2 fully completed items on both the Ziggs and the Cassiopeia. Zeka is about to evolve his Archangel Staff into the Seraph's Embrace in one more spell cast, right? Just hit a random minion with Twin Fang. Okay, that thing's fully completed. Top lane, Zeus already has his second item done now with the Serpent's Fang. I'm not seeing the way back into the game for Team Secret Whales, barring just a massive error from HLE, and they're not playing like they're going to commit one of those.
Yeah. I mean, this is clinical, right? And I do think this is why people are looking at HLE as one of the top teams coming into this tournament.
Yeah.
Like, it's this sort of precision. It's, we got a small lead and now we're ruining Pun's day again.
Yeah, Pun is, he's barely hanging on to life. Meanwhile, Kanavi and Zayas just putting the pressure on 2 points at once. These are the plays that you normally see when a team has Baron. Baron will not be on the Rift for another 2 minutes as HLE just continues mounting the pressure. Delight bouncing back and forth between the two sides. Still only level 7 on the Shen, doesn't matter. He got level 6, he has the R button, that's all he needs.
Yeah, I mean, he got the locket off with all the assists as well, so the shields on shields. Mid lane tower, can they save it here?
Ooh, Delight trying to make the taunt there, but will not be able to connect on that one as Team Secret Whales disengages and finds the punish. TSW looking for a little bit more now. Decimating smash over the wall, not gonna get a whole lot. Eddie down to 20% HP, Mega Inferno Bomb! It might just burn him away, but no, not quite enough damage. Histo about to die, but the Impale misses. Zeka goes forward, Histo still running. Zeka needs one more Noxious Blast and a Twin Fang. Last one hits him. Zeka makes it a 1-for-1 trade overall as Delight is back alive now. Zay is still looking for a little bit more. D-Ray, run! Okay, for a second I thought that might have been another Rise death.
Eddie not dying might be the only reason that Team Secret Whales are able to hold on to this game, because I think if there was only 3 people here, HLE would have taken that big wave in top lane and looked to try and finish off some of these Nexus turrets. But either way, HLE, like, it's 40 seconds until Dragon and Baron, and like, I just don't care. I think they just siege the base. Like, how do you do anything else? Because look at the damage from Gumi here, because it's a nice pick onto the light. Gumayushi then TP's in as BA gets this. But the bombs from Gumayushi onto Eddie are insane. Like, the man just health bar disappears, and then the only fact that you don't have any burn in the kit for Ziggs right now is the reason that Ezra is still standing.
Yep, he hit him with 1 landmine, the Luden's proc, and then 1 bouncing bomb, and that was 70% of his HP. Yeah. Like, it's very difficult to play the game from that angle at that point. And here's a stat we've got for you. Fastest game at MSI so far in the play-in stage, 23 minutes and 37 seconds. That was T1 versus Team Liquid. It is very possible for this game to beat that record, because I feel like if HLE just wants to rush Baron and then rush the enemy base, that's probably game.
Yeah, I would like that statistic to stand, though, because at least then we've got something over NA this tournament as an EU man.
G2 has yet to play.
That is fair.
Later on today.
That is fair. That is fair.
Maybe they'll give you all something impressive as Delight avoids the Shattering Strike, gets himself away for now. Rest of HLE not quite in position to back him up. As you can see, Kanavi and Zeka working together to just burn down this Drake. I do not see a world where this goes to be a Dragon Soul game. I just don't think it'll go long enough, but HLE are making sure to just play the game right, take what you need to take, secure all the objectives, and now you can see them starting to head up towards this top side of the map, towards this red buff quadrant of Team Secret Whales. Zeka, the only one apart from the rest of the team, is pushing down the bottom lane. Teleport coming in now. Zeka ready to join the rest of the team. Kanavi goes in with the Ishtal impact. D-Ray's going to be your target here. Kanavi continues the chase. Mega Inferno Bomb goes through. Flash forward from Kanavi, but it doesn't get stopped from Decimating Smash. No way out for BA. That's 1 pick over to HLE. And another one sent on the run as D-Ray barely survives. And you can see now HLE, it's a conga line towards Baron.
Yeah, going to be happy to pick up the big purple worm, and I think that might just seal the deal here. With only 2 inhibitor turrets left remaining. HLE just kind of have control. Guma on his own, though. Histo, maybe?
Oh,
the Realm Warp.
Okay, takes the satchel charge, gets himself away. Stand united preemptively, just making sure that he stays safe. D-Ray is now caught on the wrong side of the rift. Zayas should just be able to catch him up here with a nice accelerated shock blast as soon as the cooldown's ready to go. The chase continues. A little bit more. Ooh, D-Ray's actually...
Honestly?
Okay, D-Ray
that
juked
worked.
him. Okay.
Well, he got away, and you pulled them off Baron.
He, about that got away part, I don't quite think. Okay. He evades the rock. The upheaval does not connect.
Another
but now,
challenger
every
approaches.
time he evades one man, the next man steps up to catch him. It was a valiant effort from D-Ray, but after they send the 3rd guy, it's pretty over.
Yeah, look, he got deep on his first run in the roguelike, but unfortunately, you know, you have to go down eventually, and then they give you the upgrade.
Boss. Yeah, it's just, you can get through the first 2 phases. That's pretty good on your first run. 8,500 gold lead for HLE. Every single individual roll ahead, with top lane ahead almost 3,000 gold, bottom lane ahead almost 3,000 gold, mid lane ahead 2,000 gold. It's just, you're seeing why HLE is one of the teams that many people have predicted as a tournament favorite.
Yeah, and I think this is... I think it's... oh, hang on.
Oh, no. All right, goodbye, BA. He tried to get out, but Delight, CC plus Zeus' damage way too much. His toe escapes most of the way, but I mean, man, just the edge of the Mega Inferno Bomb still hurts. And look at Gumayushi's inventory, Dag. The 2 needlessly large rods. He's this close to having a hat. And once he does, it's just going to be whoever gets hit by the ultimate loses half their health instantly.
Yeah, it's a party hat in this one. They're going to feel very, very comfortable from... I do, like, as I was going to say for HLE, I think it's incredibly impressive to see how this team's come together, because obviously it was a little ropey at the start of their split. There was the whole 10th place meme, but I do think like this team looks exceptional now. They have their identity. Kanavi looks absolutely insane. Gumayushi being able to bring out a ton of these mages, which really fits the meta and also opens up Delight then to start playing around, I think is really putting them into a super interesting spot, especially going up against a team like BLG that plays a somewhat similar style. It's just going to be such a sick tournament to watch these two and a couple like teams like T1 and Top Esports and G2 and yada yada all battle it out.
And I just love how fast HLE likes to play as well. As you can see, I think we've got our final Hail Mary coming out here from Team Secret Wales. BA approaching on the flank, but as soon as they try to make a move, his toe nearly dies the very start, but Zeus is popped. Pun gets the kill. Nice move from Team Secret Wales. They managed to get one, but now they got to make sure they don't lose too much on the exit. Zeka still moving forward. Mid lane inhibitor about to fall. Yes, Zeus is down, but HLE will still successfully use the Baron to break into the base and crush the mid lane inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, fair play to Team Secret Wales. They're already making HLE work for these last couple of minutes. And it's just unfortunate that there is a 3,000 gold lead on Gumayushi. There's that Rabadon's death cap you were talking about. Yep. It's just, there's not enough in the tank. So even when you get some of these good engages, it's the follow-up that you have to be careful about, the punch back.
And you can see Zeus with the Voltaic Cyclo stored in inventory now. He's 3 fully completed items. Zeka bought his arm guard a long time ago. He has not been under enough pressure to ever have to use it. So now he's just building other stuff. Yeah. He's like, you know what? As long as I have this, I'm fine. As Kanavi, Ishtal's impact through the wall, gets the slow onto BA, and nice use of the Impale to buffer through the defensive CC. Makes it easy for HLE to pick up another one. That is BA dead for 25 seconds. That is the main engage tool of Team Secret Wales. And HLE still have their Red Bull Baron power play for the next minute and 15 seconds. They're going to use it to bust through the last remaining Tier 3 turret. This inhibitor is going to be open. The top lane inhibitor is open. The mid lane inhibitor is already wreckage. And HLE have a 5v4 for the next 5 seconds. BA is going to be alive to try to defend the Nexus turrets. But Team Secret Wales, they're staring down the barrel at the end of the game right now. Delight goes in, tries to find his toe, isn't going to get him. His toe evading that for now. First Nexus turret already down. HLE continuing the push, still have the Baron for another 45. Pun tries to jump in, not going to find the angle he's looking for. Kanavi on the chase, True Shot Barrage goes through, only hits Kanavi. That's not good enough. Secret Wales still scrambling. Second Nexus turret going to be your target now. They want to defend it, but Gumayushi wants to end it. Pun has to flash out, barely staying alive. Petrifying gaze locks everybody up. Pun dies to the Mega Inferno Bomb, and his mid laner dies beside him. D-Ray's also gone. The remaining Secret Wales have to hide away inside the fountain, and even then, they may not survive. The bouncing bombs just terrorizing the health bars here as HLE dominates game 1.
A very confident performance from HLE in game number 1. Insane. I don't really know how you're supposed to kind of come back from that, if I'm honest. But let's toss it over to the AD to break that one down.
Thank you so much. I'm also not exactly sure how we're going to talk about that one. It almost looked like at some points that they were playing with their food. They could do an objective, or they could chase you all the way over your map. Maybe that?
Yeah, I mean, like, how's Daejeon gonna drop us with that responsibility?
It's true, it's true, it's true.
That was extreme heat. I'm sorry. They were on fire in the game, and they needed a fire extinguisher.
And it started in the draft. Actually, I really liked some of the creativity in the draft. We talked about, hey, what are they going to be bringing in the tournament? What is the meta going to be?
Yeah.
And it was cool to actually see Shen support, Skarner. We haven't seen either of these at MSI. I think their comp actually made a lot of sense, too. They're not just throwing out some random picks here. You're putting Zion in the matchup where he has to build armor. You're bringing in Cassio and Ziggs, who are going to be that big threat to him in the team fights that are going to be magic damage.
Yeah.
And then you have this Shen that can play towards the side lanes really, really effectively with the Skarner also. So I thought it was a really intelligent draft, and they made it look so easy.
He absolutely did. Let's take a look. Oh, now the draft team.
But yeah, like I wanted to actually support the point, but like when you see the first pick, Lee Sin locked in, you're like, that is his toes pick. Like that's exactly what you want to see from him. And then immediately it's like, well, how does he find a way in? Like the petrifying gaze, the miasma, the Shen ulti.
He doesn't, buddy.
Oh no! I just felt like the entirety of Edgy Lee's composition really countered both what Rise wanted to be able to get done and also what Lee Sin wanted to do. So like as playmakers, you can't really find a way into the fight. You can't play through sides necessarily unless D-Ray was able to get off early, and that just didn't happen.
Let's talk a little bit about the poor man in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Because we said before, been to internationals before, couldn't really play up to his level despite having a good level domestically. What did HLE do to him early?
They bullied him!
Unspeakable things.
Unspeakable thing.
He was already getting clapped in the 1v1 straight from level 1. Zeka was trading so heavily on him. And then Delight hits level 2, and he's just not expecting a roam this early. And honestly, I wasn't expecting Delight to commit this hard, but it fully makes sense. Taunt, flash, that guarantees the Noxious Blast is going to hit, so you have the additional move speed. He heals for the move speed onto Zeka. They chase him down, they kill him, and then Kanavi, rinse and repeat coming on in. They know there is no flash, no way out. D-Ray was getting absolutely bullied. He was down like 40, 50 CS early in this game.
Yes.
It was out of control.
Zeka did such a great job conditioning him to lean towards the bot side of the bush. Like
conditioning him.
The entire laning phase from level 1.
Conditioning him to get his butt beat.
He had like a 30 CS deficit, nearly a 2K deficit by the 20-minute mark. He just couldn't play the game.
You know what? He's probably happy they ganked him because he was like, "This is going so badly. These trades, please gank me so that it at least looks as if
now I can play my support." Yeah,
wasn't a 1v1. I had him right where I wanted him. I swear.
Did you call the roam timer, BA? I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Well, I mean, who cared? Who called the next one? Because Delight went top as well. Delight was really actually very active. I mean, Guma has been playing a weak side style. Delight, we know, yes, he can play the enchanters, he can play everything, but when this guy's on Gage champs, he is just kind of different, and he is making the roams look really strong on the Shen.
Yeah, that's one of my questions for HLE going deeper into this tournament, right? Because they have that self-sufficient style for Guma in the bot lane, so Delight can do things like that, but maybe that won't work if you go up against different types of teams. In this one, though, it definitely worked, and I feel like it's going to be repeated.
1630 inhib?
Yeah.
It was the 5th fastest all-time in international.
Wow.
So for an inhib take. So that is quite fast. They did hang on for a while after this, but the funny thing is we talk about Guma as weak side, but it just felt like every side was strong side for HLE this game because he was winning the 1v1 against the Ezreal, and then they're like, we'll just bring down the Rise. We'll 2v1
Yeah.
And he solo kills the Rise in a 1v2 and made it look ridiculously easy. So D-Ray can't lane mid. He's like, I'll just go bot. Can't lane there either, buddy.
Yeah, it sucks. I guess maybe we're talking a little bit too negatively on the side of Team Secret Whales.
What was the positive?
What?
What was the positive?
Well, HLE pulled off the ganks. Delight was roaming.
True.
Zeka had a great game. Guma had a great game. There you go. That's what you want to see from a favorite.
I like that. And I do think from Delight to see him find those angles really early on, I think just the thought process of a level 2 Shen gank mid meant that he was really confident in what he was being heard from like what was going on mid lane from Zeka, and also knowing that the wave was pushing in, he was like, okay, like Zig should be completely fine to find this one window. If it doesn't materialize, then that's completely fine. I can go back bot lane. Same thing when he was roaming and finding plays with Kanavi. I was like, wait a minute, okay, seems like Sign is pressing up. I'm gonna look up there. So I think Delight showcased something that was really good. Just finding the flow within the game and seeing an angle, and he found a lot.
Yeah, absolutely did. I mean, we never got to really get to team fights
because
the game was exactly the game was decided before then, and this is a meta that is almost always decided by those 5v5s. But you've got to give yourself a chance to get there. We need to see TSW hold on in those lanes. It is going to be so hard against a team like HLE because they are ridiculously strong across the board.
They are. It's saying something when you can't even get to those 5v5s, right? So it's going to have to be a new game plan for Team Secret Whales when we come back.
이거 먹을 때 볼게. 나이스 노텔. 밟았다. 밟았네? 뭐 지어지냐? 아이고. 미드 잡았어. 나이스. Đắp lửa, theo lửa. Mid không giờ. 그래. 나 해봐줄게. 나 공도 있어 미정아. 안 쫄아도 돼.
천천히 봐줘.
뭐야? 내가 라인 할게. 나 더블
이거
나거든.
이즈 벌고.
다이브 하자. 와볼래?
더블 돼. 싸움 좋걸?
보자. 사이브.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He passed it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Center stage.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
With a big vibe and sound.
Don't tell me when to stop.
Good times to make your vibe get down, 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 get down. Don't care if you're the talk of the town. I'm what they're all talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. It's day one of main stage competition here after a one-day break with the conclusion of the play-ins. This first series pits the first seed from Korea, Hanwha Life Esports, against the first seed of the LCP in Team Secret Wales. And Dagda, let me tell you, game number one, for anybody who might just be joining us now, was not even remotely close.
I'm going to put it out there. I don't think Hanwha are jet-lagged.
No.
I think they managed to get past that pretty darn quickly.
Yeah.
Because they came out the door swinging. It was absolutely insane. Literally from the get-go. Like, we didn't even make it to 4 minutes before there was kills in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Korea to Korea jet lag is just not what it used to be.
No. You would think. Yeah.
Well, if nothing else, Team Secret Wales know that they have to change something in the game plan here for this one. Because last game, I feel like the game was over at level 2. Delight making the roam to mid lane super early, getting Zeka just so far ahead of D-Ray. D-Ray never got back into the game, right? That rise was irrelevant from level 2. So they've got to find a way to try to deal with this a little bit better. And let's go ahead and hop into our second champ select here. Secret Wales have elected to take second pick for their choice. So HLE has opted to choose the blue side.
And I do think that's to try and get counter pick for Pun in that top lane. Like, that has kind of been their bread and butter. Like, he's been known for bringing out things like the Volley Bear and the Olafs and all these kind of weird, wacky, and wonderful picks up there. So I'm hoping we do get to see a little bit of that, because that was what was their bread and butter domestically. But the problem is I'm not seeing the Camille ban, which I don't know if Team Secret Wales are going to go for. Because after the impact that Delight had in the early game, I don't know if I want to give that one across to him.
Yeah, that's a pretty scary proposition. Our bans here in the first half do end up being Varus, Poppy, Nautilus, banned out by HLE. Over on the other side, Team Secret Wales getting rid of Rumble, Gnar, and Orianna. And hey, you called it, man. The Camille locked in for HLE and Delight.
Yeah, very, very strong. And you can still go towards like the mages in the bottom lane. We haven't seen Gumayushi bring out the Mel, but already having used the Ziggs, I imagine he's still going to be more than happy to go towards that Mel and bring out some of these picks. But either way, Team Secret Wales is going to have to find some way to shut down this early aggression from HLE. Jarvan, a decent start. Very strong when he hits that level 3.
Yep, we've got the Jarvan in there. Remember that Histo played the Lee Sin in the previous game, was not able to find the early action that he would like to. But all right, alongside the Jarvan, we get Elise locked in.
I mean, fire with fire here. I'm excited because, like, Elise Caitlyn, definitely something you can try and answer for, with the Caitlyn being able to avoid some of the long-range engages from the Camille. Also set up for that kind of combo if the Camille ever overextends. But we'll have to see is Kanavi go back towards the Kiana. He is insanely good on this pick.
He is very good on it. You can see right there, 0-3 in the play-ins. So our teams trying to qualify for main stage did not have the success with it they would have liked. But now, there's the Mel that you were talking about. Gumayushi showing us his Ziggs in game number 1. Had a great performance on that one. Now ready to lock in the Mel next to the Camille here in game number 2.
Yeah, the Kiana isn't something we've seen from Kanavi in the LCK, or at least this year in the LCK, but was very well known for it in the LPL. Very, very strong on the pick and was able to get a ton of control. And fits into what was his like playmaking style. It was kind of this and the Bel'Veth, where he kind of his 2 picks that he'd have in the back pocket he would bring out. But there on the upside, Team Secret Wales not going towards the Caitlyn as we expected, instead going towards the Elise. Still like that follow-up on the Cocoon, the ability to play from long range against Kiana, Camille, and Mel. probably a good call to stay away from them.
Yeah, but I'm curious if he'll be able to do it because Jin doesn't have that range that you were talking about with the Caitlyn, right? He does have the normal range of an AD carry. Yes, your Deadly Flourish and your Curtain Call can go a long way, but critically, he also doesn't have Caitlyn's net. The only thing he can do is run, and when Kiana and Camille are going after you, Eddie's going to have very, very careful positioning or a lot of protection to stay safe from these divers.
And I'm surprised we didn't get the Caitlyn because Eddie has played. He's 2 games, 2 wins, 15 KDA on the champion, so definitely something that's in his wheelhouse, but instead, opposite towards his Jin. Now we're getting the top lane bans going over towards Zeus. The Cassandra I'm surprised at because I expected Zeus more to go towards like these, the carry top laners from this position, like. So already kind of opting more towards the tanks is a surprise to me.
All right, Cassante, Renekton, Kennen, all banned away. It is the top lane hunting grounds here in the second half of the draft as Jax will be the final ban here for HLE.
It says to me that HLE are leaning towards an Ambessa pick with the Renekton and the Jax gone, even the Cassante. It's definitely something you could try and go towards. I've only seen it once from Zeus over the course of the LCK, but I mean, we've seen what Doran has been able to do on it over the course of this tournament thus far and domestically. We'll have to see. I imagine this is just going to be your mid lane pick here again. Like Team Secret Wales, the way they draft is oftentimes leaving that kind of pick for a pull.
All right, Aurora locked in for Secret Wales. Remember, this is a champion that can flex between mid or top, so still making it kind of harder for HLE to make their 2 choices here, make it easier to try to get that counter pick like you were talking about in one of the solo lanes. So let's see, HLE, where are we going to go with these picks? The Akali, I mentioned it earlier in game number 1. You remember this is one of those iconic Zeka champions back with his Worlds 2022 win with DRX, but instead they're going to go ahead and lock the Ambessa for Zeus.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were expecting with the drafting going the way it was, banning the Renekton and the Jax. The Ahri to try and set up for the Kiana as well, so a loss of mobility on the members of HLE right now. Like, it is going to be very difficult for Team Secret Wales if this game starts to fall apart to try and keep things in check. But Pun, I was about to say his volley bear will be very good in this position, and he is going to go towards us.
All right, Pun slams down the top lane volley bear against Zeus's Ambessa, but I'm right there with you. The mobility on HLE here in this game, the only champion on this team that is not hyper mobile is the Mel, who can also snare you at point blank range and then use the reflector as soon as you try to make a move on Gumayushi. So very, very difficult, I think, for Team Secret Wales to find those angles. They're going to have to be coordinated. They're going to have to be ferocious. We know them as a team that domestically can play that way, particularly through his toe like we were talking earlier. But in game number 1, it was Delight and it was Kanavi making moves early that Team Secret Wales couldn't answer.
And I think Team Secret Wales became aware of how active Delight was being in the early stages, and Bay did a decent job afterwards of actually getting involved in some of those early skirmishes, right? Like getting the kill onto Kanavi, trying to play for some of those picks in the top lane. So I think if Bay can try and get out early to match some of these roams from Delight, maybe Team Secret Wales can try and control or slow down the pace of the early game for HLE.
The thing that I worry about, though, is if both of our supports are roaming, that leaves Mel versus Jin down in the bottom lane, and I feel like Gumayushi on the Mel, Radiant Volley is going to trade pretty heavily into a Jin who only can attack fast enough to shoot her with 1 bullet.
Yeah, also kind of short range on the attack as well, which is like, obviously you got the Deadly Flourish and the ults, which is where that long range comes from, but his auto attack range does not match Mel, so I think that's really where it is going to be a little bit of a difficulty, and reflected forward shots. Less than ideal.
That's not going to feel very good. And you can tell from his big dramatic animation that he's going to do it. It's pretty easy to time the rebuttal. If I can do it, I'm pretty sure Gumayushi can do it.
Yeah, he's pretty good at the video game.
Yeah, he's pretty skilled at this game. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Team Secret Wales really want to bounce back after a tough game 1 against HLE, but you know, that's so far easier said than done against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what his toe wants to do in the early game. Because usually what we see from junglers, and we've seen it from Kanavi in the past when they're playing Kiana, you 3 camp, reset, and it looks like he's actually going to do this as well. Pick up Longsword and then go and clear your topside jungle. So there is a window here where his toe, if he knows that this is going to be the case, could end up going for some sort of play towards that top side of the map and try and set up already early for Pun to try and win out here against AS, like blow a summoner spell, try and play off the volley bear early. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Instead, it looks like he is just going to try and clear down towards his bottom side of the map as we get some T-Tours for Mel.
Yep, we got Mel showing up in that next Riftbound set, Vendetta, that arrives on July 31st with new champs, iconic rivalries, and beautiful art from all over Runeterra. So whether you want to collect or play, go ahead and check it out. Plenty of new champs, including the popular ones that we're seeing in the metagame right now. So checking in on mid lane. Remember, this was where the disaster started in game number 1. Nice buffer there through the cocoon. Delight making sure that the hook shot gets him away from imminent danger, but still gets tagged with a deadly flourish. Delight does land the Hex Tech sweep. Just a little bit of even trading down here in the bottom lane. I like the fact that BA and Eddie are playing aggressively early on like this. And you can see here on the left side of the map, it's the experience gap. This is for the next series, but there is one that we also have for HLE. That is just, this is a team that is very experienced. There's a lot of international appearances for all these players, and it's something that for Team Secret Whales, you've got to really step up to try to meet that, because international stages are a totally different monster from domestic competition. And going up against somebody who's really experienced with that, someone who's comfortable with that when you're brand new, that is a mental challenge in its own.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of that focus is going to be here for Team Secret Wales, is just trying to see if he can try and beat someone, because you've got like Kumayushi, this is his 5th MSI in a row, hasn't been able to put that trophy in, the MSI trophy specifically in his trophy case. Same you look across the Zayas. Kanavi coming over from the LPL now, joining the LCK, has kind of been the, hey, I really want to try and find success on HLE and like bring some of the learnings from the LPL to the LCK, and that's kind of what we've seen is this team now adjusting to Kanavi and his aggressive play pattern. And it's been a massive success for them. And I think this is where, as you can see, the international appearances now on your screen.
There we go.
That it really is kind of the focal point of just how much experience there is on this team.
Well, we've already crossed the 3-minute mark, and there's no deaths on Team Secret Wales. So a cleaner early game from them. They're not getting caught off guard by any early roams from Delight, especially on a champion like Camille. You said at the start of the draft before we even saw it locked, this is a type of champion that can really enable that sort of play style.
And I think they've been doing a decent job, because with the range now on the Elise, you can continue to push, but Kanavi spotted on this bottom side. So Team Secret Wales is going to have to disappear quickly.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a slow move there from BA. Solar Snare flies out. BA trying to get away from this one. Kanavi finds a lot of damage, but BA staying alive and even has the confidence to hold his flash.
Yeah, Kanavi not actually taking the water rune there so you could actually get the lock up as
Pun! He goes in for the solo kill against Zayas, gets him low, down to 100 HP. Zayas, though, again, cool and collected, does not spin the flash, does not blow a summoner spell, but this is the power of the Volley Bear in the 1v1.
And the power of Pun, right? Like, this was a guy that they wanted to give so many of these counter picks to. Because in the past he was much more about those tanks playing in the top side, but he has really found his niche domestically in the LCP by having these crazy counter picks, by being able to bully you in lane, and then moving that pressure around the map. But now, Zayas slow, Histo here.
Okay, no level 6 for the Volley Bear here just yet, as Delight has made his way up with a hook shot flash, and it's first blood over to Delight. It does end up getting traded 1-for-1 here. Histo trying to get away from Delight now. Zeka and BA both making their way up. Histo still looking for a way out. There's no flash here with a Jarvan. Zeka's ready to go with the follow. Needs a little bit more damage. One more auto attack in the air. Gets it done. BA on the run. Teleport coming in now from Team Secret Wales, but Kanavi's also rejoined the fight. Finds another kill into BA. And now the teleport is simply a funeral for Pun. He DPs right back into the top side and immediately has to run back.
Just about able to get away from the lockdown from Kanavi, but there's more going.
It's not done yet. Delight jumps in. Pun goes down, and now D-Ray also delivers himself into the waiting maul of HLE. Delight falls there at least, so D-Ray gets one, but Zeka and Kanavi continue their chase. The Aurora is out of mana, and the extended bloodbath in the top side of the map is a 5-for-2.
What the hell just happened? This game just blew up out of nowhere, and it's HLE with the numbers advantage that are able to make the play stick in the top lane. 5-2, a near 2,000 gold lead, and a ton of that going to Delight in the bottom lane.
The fight was so long that Pun died twice. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, because you get the roam from Delight to cover the topside play, and it works so well. Pun obviously just burned the flash and no way to escape, so tries to set up here. Zay is flashing away, thinking he can get away from his toe, but ends up going down. Bay is level 3. He tries his best to keep Zeka out of this engagement, but the charm missing from Zeka honestly kind of end up baiting Team Secret Wales into a little bit more here. Bay tries to keep himself here to see if he can keep Histo alive. He ends up sticking around thinking the TP will help, not expecting Kanavi to be topside here. And at this stage, you're like, call it off. Like, call it a day, Team Secret Wells. But with D-Ray moved, they thought they had a Zeka.
Yep, Zeka does not have the Spirit Rush, and that's a good punish from Team Secret Wales.
You know, Flash, no Spirit Rush used in the last one. So Team Secret Wales at least get something back in that mid lane.
But yeah, I'm not surprised. Sometimes we have to jump out of a replay, and I'm surprised the action starts that soon. That replay was like 2 minutes long because of how long the fight was. So I'm not surprised that we had more action before it concluded. But yeah, that top lane battle was just so bloody. But again, going 5 for 2, favoring HLE, considering how long of a fight that was, really good result for them.
Yeah, at least for Pun, Zeus wasn't really involved, right? He ended up missing out on the public execution towards the end of that fight as well, and Zeus...
Oh yeah, Pun putting on the pressure here with the ulti to turn the turret off. Takes a bite out of Zeus. Pun with no flash anymore, but he could still try to catch up to him here with the Q. Zeus getting away with the mobility on that Mbessa, staying alive at about 100 HP. Pun is winning all of the trades, but in doing so, he's putting himself in a dangerous position. And now, once again, it's Delight setting it up for the public execution. It don't matter about the 1v1. It's a 5v5 game, and Delight loves making these roams.
Delight is 3-1-3. This Camille is probably going to get the first item in the game. It is absolutely insane. As Kanavi now in the bot lane trying to help cover for Gumayushi because Delight is now killing mid.
Yep, Delight's looking for another one. D-Ray gets away across the Veil, at least for now. But yeah, I feel like you're kind of a prophet a bit here, talking about Delight picking the Camille at the very start of the draft. He locks it in. He's got 100% kill participation. He's roaming all over the map. Again, they can trust Gumayushi to just sit bottom, take care of himself, clear waves, survive, play that weak side. Meanwhile, top has just turned into rivers of blood here as everyone constantly plays around this Volibear and Mbessa matchup.
And it's like this, HLE and BLG are the two teams I'm most excited to see this style on. Because I think like they play this incredibly well, like getting your support out of the map, interacting in the rest of the game, and just blowing the game open in your favor. Like you can see, Delight's just ignoring bot. He's like, I'm going to play mid. I'm possibly going to go top here again because he's going to cover for the grub take from Kanavi. But also like Pun has just about to get his flash back up. So there is that small timing window you were talking about last game to try and punish the Volibear once more.
All right, Pun backing away now as you do have both Kanavi and Delight up in the area. Kanavi clearing out the grubs right now, has already secured the first one. Delight's just here to make sure that no shenanigans happen while the jungler is occupied, while his top laner is pushing out. There's your hook shot. Does not find the stun, but it won't matter. He's already got the Hextech ultimatum. Pun getting away for now. The Ignite is on him, but he survives with about 200 HP. Delight still looking for a little bit more. BA shows up. He's trying to cover here for his top laner. BA is also low. Zeus flashing away, still burning down from the Ignite. Both top laners barely hanging on.
Still, might just look for a little bit more afterwards, but with his toe up in the area, Kanavi going to back away as he spot on the ward. Because Delight definitely has enough damage once he gets his combo back up to finish off one of these low health bars. But BA playing that perfectly, just about getting that repel off before the ultimate from Kanavi connected was crucial to surviving there.
And I feel like we're kind of seeing deja vu. Yeah, it wasn't as active very, very early, but after the top lane happened, we've still got a violent early game. We've still got, D-Ray making a play down here on the bottom side, looking for Gumayushi, who does get away for now. Curtain call is opened up though. Gumayushi stepping to the side as the teleport's about to arrive. Guma putting the damage into D-Ray, but public execution misses, will not matter. Again, HLE come out on top. This is the trust in Gumayushi that I was talking about. He evades the pressure, he absorbs the threat, the rest of the team comes and gets the punish.
It's just not fair, Flowers.
No.
Like, 99% of players die in that position, but Gumayushi managed to step away from so many of the deadly flourishes, the extra damage that was coming through, and buying enough time for the support to follow up. HLE are just covering every base.
This is scary, scary stuff. Pun's at least going to grab a couple of plates up here of this top lane turret, but now Gumayushi has rotated up here, and it's so difficult for Volibear to do anything to Mel. You just send the solar snare at him and walk away. Yeah, he's going to get the cooldown back on his Q afterwards, but you're already all the way completely distant from him. Yeah. What's it going to matter? So 3,000 gold lead for HLE 11 minutes into the game. This is feeling very, very similar to game.
Yeah, and now they're starting to take over this top side. Going to see if they can find Team Secret Wells in their own jungle. They do push mid.
Oh, Delight jumps in, but a nice evade from BA there. Now the counterattack from Team Secret Wales. The punish on the Kanavi. Finally, the aggression from Delight and Kanavi is met with an appropriate response from Team Secret Wales. They'll grab their 4th kill.
Yeah, bit too much there from HLE. Like, you know that the bot lane is going to be resetting to match Gumayushi in this top side. I'm just not expecting there to be multiple people in the position in the jungle. So Team Secret Wales do a good job of capitalizing. And it does buy them a little bit of space and time here to just get some vision down, try and get these waves back in favor. Because I imagine in 38 seconds, you're going to get that Dragon take attempt from HLE.
And remember that last game, Team Secret Wales didn't get on the board for a much longer duration. Ooh, nice solar snare there, locking up Pun. That interrupts his teleport. Yeah, that's a huge summoner spell loss. Gumayushi making that one happen again. Now we've got to once more look across the map though. Zeus versus Histo. Since Pun couldn't get up here and regroup in time, since he couldn't use his teleport, that means Histo has to be the one defending against the Ambessa. And now BA has already used the repel. Now it's Delight and Kanavi. They want their revenge. If they couldn't find it in the top side jungle, they're going to find it in the bottom side jungle. And now Pun, oh no, now he's under pressure here too. Delight just making sure that he can't walk away. The recall continuing to be channeled. Kanavi going to step forward, cancel that one out. Meanwhile, top side, Zeus going up against D-Ray here, who gets away for now. Bottom side of the map, Pun also going to get dove in the 3v1. He dies immediately. D-Ray getting away alongside Histo up here underneath the tier 1 turret. The weirding tags Zeka, but he still gets away over the wall. No kills in the top side, but mission accomplished down in the bottom lane, and that's going to be the first turret to go along with it.
Yeah, Team Secret Wales are able to keep themselves alive on the top side. At least the silver lining was there was a shutdown for Pun, but losing the wave, losing that tower is going to be horrible for Team Secret Wales. And again, we're just seeing they're trying to keep pace, but there's so many angles of attack from HLE, you just can't cover all sides.
And now Kanavi grabs that dragon exactly like you were talking about. 4,000 gold lead and change. 2 dragons to nothing, 3 grubs to nothing. 13.5 minutes into the game. HLE is just on a whole nother level than Team Secret Wales.
Even trying to look at like the gold leads between the individual players, there's just not really much wiggle room. Like, you've had Team Secret Wales dropping waves to try and make plays or to try and cover plays from HLE, but either HLE are succeeding in the play and getting the lead anyway, or they end up just backing away and you've lost regardless because you've dropped waves to try and match them. So I think in this position, it kind of does now continuously fall back towards being Histo to try and find moments where you can catch out players like Gumayushi when he doesn't have flash, or try and find these plays elsewhere, but your timing windows are just disappearing more and more.
And you talk about trying to find plays onto Gumayushi when he doesn't have flash, but they've already tried to make plays on Gumayushi. Here's his stats: LCK rounds 1 and 2 plus road to MSI, KDA at 4.4, not the highest on that one. His stats among MSI bottom laners, they might not look the most impressive on paper, but again, we saw this guy's experience internationally. We know his accomplishments in the past. He's got the intangibles, he's got the clutch factor to go along with stats that can be very impressive.
Yeah, I think the thing that's always impressed me with Gumayushi is how he does so much with so little. Like, he still always has that massive impact in a game, despite the fact that he will be left completely on his own. But in this case, he's kind of been left on his own and succeeding regardless. Like, he's the highest individual gold lead apart from his support.
Apart from his own support, yeah.
But
it's a strange problem to have, but it's a welcome one. Meanwhile, bottom side, Zeus versus Pun. That 1v1 with a volley bear can be deceptively difficult with all the healing that he can get from the W, with the shielding that he gets from his E. Pun is just capable of doing so much. Meanwhile, a teleport coming in to try to reinforce him here. D-Ray wants to maybe make a move onto Zeus, see if they can find the Ambessa. Public execution looking to buffer through it. Zeus turns back around. Pun staying alive with a frenzy, but it's Delight, and he's ready to fight. Delight once again turning it around here in the top laner battle. Just when Pun thinks he has the chance. No.
I just wanted to double check that his Ignite Delight's running, not Teleport. Because this man is all over the map. It's absolutely insane. He's there in the nick of time, exactly when HLE need him. And now, immediately, HLE going to take this mid lane tower.
Delight's map movements have been impressive. Now a teleport coming back down into the bottom lane as Zeus rejoins his support. He's ready to repay the favor. BA getting away with Repel for now as Histo and D-Ray both have to run. Delight looking for a little bit more. Jumps right back in here with a hook shot. Zeus just ready to clean these guys up, but he needs a little bit more damage. Delight is down to 100 HP and Histo shuts him down. Now Pun is rejoined. You've got the supreme display of talent, but it doesn't do much damage. His toe finally popped by Kanavi, who has to try to get back away now. Zeus jumping in after BA yet again, but the repel keeps him alive. Kanavi falls to Pun. Gumayushi's made his way into the fight. Point blank solar snare finds another kill. BA still running, somehow staying alive here on the Elise. Pun tries to take Zeus with him, and he finds the shutdown. Pun staying alive from the volley bear. As the curtain call shots come in from downtown, Team Secret Wales finding themselves a couple of kills here in the trade. The problem, Dagda, the other side of the map has some issues. Gumayushi finally falls. Pun picks up the kill on that one.
Keep going.
Guma was trying to keep him there because Zeka is teleporting into the fight. Now Zeka finding a little bit of damage, but it does get locked up. Spirit Rush trying to get enough damage here with Orbit Deception. And yet again, out of left field, it's Delight. But Zeka is locked up and Pun goes on a rampage. Delight needs a little bit more damage, but Pun heals up. He needs another heal with a frenzy and he finds it. Pun's in raid boss mode. He stuns Delight out of the hook shot, but now Kanavi's back in the fight. Pun finally has to walk away. Good God, man, every fight lasts 2.5 minutes.
What the hell? Just what happened in that bottom side? HLE on a conveyor belt to just sending more and more people in to the bear. There was a 1.1k gold lead. Pun got so much off the back of that. That was bonkers.
Yeah, okay, that replay's also probably not going to go in uninterrupted. I'm just saying that was a lot of League of Legends all at once.
There was a lot of things happening. There was, the tier 2 went down in top lane, I guess, for Zeka.
Yeah.
That was something.
Yep.
But HLE, they opted in towards repeated player deficit fight after fight. It was definitely some fun.
Yeah. A little bit of fun gaming here. We got fun gaming versus pun gaming because it's all about this volley bear. Everybody just has to. Everyone else on Team Secret Wales are the ads. Pun is the raid boss.
Yeah.
The ads have to support the boss if they want to try to defeat the absolute monster that is HLE right now. Delight jumping in after D-Ray, immediately applies Hextech Ultimatum, trying to get the kill, but BA shows up and the counterattack is there. Team Secret Wales get the kill on Delight. That is big to start this one off. Curtain call opens up. Kanavi gonna get slowed down. Fourth shot. Comes through, finds Kanavi, and Pun gets another one. Team Secret Wales have already found 2 kills, and Pun's not done. Gumayushi gonna be the next target. Pun running after him, but a nice use of charm in the slow. Pun still continuing forward, finds the stun on Aguma. The damage back isn't gonna be enough as Team Secret Wales get a 3-0. HLE is playing fast and loose, and Team Secret Wales are finding the angles for the counterattack.
Secret Wales are happy to punish on this one. Delight goes way too deep, and immediately Team Secret Wales come alive. They're gonna get the dragon, they got some kills. HLE trying to find something back by taking this mid lane tower, but Eddie needs to be careful re-entering here. Delight was on the hunt.
This is some very happy gaming from HLE. Let's take another look here.
Yeah.
As Delight just says, all right, I see somebody, I'm jumping him.
Yeah, but forgot to see where the rest of his team was, because he was so deep on this one. But you've only got Kanavi's able to come through. The repel again, perfect from BA. D-Ray of the sidestep. And at this stage, Pun has already been keeping many members of HLE engaged on the top end, and he just jumped in on top of them. He's already got so many tanky stats. He's happy to tower dive. And it's yeah, you can see there, Team Secret Wales happy to get a little bit more off of that.
And there's your damage from the last fight. It's Pun topping the charts at 3,700. The bear is there, man.
There's a reason a lot about. Oh, hang on.
We're not done yet. Kanavi and Delight going in this time, and his toe is dead before anybody arrives. Teleports from both teams are here. Eddie's going to be the target of Zeus. Pun creating a little bit of space, preventing the rest of HLE from joining in. The volley bear has about 4,000 HP at this point. It's very difficult to get through him.
Zeus nearly connecting with the public execution now. Ends up locked down.
Yeah, Zeus having a bit of a problem here. Pun does get caught by Solar Snare. Down to half HP on the volley bears. HLE continues pushing into the enemy jungle, trying to rip more and more control of the rift away.
Still, as you say, HLE just holding on towards that topside vision, not giving it towards Team Secret Wales. Can they find a pick, Dira? This is a little risky.
Yeah. Oh, tried to jump over the wall there. Did not quite find his way over, but luckily that does not cost him anything. Kanavi, oh no, maybe it will cost him something now. He does not have Between Worlds ready to go. He just pops MSI's gone. D-Ray's dead. BA's about to join him. That's a 2-0 here so far. Kanavi down to 200 HP. Hizto wants to get something back as the curtain call opens up. The shot's firing through. Pun jumps in. Goes godlike, finding the kill on Kanavi. Now Delight's going to be the next target, but he hook shots over the wall. Zaya's coming in. The shutdown on Pun is going to be big as he tries to escape. Has a little bit more distance, using the ulti to get out. Frenzy with a massive heal. Zaya's now overextended. Hizto and Pun grab the kill. This bear is the key to victory for Team Secret Whales. Hizto jumps in, going after Delight. Deadly Flourish looking for Gumayushi, but Delight kills Hizto. The jungler can't fight the support because Delight is so far ahead. Pun still chasing after Guma, but he can't quite find him.
Pun still gets charmed as he tries desperately to carry this game. It is Pun v4, and he's almost making it work. But unfortunately, just not enough in the tank as HLE are able to step away because Dire gets destroyed here, blowing up immediately. The follow-up on towards B, and I thought this was it. I thought they were done. But Hizto goes on towards Kanavi with a flash away, not able to make it work. Kanavi tries to go back to safety, but Pun immediately there to follow up. And the healing from this bear with the unending despair and the maul is absurd as he heals his way up in this one. The ultimate there. There's just a chomp, and HLE have to run, but yeah, you can see as they try to jump on towards Pun, he is more than happy as soon as they close the gap to keep it going.
He's so strong on this volley bear. And I mean, it's HLE's problem that they made for themselves by giving him this opportunity, having these long, scrappy fights that Volleybear loves. Spirit Visage alongside that unending despair with that Fimble winner like you were talking about, it shields and heals forever.
But this is why so many of the analysts were talking about Pun in this Volleybear. Like, this has been such a strong pick for him domestically. He has only brought it out once, but he is a beast on this pick.
Well, HLE have found Team Secret Whales trying to sneak a Baron away. They will not allow that to happen. Pun's going to eat a lot of damage here at the very start of the fight, but he turns it right back around! Pun's legendary, and Zeus is caught. The curtain call is opened up, but Zeka's here with the back line. Delight right beside him, and Eddie is going to get picked off. You got to protect your Jhin. The rest of the team gets blinded chasing, and Eddie gets caught unaware. Now D-Ray has to try to escape. Going across the veil, turns it around between worlds. Delight escapes for now. Weirding's not going to find the target. Delight looking for the hook shot, but Hizto gets away with the combo.
HLE managing to get Eddie, get the kill back. Because Team Secret Whales actually, nice turnaround on towards Zeus, but we're still seeing the same problem, right? Where they try to set up for a pick, try to set up for a play, but HLE, they're playing at the map better. They push in top, open up for Zeka to find that flank, and it's just this constant rotation on the map that's catching them out. They try to get Pun. This bear is way too tanky. Yeah. And Zeus is caught in response. He does not have that same luxury, but you can already see, like, this is the collapse from Zeka who pushed out top wave, now moving in. And it's Team Secret Whales who are constantly trying to make these pick plays happen, but they're losing control in side lanes, and it's HLE who are then finding these collapse angles afterwards.
HLE are going to grab their third Drake of the game, however, that puts them on Soul Point with an Infernal Soul Rift. That is very scary. Maybe that's the difference between being able to kill Pun or not. But that Volleybear Tunneler in inventory, that means the next item is going to be something of the Bruiser Persuasion.
Probably Sundered Sky at
yeah,
this stage,
more carry potential there for the top laner as Team Secret Whales will again begin the Baron. HLE, they know this is happening. They're ready to respond. Pun trying to clear out some of the vision. Keep your eyes on Delight. This Camille has been starting so many of the fights. Kanavi on the backside of the pit as his toe goes over there into the Tri-Brush. They do not want to overcommit to the Baron. Pun hit with a Solar Snare yet again, followed up by the Charm. Pun at half HP. Supreme display of talent only tags his toe. Not a lot of value there out of Kanavi's ultimate, and both sides seem to just choose to disengage.
Looks like HLE want to try and interrupt these resets though, because Zeka pushing in mid could potentially take that inhibitor turret. So they're forcing the long way back for Team Secret Whales, which gives them time here on the mid lane.
All right, that wave is pushing. HLE just seeing the opportunity, but they don't want to overcommit to anything. Reset coming in from Eddie and his toe now, as the rest of the Whales have already completed theirs. Zeka just trying to steal away resources from the enemy jungle. Same thing for Zeus here as they collect a couple of camps, get themselves out of town, go back home, make those purchases. This game has become this game doesn't feel like it's an 8,000 gold lead for HLE because they keep taking fights that favor the way that Volibear plays the game. Volibear loves long, messy fights where you can get multiple heals, multiple shields, give yourself so much effective HP, and that's what all the fights have been.
It's also a team comp that wants to dive, but also it's kind of tricky too, because you're running into the Elise who's got the Cocoon, you've got Dire who's got some decent setup in the in-between worlds to reposition. In theory, Eddie's playing back, so it does make it a little tough, because by default the composition favors jumping into the Volibear, right?
All right, Team Secret Whales, if nothing else, they do have a 3-minute timer because that's when the Dragon Soul will spawn for HLE, and they will have to take that fight. You don't want to give the Infernal Soul to a team that's already 8,000 gold ahead. So for HLE, I want to see, do you try to make some crazy aggressive move, or do you just force them to answer you down to the Dragon? Kanavi, almost level 16 on the Kiana, his toe just barely level 14 on the Jarvan.
Also, if Team Secret Whales do find a good fight, there's a ton of standing gold for them as Delight.
Oh, Delight, stun with a deadly flourish. Pun follows it up with a stun of his own, but no, nothing more from Team Secret Whales. Ooh, D-Ray messes up the Between Worlds, casts it on a whole lot of nothing, and now HLE, they've killed the raid boss, and everybody else is in their sights. D-Ray and BA both fall right after. Right when it looked like Team Secret Whales continued to find fights and hold the line, it's Pun getting picked into the follow-up kills on the mid laner in support of Team Secret Whales, and now it's just a 5-man death ball down the mid lane.
Yeah, the blades came crashing down as Team Secret Whales are trying to juggle a potential pick onto the light. And now the curtain call, and I think that's it.
His toe catches everybody in Cataclysm, and it does not matter at all. He will at least get the kill on Delight thanks to the turret damage. But now it's Eddie versus everybody as the first Nexus turret dies. Second one's about to fall. BA and Pun will respawn. HLE onto the Nexus itself now, though. Pun charging forward, trying to take him out before the Nexus falls, but it ain't gonna happen. HLE go to match point.
It got a little funny in the mid-game, but HLE still able to bring it together in the end. Better map play, better control in the fight, and that last pick just sealing the deal for Team Secret Whales.
A little bit of happy gaming, a little bit of a Volibear raid boss. Analysts, how we feeling?
I feel like if Pun's alive, they're gonna fight.
Yeah.
They have a chance. If
Yeah.
Pun's dead, they're all dead.
I'm feeling like, man, if I'm Pun, I'm just like, where is my team?
Is it a Pun V9?
I'm so 1v9 the whole game.
Yeah.
Did you say Pun V9?
Yeah, it is a Pun V9.
My gosh.
Yeah.
He was punishing the other team.
He was.
And then it
Great
gets
to
picked
see.
one time mid lane, the game instantly ends.
And there's no follow-up to that, by the way.
Anybody?
He literally is running up, stomps on the Camille, and then D-Ray is like 3 seconds later, all right, I'm coming in. Please, please, I'm begging, any follow-up.
It's tough. It's tough.
Tough. It was tough. Signs of life, though, and that
Yes.
stat about them being bloody, liking to fight. I definitely saw that in action, but it was HLE again that comes out with the win. Let's break down a couple of things that they pulled out here, right? And we talked a lot about like if the meta is in their favor, they usually do well. What are we thinking here?
Well, I mean, I think it's been a really cool series to see some new champions coming out. We've had 4 champs come out for the first time so far at MSI. Skarner, Shen, Elise, and Volibear. So both teams bringing out some new action. But I gotta say, when Delight is playing like this, he is so unlocked. So with the meta shifting away from enchanters, yes, he's good at enchanters too, I know. But
Yeah.
Seraphine, Nami, like Karma, Emilio, he's playing all that stuff in the LCK. You can't have that level of impact, and you cannot convince me otherwise,
Yes.
man. Like, Delight playing Engage champs is just such a beautiful thing to watch.
It's such a
Delight.
it was right there.
Yeah, it's
It was right
delightful.
there.
Yeah.
I mean, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, every second count, the light is just always there. Game 1 was a story about him really working off of winning lanes. This time around, he's like, oh, that Volibear is really stomping you, and it looks like that's a dive timer that Histo is getting there. In the nick of time, comes in there and turns the play. And he does it a lot. He did it again, bot side of the map, when he recognized it was a 1v2. He's there for him.
Brother didn't even mix up the script. It was an E flash from Shen, now it's an E flash from Camille.
Secretly, he
Where's
only
the
knows one combo.
creativity?
Yeah.
Come on.
He only knows one combo, so he just has to find different champions to do it
Okay,
on.
so now he can play Gragas, another E flash champ.
Exactly,
You know,
exactly.
Yeah, of course.
What else we got,
He's going to
man?
find another champion. They took the Elise away from him, so he can't do that one, the flashy on that champ.
No, but it's actually
Yeah.
super, super fun to watch, I gotta say, right?
Yes.
Seeing him move around the map, getting those advantages everywhere, saving a lot of his teammates in the nick of time. They must have felt really, really secure.
Yeah, because like, what can Team Secret Whales do? There are oftentimes, if you're BA, you have to match it. That's why he picked the Elise. That's why he was also trying to find angles on mid lane as well. Because Gumayushi is going to be fine. He's going to be honestly like eating up waves. And if he's going to get dove, then he recognized what to do in those situations. And so Delight has just been a terror on the map.
Yeah, and just not bot lane. Look at the bot lane proximity. He spent 27% of his time. It's like a quarter of his game is bot lane. He's like, Guma, you got 3 waves, buddy.
Yeah.
And then I'll see you at 35 minutes for team fights.
I lied to you. It was the second wave. I'm gone.
9K plus A at 14 in game 2. They were just everywhere fighting on the map.
It's interesting, right? Because like you'd say, oh, well, Team Secret Whales, why don't you make sure that they have to pay attention bot? Why don't you make sure that they have to play that lane? But it just doesn't seem like it's realistic in this scenario. What do you think?
It's been tough. I mean, the reality is to be able to actually draw him bot lane, you kind of have to be winning the 2v2, have Guma in a position where he's trapped under the tower, where you're threatening a dive. But if they're winning the 2v2, they have the push, and they're going to take the earlier base, and Delight is gone, right?
Yeah.
And then as BA, you kind of have to match the roam because you're already behind on tempo. So it kind of requires step 1 of winning 2v2. And you look over and it's Guma and Delight, you're like, oh,
yeah.
Oh,
And what sucks is that they had that timer a little bit earlier that Histo could have maybe like sacked a camp to go top lane on the earlier wave and make that dive happen, but it was just a wave too late for Delight to be there. So what's going to be frustrating is that the communication from the side of HLE is just on point. And if you have a player like Histo, or in this game, Pun, who's going mad.
They need more puns.
We need more puns.
We need 5 puns.
We need another pun in the mid lane.
What other bear champions can he bring out?
I'm all out of bear
Those are looking good.
Maybe we could use specifically the Tibbers
Can
to the ante.
we undo Fearless specifically for this one champion?
I'm asking them right now. Guys, anybody?
I think we're going to need a rule change.
Oh, look at his damage.
I know, he was going crazy. I mean, he played really, really well. He was everywhere. It was a relatively like low DPS team, high burst, low DPS.
Yeah.
So we saw when he wasn't getting burst down, they had that one fight that was over by their blue buff where he survives, and then all of a sudden he's kind of just healing through everything that they did. So I think it was a smart pick, both for the 1v1, but also compositionally worked really, really well.
Yeah.
And I think had his team not been so far behind on the rest of the map, it is one of those games where you're like, he could have actually carried.
Yeah, it's true. But the light was everywhere.
He was.
Popping it.
I'm a little bit worried about HLE though. Sometimes when they know that they are very ahead of their opponents or much better than their opponents, they're willing to opt into some fights.
And we saw that here already, right?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
So I feel like you can't completely disrespect them. I think if there's just a few more adjustments, or if we see Team Secret Whales play to sides a little bit more aggressively, because that one play mid where there wasn't really an objective to play for, I think that could have been it, where they can play on sides instead.
I mean, there was a lot of talk after first stand, LCK ramping up their speed, combined kills a minute, about 1 at first stand here.
Yeah.
We got 1.3, we got 1.4. They're pumping up the kills. They want to get chaotic, and it has been so far.
It has been so far. HLE sovereign so far. They can make it a 3-0 after this, or will Team Secret Whales fight back?
Fight back, please!
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with League of Legends Esports, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. so players can focus on the game and fans can focus on the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026 here in our first main stage best of 5. It's Hanwha Life Esports going up against Team Secret Whales. Game 1 was an HLE stomp. Game number 2, if you look only at the scoreboard, it's also a stomp because they're ahead 8,000 gold the entire time, but there was a little bit of happy gaming involving Pun's volleyball.
There definitely was, and it feels like the 3-0 curse maybe has not quite left us yet, as Team Secret Whales really need to find something in the tank to bring it out. It nearly looked like the tank volley bear was gonna be that something, as Pun had a phenomenal game on that pick, but unfortunately just couldn't quite turn it around in the game.
Yeah, Pun had a great performance. Again, I think that a lot of that was also HLE's doing. They had a very large gold advantage for a very long time. They started really just limit testing, seeing kind of what they could get away with. And then Team Secret Whales did do a good job of punishing that. Yeah. It created these long, messy, extended fights.
Very long.
I can't remember the last game I had with 2 different fights that went over 90 seconds each, but that was one of them. And it was just chaotic, and it allowed that volley bear to flourish, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, usually it's remarkable when a fight goes long enough that someone gets to rejoin the fight and die again. That felt like the standard in that last game. So we'll have to see if we are going to get a bit more bedlam as we kick it over in towards draft in just a couple of moments, or whether it's going to be smooth sailing for honestly either of these sides, because I would love to see Team Secret Whales being able to get at least one punch back against HLE.
But that's going to be a lot harder than just saying, yeah, guys, let's play better this time.
Yeah,
HLE has been playing monstrously. Delight in particular has been a highlight player for me. even that last game, which didn't have the explosive like level 2, level 3 plays of game number 1, once we finally did get that first big, I'm going to call it a team fight, even though it was more of just like a cacophony of what is going on, up around the top lane tier 1 turret that led to a 5-for-2 trade, a 7-kill exchange between the teams. It was Delight roaming up to prevent it from just being a successful 2v1 dive against Zeus. I feel like this guy has such good awareness of where he needs to be on the map, where everyone else wants to be on the map, and his play has been great so far. So even though he got a little happy in the mid game, made a couple of choices on where to dive. Let's see how we do for now, though, here in our third game, as we do have the Varus, the Nautilus, and the Akali banned out by HLE. Over on the Secret Whales side, it's Rumble and Gnar taken out at first. Again, just trying to get rid of some of those top laners that can kind of be picked into anything because they want to set Pun up for success.
Yeah, and the Orianna to follow. This is kind of in the staple ban. I think it will kind of still continue to stay in that ban phase. It's still a very strong pick, but I was about to say that does leave the Bard open for Delight, so heavy Roman supports have been going well for him. He gets to continue that streak.
Yeah, and when you look back at the regular season for both of these teams for spring, Bard was either the most played or tied for the most played for both supports, so locking that one in for Delight is going to feel very, very good. If he can roam well on stuff that's not Bard, imagine what he can do on the Bard, Dagda.
Yeah, the separation, though, going to happen here, it looks like, is Caitlyn going to be taken away from Gumayusi, making sure you can't get that combo with the Bard. But I am curious what they are going to pair with. Looks like it may be the Karma immediately. I wasn't sure if we'd be able to try and find something in more of an engage heavy style, but it looks like they just want to try and hard push through the bot lane and see if they can, through that, keep Delight locked to that bot lane.
Exactly. It's lane dominance. It's pressure towards Gumayusi, who has played double mages in these first 2 games. He has been left alone very often. He's been able to absorb pressure to clear waves. So if you have something like Caitlyn Karma that just says, no, if you're 1v2, you are suffering, maybe that's the recipe for success. But HLE, they're going to lock in some powerful damage here. Tempered Fate into a bullet time as soon as it ends can be a very nasty combination, especially if there's additional follow-up CC for once that Tempered Fate does expire. As the Nocturne is the jungler for Kanavi.
It's also something that we've seen from HLE quite a bit. For Gumayusi, he really does like the Misfortune. Again, because you get strong laning in the early stages, but also the bullet time can be used defensively for wave clear when he ends up isolated by himself. So definitely something that HLE have a ton of practice with. And now that you're getting that Bard and Nocturne and the ability to start turning off the lights and looking for picks, it looks like HLE definitely feeling like they want to opt into the same strategy we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2.
And Team Secret Whales, they're going to go ahead and lock themselves in the Renekton before the second half of the bans come through. So it's not a full wait and try to get Pun counterpick strategy here in Game 3 like we saw in Game 2.
Yeah, I'm curious what the answer is going to be, though, because I imagine you can kind of get rid of, like, the Cassante, the Jax on the bans here against Zeus. So Zeus, at least we'll have an idea of what he wants to try and bring out, but yeah, actually, I suppose, Vayne, these kind of range top laners, still a menace against the Renekton.
Yeah, these 2026 has kind of been the emergence of solo queues top lane terrors into pro play with the range top laners, stuff like Vayne. Anybody who's ever played top lane into Vayne knows that this is not an enjoyable
It's also funny
experience.
because, like, we started to see it towards the end of last year until we got those lane swaps coming through, and then teams were like, I cannot play Vayne, she cannot survive if she gets low. So we end up opting in towards, like, the Scion and the tanks and these sorts of things, but now they've been let loose. It's all about the lane, baby, and Vayne is very happy with that one.
Well, the Xin Zhao is going to be the ban here from HLE in the second half. They're saying, all right, we've got our jungler, you don't have yours. Easy spot to target. Again, the junglers being so critical to both of these teams in terms of getting them rolling, making plays, finding success. If you can enable Kanavi and shut down his toe, you're going to have a good time. Cassante, you already mentioned that as one of those potential bans against the Renekton, and there it is.
Still options, though, because, like, range, there's still a lot of range carries. Like, you've even seen Zeus bring out things like the Tristana, the Anivia, the Kennen. Like, he is a ton of options, so I don't think he'll be short on things he wants to do, especially if you're talking about, like, at the end of the Tempered Fate, you have the bullet time. Why not add a Kennen ultimate into that mix as well? Does well against the Renekton, but we'll have to see his though going to go for the Neferi. Is one of his most played champions. Is tied for third most played champions coming in from the regular season. And definitely something he'll be looking to get aggressive on in the early stages.
So here's my problem, Dagda. I'm seeing 4 champions. I'm not seeing a mid laner, which is traditionally like a control mage type. And I'm seeing virtually no engage, right? The Fury can dive into the backline, but that's not CC. The job is to just pop a carry. Renekton, you can stun one guy, but the engage tools are limited on the Secret Whales side, and Mundo locked in.
Yeah, I do think it'll be the Galio potentially for D-Ray in the mid lane.
Okay.
We've seen that like Galio-Nefiri combo, but opting in immediately, I think Zeka reading this to the Victor. Long range makes it a little bit more difficult for the Galio to try and survive or even trade effectively in that mid lane. But the Mundo coming down to the top lane, kind of sick to see, to be honest, as I don't think he can go towards that. There's a Mundo, and that's a lot of AD.
Yeah, full AD comp against Dr. Mundo feels like a little bit of just falling on your own sword in the draft for no reason. So instead, they will leave that Yone off to the side, and Hui will be the answer. So it's Control Mage versus Control Mage in the mid lane. But again, I have to go back to what I was just saying. Where is the engage on Team Secret Whales? This composition feels like if they're ahead and you're like at the objectives first, you have the range, you have the zone control with things like Hui, with things like the Caitlyn traps, that it's difficult for your opponents to check into you. But we're talking about a head-to-head here that HLE has had 4,000 gold advantages at 10 or 11 minutes in both games so far. So building a composition that feels like it only works when it plays from ahead, I'm just going to say I'm pressing X. I am doubting from what I am seeing from Team Secret Whales here in the draft. I like HLE's draft much better.
Yeah, I think it very much depends on like using this Karma to speed up the comp, to try and use that range effectively. Like the Caitlyn and the Hui can poke from very, very far away. But if you ever fall prey to the Tempered Fate from Delight or you're behind, that composition becomes very difficult to try and play through. And I think that's basically what HLE are banking on here. You've got the Mundo that can try and run you over. You've got the Nocturne that can guarantee engage. The long-range Tempered Fate onto Hui makes it easy to catch him.
Yep.
So there's multiple angles for those picks from HLE to come through.
And I have been informed by our producers that this is Zeus's first Mundo in professional play ever.
Can we get the comms to see if he was the same as owner and is asking what do these buttons do?
Just like,
that would be great.
How do I play my character? We're here at MSI, second biggest event of the year. What does my character do?
It is funny though, because like you go back to like 2014, and there used to be that like Mundo, Shyvana, Renekton top lane trio that was going around. They got like, they got broken by Trundle at one stage, and like it kind of gives me that vibes. But I don't know. I don't know if Mundo can survive as easily against the Renekton as he did back then. You know.
Well, the one nice thing though for Zeus is whenever I see somebody playing, a pure tank, something like a Mundo, when you're laning against an AD top laner and the enemy jungler is also AD, your itemization just feels so comfortable because Hui is not a mobile champion. We're not looking at something like a Talia or a Ryze that can also very easily roam up towards the top side. So, okay, I'm going to build plated steel caps and some armor, and that's pretty much it. Like, you're just going to have a great time. But hey, a reminder, if you are watching MSI, you might as well get rewarded for it. Head on over to lolesports.com, log in with your Riot ID, and watch live for a chance to earn some MSI 2026 drops, maybe even during this game with Zeus' first Mundo.
Like a nice done onto Eddie there, but yeah, with the Mundo, like maybe he's just getting prepped for League Classic, Yeah. Reminded of those old days. I do think though the build we'll probably see, because we see it an awful lot of the times, is more so the like, hey, we're gonna go for the early. Why can't I think of the name of it? The bonk, the stacks. The Heartsteel.
The Heartsteel.
Early Heartsteel.
The bonk with the stack. You remember the noise.
Yeah. That's what everyone remembers the noise. If you play ARAM, that's the only noise that exists in that. Yeah. But I think it'll be that, and then the Warmogs is basically the game plan. And once you hit those two items, you kind of just delete a lot of the carries. So if he ever closes the gap, D-Ray and Eddie just die.
Yeah, it's not going to be a great time. Plus, now that we're in this season 2026 with the new starter items, and you're saying, okay, I trust myself to not die early to Renekton. I'm Mundo. You just go with the Doran's Helm for the better scaling, and it's going to be even more of a problem.
I don't know if I trust D-Ray not to die early, though. Zeka very much getting the best of him here.
Oh, boy.
And it has not been pretty thus far. There's the slow.
Okay, he escapes the gravity field stun. But yeah, D-Ray just barely holding on. And honestly, between games at international events like this, I always like to check the live discussions on social media, see what people are saying.
You're a brave man.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you see some stuff in there that you're just a little perplexed by. But what I saw here was a lot of D-Ray criticism. People watching are saying, yeah, D-Ray, he's not he's not meeting the mark. He's not standing the test up against a world-class mid laner like Zeka, and it's become a big weakness, a big problem here for Team Secret Wales as D-Ray continues to fall behind while also being targeted. Sometimes he'll just fall behind slowly. Other times, HLE is going to focus him down like in game number 1, but now we might have a fight here in the topside river. Kanavi versus Histo. Kanavi comes out on top in the 1v1, but again, it's a 5v5 game, and since Pun is willing to walk away from the wave for a little bit to come back up his jungler, that means Team Secret Wales gets the crab.
Yeah, I mean, they even brought up BA as well. They really wanted to make sure that Histo was going to end up getting one of these Scuttle Crabs, because that was kind of what HLE were looking to secure for themselves. But it doesn't cost them too much in the end, as D-Ray again walks in towards Zeka.
Yeah, he does find a pretty solid trade on him here. So D-Ray taking that opportunity to move forward, play a little bit aggressively into the Victor. Zeus, oh, that turret shot on Pun could be a problem. Zeus with a flash away, evades the Cole the Meek. Ward down into the brush. Zeus with another infected Bonesaw, not going to hit the target there. I guess it's more of an infected briefcase. But he walks back. Pun. All right, that could have been dicey either way. The flash from Zeus having to be spent though. Oh! First game Mundo, first blood Mundo. Zeus on the board, 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the game.
Definitely not a first time Mundo for Zeus though. Using the creep, if you kill it with the E, it shoots through and ends up getting more damage off. And that briefcase, very well played by Zeus. Even the flash away from the Cold of the Week, deny the full heal was perfect.
Yeah, that was awesome from Zeus, and exactly what you're saying. Normally you want to play it with the minions in between you and the opponent to not get hit by the briefcases, but the minion gets kicked, the briefcase follows it right behind. You've got 2 projectiles back to back, bam. Pun is dead, and Zeus is off to a good start. Now Kanavi and Delight looking for a 3v2 here in the mid lane. Dustbringer connects onto BA. Flash with the binding. That was a little audacious from Delight. There wasn't really anything to bind him to there, as Histo shows up, immediately pops the W just for the extra damage, for the extra dogs. Backs away.
Yeah, ambitious, definitely, from HLE as they try to make that play happen. But either way, Team Secret Wales managed to get back away. But we're going to get a replay of this topside play. So Zeus misses on the briefcase, which isn't the end of the world. But remember, he's just flashed away from the Cult of Meek, the Empowered Cult of Meek, which would have given Pun a lot more. But we'll see it here, basically waiting for that minion to go low. Gets the kick through, gets the briefcase after, and Pun falls.
Misfortune might be the champ in the game with the double guns, but you can see the frustration right there because it was that 1-2 shot, both of them just in rapid sequence, one after the other. And that's the kind of moves you want to see, especially since in game number 2, Zeus did not have a very impressive game, right? Pun was the raid boss. Zeus kept kind of trying to do the same thing, creating space, diving in, creating threat, but it didn't work out. But now here in game number 3, Zeus is the first one to step up for HLE. Oh, and he's doing it again. All right, level 7 versus level 7. No ulti spent from either side. Histo is nearby.
Histo did just hit level 6 though off that Scuttle Crab. Kanavi a little late to try and get towards it. So you can see everything in HLE kind of cools down on that top side once they know the dog is near, and they are just going to back away. And this is oftentimes why we see the Neferi as an answer into the Nocturne. Nocturne does beat Neferi in the early stages, but it's about having access to that ultimate and being able to match some of the plays from the Nocturne whenever he goes for these dives, or even having more pressure on the map than the Nocturne.
Right. It's not like Hound's Pursuit will have the same range as Paranoia, but it's still a much longer range opportunity than most other alternatives. Plus, it's just fun to play a big, silly hot dog. So HLE, they're off to probably their slowest start yet in this series. But right as I say it, Delight shows up. Here comes Kanavi. The fear is about to find the mark. Pun stays alive, though, and HLE, despite sending 3 men, despite committing 2 ultimates, will not get the kill. And now Gumayushi, this is what I was talking about back in draft. You want to put the pressure on this guy when he's alone here in the 1v2. Topside Pun under pressure here yet again. Zeus finds the kill. That's a 2-0 Mundo as Gumayushi barely holds on in the bottom lane. He will survive, but he must abandon his position at the turret, and that should give some much-needed money to Eddie and BA.
Still Zeus having a great time on this top side thanks to the help of his teammates, just able to get that briefcase, but Histo wants it. He's going to try and dive in on top of them, and Zeus, he just falls immediately. 0 response possible there.
Yup, he gets the burst down. Zeus had already used the maximum dosage earlier in the fight. The Heart Shocker, Heart Zapper, whatever the name of the W is, the lightning thing. It can't heal him up in time. It's not like he had enough health to really play with. So Zeus falls there. Histo doing a good job getting his team on the board.
Still, I think for HLE, like, you're getting kind of good push on the map, right? Zeka very much in control over the mid lane. Zeus has still got that lead in the top side. And with Dragon now up and available, I think that's where we'll start to see HLE trying to make some sort of plays happen. Although I am looking at a little bit of an overextended Caitlyn in the bottom side. I wasn't sure if Kanavi wanted to try and make something happen, but without the ult, not going to be able to get too much happening.
This is by far the best early game from Team Secret Whales in the series, right? They're 500 gold behind, but their opponents have not taken any neutral objectives. The Grubs and the Dragon are still standing. You've got gold advantages in jungle and bot lane carry both, as Zeka and D-Ray continue to trade blows.
But it's also the game where HLE have taken scaling top side of the map, right? Like, it's Victor and Mundo, so they're kind of like, yeah, we're happy to kind of handshake the early game and not end up in too bad of a position. And even here, still Zeka fishing for more.
Okay, D-Ray, about 200 HP once that shield wears away. Does get the level up, and that level up was pretty important because otherwise Zeka probably could have just found a flash power siphon and got the kill. Meanwhile, up here in the top lane yet again, it's focus on Tapun, and Guma Yushi with the bullet time guns him down.
Yeah, the man had one good game, and HLE are like, no, this is not happening again. Yeah, we're going to make sure Pun does not get to have fun this time around. And kill on top, got the Void Grubs, and now they're pushing in on towards this top lane as well to get some plates for Guma Yushi. Yeah, Team Secret Whales, they just need to find ways to get active and start to play around this Neferi or look for trades on the map. But you can see Histo's on this top side, only now going to be able to make it back down. And Zeus pops a maximum dosage to keep himself healthy in the bottom lane.
Yep, and he knows that he has his passive ready, and he just uses it to step on the trap, pick the canister back up, and it's an easy way to try to disarm some of these Caitlyn traps that would be a much bigger headache for a lot of other champions. Still 500 gold lead is all that can be said for HLE though, so like you're saying, it will be slower, they do want to scale, but Team Secret Whales I think are going to have an opportunity in this game that they haven't had in the previous games. Oh man, did I just curse it? I think I might have just cursed it. Eddie, targeted now by Delight, but no, D-Ray shows up in time. It's Gumayushi in danger, and D-Ray gets the kill. Okay, I didn't curse it. Team Secret Whales are going to have an opportunity in this game that they haven't in the first two to play from a relatively even game state in the mid game.
Yeah, especially Eddie, actually, who's going to have a decent lead for himself as they take this tower. Didn't quite get the kill, but the CS lead, the plates, like, you now have a Caitlyn that's in a decent spot, and yes, D-Ray is going to fall behind here off this play because he ends up abandoning that wave mid and also loses a bit more as his toe, just going to be able to back away, but still, in the grand scheme of things, Team Secret Whales now have a win condition to play through.
Exactly, and that's something that has not been the case so far in this series. I mean, you could say technically that there was a win condition in game number 2 because of the way that the fights were so sloppy and Pun kept having these highlight reel moments. But anytime you looked at the scoreboard, the gold lead was still 8,500. Right, it's still one of those things that it's like a fake chance at winning. But meanwhile, Kanavi and Delight got to be careful. They're trying to invade yet again, and Kanavi gets caught. His toe with the kill, and Team Secret Whales are up to a 1,000 gold lead.
They're not done.
This is the biggest lead they've had so far in the series. Gumayushi trying to get away as the Hound's pursuit arrives. The darkened daggers follow. Delight is nearby to try to protect his carry, but he cannot do it. Now BA's arrived, and Delight might be the next to fall. D-Ray's ready to follow it up. And it's just train death. 1, 2, 3. Team Secret Whales line them up and knock them down.
Hold on a second. Team Secret Whales getting some life in them in this series. The kills in the bottom lane, they have Eddie covering mid, and now getting some of those kills on towards D-Ray as well means that the goal that he'd lost helping out bot lane has now been retributed a little bit on this play. Still Pun struggling in this top side, but a big win across the board for Team Secret Whales.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about at the top of the day, right? Both of these teams with these aggressive junglers that really are the engines for making plays happen and getting things done. This has been Histo's best early performance by a long shot. 3-0-1 here on the Neferi, 4 out of 5 kill participation. He's on an assassin jungler and he's fed. This feels great.
And it's kind of the first game where he's had a chance to really have an impact, right? It feels like the games have already gone sideways before he can really get involved with them, thanks to the light roaming in game number 1 and game number 2. So as this game has been a little bit more settled and the lanes haven't just exploded from the get-go, finally, Team Secret Wales starting to get a bit of control. We'll have to see if they can keep it up, though. They still have a dragon to their name, a minute 20 until the next one. You're starting to get those first item completions, which is big for them. But it is going to be a test then around some of these objective setups, how they continue to operate.
I mean, I'm from North America. I've seen this time and time again. You get ahead of a Korean team, you disrespect how good they are at macro, and the lead falls apart in the mid game or the late game. I mean, you and I both experienced this pain in play-ins as our regional representatives had massive leads against T1, fumbled those leads, ultimately ended up losing the game, and that's the trick against playing against these top Korean teams compared to anyone else. You've got to stay sharp. You've got to have the right positioning around the map and have that macro knowledge, or these individual leads are not going to mean what they should. But it looks like Team Secret Wales, they know where they want to be right now. Gumayushi is the target. Histo keeping Kanavi away, and Guma is just picked off. Histo jumping in after Kanavi now. Even though he takes a turret shot, he's still relatively unafraid here.
Still, look at the top side. So, Daejeon, that's some damage.
Oh boy, Spiraling Despair on Delight, goes on a magical journey, stays alive.
And actually might just keep Daejeon in the spot he needs to, because all he really wanted to do was stop multiple members from HLE showing up in that top lane so we can clear out this wave. There's no cross map available for HLE, especially when Kanavi was spotted on that bottom side. So nicely done again. Get the kill onto Gumayushi and get some more gold into your team.
And you can see right now the dragon has spawned and Histo is already walking towards it. He is taking the objective within 5 seconds of it being available to take. Now Kanavi is around, and you can see here right now on the left side of the screen as the Coinbase gold grind shows us that it is over a 1,000 gold lead for Histo. A lot of it coming from that farming, as now Pun and Histo trying to deal with HLE, ready to challenge them here with the dragon. BA has the tether there onto Delight. Gumayushi using the Bloodthirster shield to block the ace in the hole, but now Kanavi is diving in here with a Paranoia. Zeus right behind him. Histo getting away for now. Kanavi under pressure. Pun in the middle of everybody, but he has to try to get away. Bullet time forces Flash back out of the Renekton. Histo on the run. Slowed down by Delight. Cosmic Binding, no attachment into the wall. Histo staying alive for now here with the Karma Shield. No deaths either side, but the health bars favor HLE. They will win themselves control over the bot side river and the Dragon Pit.
And it's a good read from HLE. Team Secret Wales had invested 3 out of their 5 ultimates in that bot side play, so they didn't have anything available to try and fight the dragon. HLE read it. They managed to bully off Team Secret Wales. Zeus just going to step up. Team Secret Wales just want to try and let Dragon go for the Rift Herald on the top side, so at least they get something here.
Exactly. You just take the trade. You're like, all right, we would have liked to have the 2-0 Drake count. Since we can't get it, get whatever we're allowed to take, and that is the Rift Herald. Pun trying to defend the tier 1 turret down here in the bottom side as Delight and Zeka shove the wave up, trying to get a little bit more money out of these plates. It is still about that 2,000 gold lead that it has been for the past couple of minutes for Team Secret Wales. So they haven't lost the lead, but they haven't built it any further either. Pretty just even game state.
I think, though, with the Rift Herald, there is an ability to make some plays that could blow open the game a little bit further. Like, you've got low mid turret, you've got a low top side turret as well, and with the resets about to come through, I think this could be the timer for Team Secret Wales to crack open the mid lane turret, and with that down, it becomes significantly more difficult for you to then protect that top lane, especially if you push mid, immediately rotate up there as Team Secret Wales.
All right, Histo just drives it straight on in. No fancy drifting occurring. We've seen some mistakes with that in the past. Not going to run any of that risk, as Eddie with the extra range on the Caitlyn will shoot down that tier 1 turret in mid. Brings this up to a 2-0 turret advantage for Team Secret Wales.
And with the advantage that Eddie has, it's much easier for him to keep control over mid-wave, enable them BA to start to roam top, same with Histo as well. And if Zeka is actually the one defending this top lane turret, I'm a little bit more scared for HLE, as it's much easier to take down Zeka on a dive than it is someone like Zeus.
All right, speaking of dives, Pun is the name of the game yet again. HLE trying to make their move. They're bringing in a TP as well. They turn it back over towards BA, who wanted to try to save his top laner, but instead will just die before him. Now it's a 4v1 against Pun, and he's going to go out too. Zeus takes the kill on the Mundo, brings this game back up to a 5-6 difference. And that means it's only a 1,000 gold deficit here for HLE as they make the move in the top lane. I respect what BA wanted to do, trying to help Pun, but HLE just send more men. It's a 4v2. It goes exactly how you'd think.
Yeah, they beat them to the punch. We just talked about how Team Secret Wales want to try and push mid into top, but Histo, oh, he's okay.
Yep, he's fine. Just jumps back over the wall there with the Eviscerate, and now Kanavi and Delight recognize, hey, that was kind of our one cheesy attempt. They get away for now. Zeka has to continue his own retreat, does not want to be caught by the dog.
Yeah, but this is kind of what we talked about, is like the fallback plan that we saw in Game 2 from HLE, which is just, we're better on the map. So even though we've started to see Team Secret Wells get control, well, it's actually been HLE who were able to beat them to the punch in top lane. Now they're shifting Zeus in towards mid to guarantee push here, let the reset come through for Gumayushi, and then once more start to dive in towards getting vision in the Team Secret Wells jungle.
And Zeus with that Warmogs completed first alongside his Bramble Vest just for the general, you know, trading power against Renekton with the Grievous Wounds. And he's got the 2 belts in inventory, Dagda, so we're going towards that massive ball of health that you were talking about. This is going to be a very difficult front line to try to get through. Luckily, his toe can dive past him, but they're going to need additional damage besides just the Nefiri to find these valuable target kills.
Yeah, the problem is I think you all have to turn his one onto dealing with Zeus in these fights, because once he finishes off this item, Dire and Eddie are not safe, and he will just run them down. And you're looking at like the ease of lockdown on Team Secret Wells, not fantastic for dealing with a Mundo.
Yeah. I do like, though, Eddie going for the full Mortal Reminder as his second item. Not normally what you would see on the Caitlyn, but he recognizes the threat of the Mundo, recognizes that it has to be answered. Teleports coming in from both teams. Pun arrives with the Empowered Teleport Mega Shield, as nobody's really going to do a whole lot, considering both sides saw the other commit an extra man or two to this situation. They don't want to deal with it, but tragedy for the Team Secret Wales fans in the audience. The gold lead has been passed on to HLE. They have now retaken things from that 2,000 gold deficit, almost up to a 1,000 gold lead of their own, just about a 3K swing the other way.
Still, at least we're getting to see what Team Secret Wells are capable of, because they have definitely been struggling in the early game against just the onslaught of Kanavi and Delight towards this top half of the map. So we're getting, this is what Team Secret Wells were doing domestically, like blowing up the game with Histo, having BA work with him, like looking at finding this control through the early stages. Unfortunately, it's just that little bit of a step up when you're talking about the LCK first seed when it comes towards map play, and they haven't been able to keep pace in that regard.
It's such a tough draw for your first opponent in the tournament.
Yeah, it's not.
To be LCK #1. Team Secret Wales trying to break that streak of 3-0s. Remember, it was 6 best-of-5s in play-ins for 18 total games, all 3-0 outcomes. And HLE are 1 game away from making this 7 3-0s
behind them
in a row. As the TPs are coming in, it's Zeus looking for the pincer attack. The tier 1 turret still standing in mid is critical here, but they're not even going to focus on that. The blast cone, it knocks his toe back towards everybody else. D-Ray's on a killing spree though, as Kanavi ended up isolated. He's the first to fall. Traded away for D-Ray now in a 1-for-1. Nice binding there. Bullet time committed onto Pun. That's a 2-for-1 trade going HLE's way as the Dragon is available. That blast cone was wild. Everybody got sent flying every which way.
And that Cosmic Binding was divine as well from Delight. Just barely able to clip onto the Renekton. And that should be now Dragon going over in just a short notice. No jungler though, means there's no smite. So a little hesitant with Histo still on the map, but it should just be taken as soon as they come back out. The confidence though from HLE, understanding Zeus is massive at this point. So he's happy to just TP into the backline and try and set up for the play alongside Kanavi.
And Zeus is a couple minions away from level 15 on the Mundo. Remember that the 3rd level of maximum dosage is a massive power spike for this champion. Level 16 Mundo is just such a raid boss. Pun is barely level 13. So I think that give him a little bit more time, and Zeus is just going to be utterly unanswerable.
Yeah, it's when the Alois TikTok filter comes over the screen for us, and immediately it just starts going push. Yeah, this is the moment. We're still a little bit away from this, but it feels a bit inevitable that we're going to get that from Zeus here, because you can see the TP kind of gives up the ghost here a little bit as Team Secret Wells try and back away as they spot that Zeus is there. But the Temper Fate doesn't really connect, but the Blast Cone sends people every which way. Histo's still able to get out over the top side, but it's Dire who ends up playing with his life as Zeka flashes over the wall, finish him out. And look at the connection of this from Delight. Barely getting that through. Really well played by the Bard.
And then the follow-up damage there from Gumayushi's Misfortune. Now up here on the top side, Kanavi diving in yet again. D-Ray's already down. His toe trying to get himself out with a call of the pack to drop some of that aggro. Gumayushi's made his way into the fight. Bullets being traded between the 80 carries. Kanavi jumps over the wall trying to get himself to safety. His toe does get the kill with a bleed on the Dark and Daggers. Re-diving into the back line, but no, he cannot finish Zeka. And that means that his toe ends up giving his own life for it. It's a 2-for-1, favoring HLE. And Dagda, they're now up 3,000 gold.
Yeah, it gets a little funky as Team Secret Wales managing to get one back, but still, this is a HLE playing so well, just pushing waves, looking for picks, getting into the face of Team Secret Wales, and it's this like small brick by brick, take the jungle, take a little bit more gold here and there, and you can see it's not just one swing, it's the incremental increases on the gold graph there, or the win probability there, powered by AWS.
2,500 gold lead HLE. One dragon to one, so at least it's not like they're stacking towards an imminent soul that their opponents are going to feel immediately pressured to try to deal with. But it's nearly a 2K lead individually for Zeus, over a 1,000 lead for Zeka now. The name of the game is solo laners for HLE.
Yeah, but if you remember in game one, like, they didn't have inhibitor turrets at this time of the game. Like, the game was nearly over at this point. So, like, yeah. I mean, massive turnaround for Team Secret Wales. Definitely have to keep far more control. And honestly, like, HLE have been a little sloppy at times in this game. They've definitely been having a bit of fun with it. We'll have to see, though, as they now start to push in their side lanes. It feels like kind of a switch is being flipped a little bit here for HLE.
And the first 3-item power spike in the game is there for Zeka. The Shadow Flame now done. He's got Shadow Flame, Luden's Echo, and Chovy Belt. There's nothing that anybody can feel safe if this guy's coming at you with his full burst ready to go. Like, even Pun is the tankiest member on Team Secret Wales, right? There's no true tank on this team. Tankiest thing you've got is a Renekton, but even he has to respect the damage from this Victor on Zeka, who is halfway to level 16. Now we got the dive up here on the top side yet again, and once more, they just look at D-Ray. See D-Ray, kill D-Ray. That's the name of the game for Kanavi, as his toe wants to try to return the favor onto Gumayushi. Goes forward here with the Eviscerate. Bullet time, trying to fight back. Guma falls. His toe finds a very important pick there in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kanavi says anything you can do, or Hazel says anything you can do, Kanavi, I can do as well. Immediately jumps on towards Gumayushi. A little closer than I expected with the bullet time, doing some good damage on towards the dog. But still, kind of just puts us back where, sure, you get the pick for Team Secret Wales, but you're losing waves on the top side. You got some more turret plates for HLE, so it's again just a little bit more gold back in HLE's favor.
And the big difference, again, I'm looking at the levels on these solo laners. D-Ray is just now level 14. Pun just now level 15. Zeus is a full level ahead of Pun. Zeka is almost 2 full levels ahead of D-Ray. This Victor that's already fed that I was talking about, now with another needlessly large rod in inventory, is about to... Okay, he hits his level 16 power spike before I finish the sentence. So now it's double level 16 solo laners with a little over a minute on the clock until the next dragon spawns. This is scary for Team Secret Wales.
The setup, though, not quite here for Team Secret Wales. You can see they're quite worried about trying to push in towards River, especially when they don't know where Zeus is.
Well, a little bit of trading between junglers here. Teleport about to arrive. Delight did use the Tempered Fate to no great effect.
Has been a couple of swings and misses with them, but once Zeus is here, you can see Team Secret Wales just have to back away.
Yeah.
And it's more about fighting over the control for this dragon, as you pointed out, in 35 seconds. And Team Secret Wales just aren't allowed to enter River. If they can't, like, walking into this comp dark that HLE has is not going to be a fun time.
All right, Zeus trying to contest for Gromp control. HLE going to secure themselves that enchanted Scuttle Crab as... Yeah, the control over the dragon area just means that this is problematic for Team Secret Wales, but you can see the pings coming out from HLE on the Baron Pit. They're saying, look, if there's any play that the Whales try to make here, it's going to be looking to sneak that away. Teleport coming in, though, from Team Secret Wales. HLE are going to see Pun off to the side here. They don't want to overcommit onto the Renekton.
But that was the thing, that shield, that 10-second shield was kind of needed from Pun to enter into this.
Ooh.
Now, Pun spotted.
Yeah, Pun with the Dominus trying to charge up some fury. He jumps in the middle of everybody, but Pun is already gone. It's a 5v4 as now Kanavi's ready to pop the paranoia. Zeus chasing after the remaining players here on Team Secret Wales. Eddie tries to get away, but Kanavi jumps on top of him here with the ulti. Zeka's already unstoppable. D-Ray will fall right behind him. His toe jumps in the middle of everyone. Tries to get a kill here with the Hound's Pursuit, but it's a magical journey as HLE will chase down the enemy jungler and get themselves a triple kill to Zeka and a 4-for-0 trade.
You just don't have the front line on Team Secret Wales. to enter into these positions. Pun reset to pick up his second item, but it doesn't mean he's actually able to get through here. With that TP, they basically needed to use that max health shield to force the play, but the change from 30 seconds to 10 seconds means that it's disappeared on Pun. He immediately gets turned and focused by HLE, and Team Secret Wales are now so out of position. HLE know it. Delight uses the Tempered Fate to force the flash, which means there's no escape for the Caitlyn as Kanavi goes in, and HLE just chased down everyone on this.
And I love the use of that Tempered Fate to force the flash while Nocturne is in torpedo mode.
Yeah.
It means that there's no way that the Caitlyn can wait until Nocturne collides and then flash away after. Just a nice 1-2 punch there. HLE gonna earn themselves their Red Bull Baron power play from that. They will earn themselves a 7,500 gold lead. The Dragon's still on the map because it doesn't matter. That became a low priority after they had the opportunity to go for that fight.
Yeah, and you can start to see, like, looking at the items, it's kind of night and day. Rabadon's Death Cap just completed for Zeka. Zeus is monstrous in that top side. And, like, Gumayushi, it's kind of been kept pace with by Eddie. And Eddie is starting to kind of turn the corner here as Caitlyn, where you can get some good damage off, but it's just your front line isn't surviving long enough to let you get that damage.
I mean, you've got a Karma support, and then your front line is an Assassin Dog and Pun on a Bruiser who's 3,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
It's not a very big wall to have to climb over for HLE, and they're not too worried about the wall of enemy inhibitor turrets either. HLE going for what could be the end of the game here. Nice Tempered Fate, catches out Eddie. Kanavi's ready to follow it up. Potential pressure on Gumayushi, but no, he's already killed Pun off. Kanavi getting away here with a flash as Zeus is underneath the turret, and he does not care. Everybody on Team Secret Wales will find themselves torn asunder. A double kill for Zeka, and HLE will end this game in one fell swoop. They march on to the Nexus, and they will find another clean sweep here at MSI 2026. They will defeat Team Secret Wales 3-0.
Team Secret Wales got a couple of punches in, but it's the knockout blow from HLE, 3-0. They will take down the LCP first seed, and yeah, HLE, they're a scary crew.
There's a reason, I said it earlier, I'll say it again, there's a reason a lot of people have this team as their pick to be favorites to win the entire thing. We saw them have a couple of happy moments in the second game. We saw Team Secret Wales catch them off guard a little bit early on in the third, but when they're locked in, when they're playing their game, they are so scary to deal with. Delight's motion around the map, the way the whole team plays together and enables one another is something scary to deal with.
Yeah, well, that's enough from us. I'm going to toss it over to the dancing analyst desk, who are breaking down, alongside breaking down this game.
Tunes!
It's a banger.
Yes, we got bangers here.
What can we say? Wow, what a debut from HLE, man. Nobody really had them losing this best of 5, but they absolutely crushed it. Oh my, it just keeps going.
Let's keep it going. Why?
That's how they're feeling.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
These are their internal thoughts. This is the
For
internal
sure.
monologue of HLE right now.
Yeah.
It's just vibing out.
Zeka just blasting the music as he's just destroying mid lane.
Yeah, 3-0 your first series at home in front of a great crowd.
Yeah.
Definitely a really fun series for HLE. They look great. They brought out some new stuff, so it's really kind of cool. I would also say, for Secret Wales, obviously, you drew the worst opponent you could get basically in the first round, but at least Game 2 and Game 3 gave us some hope. I think Game 3 at least especially, wasn't just one person, it was more of a team effort that kind of got them in there and made it a little bit more competitive.
Hey, true. Hey, 15 minutes. I see a dip. That's a Team Secret Wales
behind
dip.
the dip. Behind the dip. Let's go. Yeah. Well, Team Secret Wales, you said it. They took a bullet for all of us, right?
Yes.
By playing HLE in this first
You
one.
will be remembered.
Yes, thank you.
Salute.
Yeah.
Because I think we could have drawn them, couldn't we?
Oh, yeah, that was an actual. Yeah.
I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but
we were close. Team Secret Wales, yeah, we could have bought.
Who knows at this point?
Furia, HLE, who knows?
Your upper player of the series in this one is Delight. it was just fantastic seeing him smurf all over the map on every different champion, not giving them a chance.
That's the thing. I really love watching how he basically impacts the entire map. When he has the Shen, he looked through that level 2 gank mid. Now, as a support, you're like, I have to call that timer. That's something I have to think about. And then multiple times in game 2, saving his top laner.
And I mean, it's just so annoying for someone like Pun. You're in an incredibly difficult matchup because you are playing against Zeus. You're not even just thinking about the champions, just thinking about the player that you're going up against, and you're like, I could do it, I could get a kill.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, here comes Delight. His roam timers were so good all 3 games. He's impacting all 3 lanes. He is everywhere.
He is. Thank you so much for being on the desk with me for this first one. We're going to take a quick break,
Thank
and
you.
when we come back, we will see the onstage interview, I presume. Production, is that correct?
It might be.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Times like this are where star players shine and new legends step up, where legacies are built and dreams are either realized or ripped apart. He still doesn't die! You cannot step the Vega and expect to live to talk about tomorrow! He blocked it well with the Arcane Storm, doing so much work in Gen 3! They are just going to ace them!
All right, it's your funeral. Hey, kid, your bear's got better instincts than most parents. This is salvation. A moment of silence for the recently departed.
Welcome to Arcane, now live in Shanghai. It's your time to step into the rare Arcane world. This is absolutely the wildest Arcane carnival you will ever experience. Follow at Immersive Arcane on X for the latest show update.
넌 나를 속였지 Somebody like me 상상했던 new time 머리에 맴돌지 No way 넌 감당 못하지 쉽지 않을까 You don't even know I can do whatever
It was nice. We had a lot of time to play a lot of solo queue and a lot of streams. We also had one day off where we saw a little bit of Seoul, Hongdae. That was nice.
Yeah, I also enjoyed it a lot. We stayed like I think almost 2 weeks in T1 facility. It's super nice. Like everything there, the food, the building, like you can really focus on the game. And yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. And I'm hoping that now since we changed city, it's gonna feel as good. So I'm looking forward.
The ulti to follow. Hung with an ulti of his own, looking to lock down Hansama, who for now is untouched. The lifesteal is there, and he's living for an extra moment. But here comes Jackie Love. Wants to make the difference. It's just broken blade in the Brav left. He is here to clean it up. No man left standing.
Yeah, I mean a lot of emotions. Top Esports. We have to take our revenge because they did kick us out. That is the most recent event we have had against them. That was like very shocking because they took the revenge on us and now we want to take it back. So obviously we have to win, right?
Yeah, we have to win, yeah.
아직 넌 거기 머무르고 있는 걸 때로도 달려봐도 못할 걸 I'ma feel it in my mind 그 누가 내게 뭐래도 나는 알아 나의 power 볼 수 없는 at the top of the world 내 뒤로 따라와 새로운
Welcome back to MSI 2026 for our second series of the day. 2 new teams enter the stage as G2 Esports is gonna take on TES, a rematch of the World's quarterfinals last year. I'm gonna ignore you two right now because I feel like you have some TES support. Dagda, how are you doing? How excited are you? No, I'm not touching this.
I had to make him choose.
We're just getting ignored. I'm very excited for today because honestly, like, I think whenever I see like G2 versus any of the LPL teams, it always kind of is a battle for my heart, but G2, I think, have really stepped up over the course of the split. I'm excited to see them now take on Top Esports. Going back to the international stage should be an absolute banger.
Have you considered, Rob, that distance makes the heart grow fonder? And you've been away from the LPL for a while.
I know you love Jackie Love.
But the thing is, they'll, you know, if I go back to Europe, they're not going to be happy with me.
No. Got my eyes on you for this one, and I got my eyes on G2 as well. I feel like it's the first time we have expectations for G2 when you think about the run they had at Worlds, the fact that they made it out of Swiss stage for the first time. First 10 finals is what I'm looking at here. For once, we have hope. We have expectations on the side of G2, and it makes me as excited as it makes me worried, honestly.
That is true. Once you set that expectation of taking out some of the world's best, especially 3-0ing Gen G at first stand, like everyone looked at the finals like it could happen. Like this is the moment for G2. And I think that is the biggest, I would say, scare to the teams like Top Esports that lost to them a long time ago is like, oh, this actually is a really tough opponent that we're going up against.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of a different opponent than you might be thinking of because Top Esports is back with a revamped roster, multiple players changing out, and it's been kind of a bit of a crazy year with Daejeon coming in. You know, 369 is a guy that everyone knows, right? And to be able to actually come in and have Fengyue coming in as well, I feel like these were very big shoes to fill.
Yeah, with the experience that like 369 had on the team, just seeing Daejeon, who had experience, yes, a little bit, just like he was in his rookie split when he was in Invictus Gaming, but then being a rookie on the international stage along with Fengyue, that's a lot to be able to deal with. But if you have the types of like Tien and Jackie Love world championship winners, that can actually ease your concerns.
And that's the thing you can see in their gameplay. Like Tien in particular kind of stepping up to be the shot caller, oftentimes kind of dictating where Fengyue will be on the map. And you still have 369 who in interviews have said, hey, look, I'm behind the scenes with Daejeon. I'm trying to build this guy into the player that I know we can be, which I think is incredible to see.
Where do we judge the expectation on the side of TS? Because when you think about them on the international stage, it doesn't always go well. Are we going to fall for it again? Or is it going to be finally time for redemption for Top Esports when you see the roster they have?
I feel like they're actually looking pretty damn good. I mean, I know that has been said before. I do think we're not going to see them just completely crash and burn. I expect that they are going to have a good performance. But I will say that my expectations for them are that they are a tier below T1, HLE, and BLG.
Yeah.
So to me, them meeting expectations is not winning the entire tournament. I think that would be a step above of where I expect them. But I think they should have a really good competitive series against G2. I would be shocked if they were to get 3-0 either way. I think that they're going to perform.
I do agree with that. I think this is a completely different TES that you saw from last year. Yes, that was the TES that like took down G2 and then went to the second round at Worlds. But I really do want to see how Daejeon does on this stage because the carry picks that he plays domestically is something that you want to see him be able to play. I think this team has a lot of carry threats on this squad. But if you go to an international tournament and you go up against some of the best talents in the world and freeze up there, then it changes the conversation.
Yeah. I mean, same for Fengyue as well, right? Like, I think we end up seeing him. Some plays he looked fantastic on the Nautilus, but oftentimes it was trying to work with Jackie Love on like the Lulu or these kind of picks. So I think I'll be curious to see how this rookie then performs on an international stage. Worked well in playoffs and in finals, but we'll have to see what the last bit is.
And it's even more exciting considering the fact that G2's bot lane really stepped up. I'm thinking about Lebrov here, what he's been able to showcase with Hansama throughout the entirety of Spring Split. BB tweeted also that he's excited to take on this new rookie on the top lane and show what he's made of. So given the fact that G2 had their share of heartbreaks, especially against LPL over the years, that is a matchup that to be really excited about. And there's a revenge here that we've mentioned already from Worlds.
Exactly. Memento talking about it. They knocked them out last year at Worlds. But it's not just against Top. It has been, heartbreak against the LPL a number of times. When you think about, G2.
BLG,
It's all wounds.
You think about First Stand where it was like, oh my god, they got past the LCK. The LCK had been the region that had been looking the best in the world for a long time, honestly. And you think, all right, well, surely this is the time.
Oh my
G2
god,
is back, and then you're going to get destroyed in the finals.
We're showing all the greatest G2 clips.
Yeah, we think about World Finals as well. We think about, it's always the LPL, it feels like, that is there to kind of halt the train in its tracks.
Yeah, and I am curious to see, because I do think, especially with the style of play that top esports have, where they play hyper-aggressive, where they are able to play through that jungle, this is where I think that it's going to be pressure on towards Skumon to see how he can perform, because I think this matchup for me, looking at these two, is going to be the focus here today, is how can Skumon go against the pressure from Fengyue and TN, who like to go for invades, like to go for these aggressive styles.
Yeah, and that's always been the case when you're going up against the LPL. It's just that a lot of these players are going to trust their instincts in their individual plays. While you're looking up at the setup, I think Tian is great at setup, but if you give him the Lee Sin pick, he is going to kick your head in.
I mean, I think he's the best player on their team right now. I feel like he's performing incredibly well. But I think something that is interesting, and I want to see how this kind of shakes out throughout the rest of the event, is that after first stand, everyone is like, all right, LPL is playing the right style of League of Legends. The LCK teams are playing faster. You know, all the teams at the top of the world are trying to play more chaotic. Lion has said that, G2 has said that, KC has said that, TL has said that, like all the teams from our regions, everyone is trying to play that style.
Yeah.
So I do wonder, are you going to then be more prepared against a team like TES, you know, because you've had more practice, everyone's trying to emulate them. Everyone is shifting their style away from like the control of the LCK to more of the chaos and the fast-paced movement of the LPL.
I do think, though, there is like a little bit of a difference between the way BLG play and top esports play. Because for BLG, it's like, hey, we're going to unlock on and we're going to play around like the solo lanes. When I look at top esports more, we want to play for TN. Like we want to look for invades. Especially like if you look at game 1 versus WE, TN on the Lee Sin, he just took over 3 quadrants for like almost the entire game. Like if you give this man a lead, he will take a country mile. So for Skumon, it is about dictating the pace of it, keeping him in check, and making sure Skumon can play his game.
And that's what I'm really worried about here, because I think about Skumon versus Shun in the first 10 finals, and the fact that he didn't find any answers against that jungler. Now we know that Tien can be a coin flip, but when he's on the right side of the coin, this man is a devil in the jungle. And I just want to see how much Skumon stepped up since first stand.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Skumon has been pretty stellar, though. While he did maybe fall short in the finals, he got to play Canyon, and no one was really thinking that he was going to be able to do it there, and he looked brilliant. So I do think first stand was, without a doubt, his best event, and he is going to be going up against some ridiculously good jungle competition throughout the entire tournament. So it's going to be interesting to see not only how he's playing, but also support jungle. You know, you talk about top and playing through jungle, and that is so much about what it is, right? It's linking up with your support, moving around the map. We saw how active Delight was last game. You're kind of expecting that sort of play, I feel like.
We said what we think.
Yeah.
I don't even know where my heart lies, honestly. Obviously, on the side of G2, but I don't want to.
We know.
Listen,
you can have it back if you want. Sorry.
I'll take it.
Get the thing away from me. I don't know if I'm coping or I'm hoping, but I do want to know what the fans think here in the MasterCard fan prediction, because they say that G2 is going to win with 73. Stop! 73% of the vote. You can, of course, every day submit your votes at LoL Esports on X. What do we think?
What about the
this?
Weibo votes, eh? Where's the Weibo votes?
That's true. The vote has been rigged.
Yeah.
It's been rigged.
Yeah.
And the fans are not doing so hot. Only 50% right.
No.
Okay, all right.
Normally they're doing a lot better. Come on, Twitch chat, get it together. We expect better from you.
Disappointed in you guys.
What do you guys think? That's what
I think it's going to be really close. I think it's going to be a fun series. I'm honestly on the side of G2. I feel like they can win this. To me right now, coming into the tournament, like I said, I do have top slightly below the other Asian teams in this event, the other LPL and LCK teams. And I feel like G2 is in really good form, and I feel like this is a great opportunity for them to make a splash in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of what form do we see from G2. Like, Hansam and Labrov, are they having the same coverage as they did domestically? If that's the case, and you've got Skumon who's bringing out these funky picks like the Nasus and willing to play his style, I think G2 have it, but it is never easy going up against top esports.
Yeah, and I have top esports winning this one. I just think that so many people are putting down the idea of Zoyan, even though Zoyan is actually just been incredibly talented.
He's really performed
well.
And
I think that it's been a little bit shaky from Broken Blade's side domestically, so I do think it's going to be a top gap. We haven't seen Jackie Levin sometimes because of his health issues. He's back. So I think that what we've been seeing from the bottom side of the map from him and Fengyue has just been domination. I want to see them thrive.
Yeah, and I think especially for Jackie Love, he's been significantly more consistent than what we've seen from him at the past. So again, like, you're kind of giving tips and taps across the board.
Let's see what happens. All we know is that it's going to be a banger. At least we hope. We only had 0-3s so far at MSI.
Surely.
I do hope. Surely we get a competitive series for this one. It is time for G2 Esports versus TES. Casters, what do you think?
I think that I really like 3 of those predictions. Shout out to everybody not named Raz. Not because he's wrong, just because I think EU needs this one at this point. You know, LPL's got
already? It's so early in the tournament.
Bro, this is the problem. We come out of first stand, it's like the entire region is good. We see what KC pulled against TL. We're like, never mind. One team region still. And now we really need that one team
You
to
should
show
just
up.
be thinking, oh, NA is good, not EU is bad.
You're right. I like
just,
that optimism.
Just compliment your friends, you know? It's our fault, really.
Yeah, there you go.
Honestly, though, I think it is our duty, Daniel, to put a stop to the 3-0s.
Please.
Right now, we're going to put a stop to the 3-0s.
I'll look over my shoulder, just please. You know, shout out to players, whatever we need to do.
Yeah.
Get the tarot cards out again, whatever, you know, the astrological signs Isaac had last time around, whatever it takes. And I think this is a series where it would be pretty crazy for it to be a 3-0.
I'm really hoping that this one goes the distance and that it is close, because the rivalry between these two organizations does go pretty hard. You know, if you're counting the individual actual games, yeah, 2024, G2 3-0'd them. But just last year, TES got the 3-1, and then they won the additional game in the group stage. So it's 4-4 in Riot Internationals for individual games.
So maybe TES is feeling like it's time for a 3-0 back. But let's not count on it as we get ready to meet the teams. Of course, Top Esports hitting the stage first. Now, if you're not familiar with Top Esports, the pedigree that's kind of ahead of them that everyone looks at is international struggle. But I want you to let go of that for a second, because we got a lot of new faces on stage today, and we need to see what this version of Top Esports can bring to the table, what they can do to upset the apple cart and change the story of Top Esports history. On the opposite side, G2 Esports, leaders of a one-team region. I was really sad about that series. I'm letting it go. We're moving on. G2 Esports, of course, hot off of an incredible performance at first stand. As always, domestically, you might see some hiccups here or there, but they lifted the trophy in the end and are now looking to continue a pretty potent international run. Of course, they did fall short the last time they played against an LPL team, and they did fall short the last time they played against Top Esports, but hoping that today will be a different story.
Okay, here we go. Deep breath. I mean, honestly, there's so many good matchups in this series as well. Everybody's going to be looking at jungle, especially with Skumond really being the point man now for G2, rising up to that level. I like how, you know, they do focus around him as the captain, and Lebrov has been playing so well with him now too. It just looks really, really good, a lot better for G2, especially those early game plans. But going against TS, with Tien literally not even playing in Split 1, not even being on a team, and then coming in Split 2, and especially in the first half of that split, just performing so incredibly well, jungle matchup will be incredibly hype, and TS do rely on Tien's form very heavily too, so that is going to determine a lot.
And I think we have to give credit to TES for an incredible run, right? This is the least amount of games played together of any roster on the international stage. These guys just hit this 5-stack together at the start of the split, and so the fact that they were able to rise up, triumph over a surging WE domestically to ensure that they were going to secure second seed after falling to BLG is quite an impressive feat, but a lot of questions are going to be answered in this first pick and ban. What are the priorities going to be? Mages in the bot lane, a lot of meta questions on our mind, as well as what the compositions are going to look like as we go to picks and bans. Bard already banned away, Camille banned away, two premier support options. I know we both feel like the Camille is super oppressive, but seeing the rest of the bans rounded out as well.
Yeah, I mean, so do all the players, because Camille's most played support of the whole tournament so far too. And I feel like she's going to get a lot of bans in the hands of very good support players, like we just saw, can be devastating everywhere across the map. But with a lot of that focus in jungle as well, and double banning here with the Vi and Jarvan bans from G2 targeting Tien, it does leave open the Varus there for Jackie Love from the bottom side. And people have still really liked the Varus, even with all the nerfs. I feel like the balance team has tried to nerf Varus like 600 times.
They're always trying to thread this needle, like where we're like, we swear there are multiple viable builds, and always there's one that's a little bit more powerful. This time they've both been kind of nerfed, a little bit adjusted, but we'll see what the angle is here for Jackie Love or Swayon. I mean, you can still take the Varus top, although that was one of the big hits. They took down the early attack speed.
Yeah, definitely could be a flex there, but they walk into the Rumble as well. So Rumble opens up a lot of things. Rumble Yone comps are kind of my favorite combinations, but let's see where G2 decide to go with this one early on. With their double bans of the Vi and the Jarvan, does put a little bit more emphasis on jungle pool for the AD carry jungles, but they're trying to show Ashe Seraphine already. This is something that is not new in the meta at all. This was like everybody across the world has just been spamming the Ashe Seraphine Rumble compositions. Lots of CC, really good team fighting. So let's see what TS want to go into it. Nautilus is always a good pick. If you think that your opponents are going to complement that Ashe with the Seraphine, you try and look for some kill pressure towards those low mobility bot lane carries.
And if this is what G2 want to round out their first set of picks with, the Seraphine, it's Fengyue's most played champion. So locking in the Nautilus here, you have to assume that he feels pretty comfortable navigating the early matchup, the early pressure that duo can put down, and can really bring it back later with these reliable engages. And Bessa picked up two. Look, I really want to see how good Swayon can be, because this is one of the picks where he has been so lane dominant. Now, there are a lot of explosive games, and there are some games where he falls short, but this is a champion that really can't style. And a great pivot.
See, this is what, like, everyone just expects you to always pair Ashe with the Seraphine to bring it in, but I love this pivot. You see the Ambessa locked in. Braum not only is going to be good into the melee matchup here versus Nautilus for bot lane, but it does make playing those other melee carries much more difficult in the team fights. I do like this pivot from G2. Bring that Braum out. Gives you a lot as far as your front line and as far as your team fighting does go here to make you a lot more tanky and rounded out.
Very true. An immense amount of utility coming from the bottom lane. Ashe, of course, so solid at getting active on the map or active in lane early and then using the hawk shot for additional information. But it's not the roaming support for LeBron. It's not one of these picks that's going to get out of bot lane. Maybe a little bit more focus going to be paid to that 2v2 in the bottom side. Well, as we enter the second ban phase, both sides targeting the jungle pool, trying to limit some of the potential options or powerful pairings. Nocturne and Pantheon both hitting the bench.
And if Braum is roaming around, Xin loves Braum. So if you could get a Xin with this Braum, and especially if you're banning Trundle, Xin looks really freaking good here for G2. Xin Braum roaming around would be crazy. I don't know at TES what they really want to influence here. If they went this in, then like Lee Sin is still up for Tien.
It's sometimes really tricky against the Ashe and the Braum, though, to reliably get that option.
So they want to bend it out too. They're like, you know what? All right, Xin would be kind of crazy there with the Braum, so we're going to bend it out as well, especially since you banned out the Trundle. I do like that response from TES, also reading it.
Are we going to go for jungle here on 4? Feels like it would make the most sense, but maybe they really do. You highlighted it. Skewmont on such a rise domestically and internationally. Maybe they want to give him full information before he locks in his champion.
It's an oldie but a goodie for G. You don't seem convinced. Okay. Carry. There you go.
No, I'm convinced. I'm back in. We were like, this guy, captain, playmaker, gonna do some Maokai. Okay, those things don't always don't line up.
But the Olaf, he was already playing Olaf, and Olaf got more damage to jungle monsters on the patch as well. So will clear even faster, and as far as pairing up with the Braum, Olaf would also greatly benefit from that extra CC. You can try and jump to him as well, help him in his endeavors in diving towards the enemy team. And if your bottom lane is a Freljord bottom lane, they bring lots of CC for you. So, all right, let's see if that Olaf does get to eat up the Varus, because again, okay, well, TS, are they still going to go another low mobility carry here? If they go with the Cassio, which everybody has super highly prioritized, very strong on the patch, but Olaf, it's another champion that Olaf can just run straight at, and you're going to pop your ultimate. You don't even really have to do the backstep shenanigans that everybody else has to do, but we'll see if they can actually pull it off. Cassio here.
Maybe just feeling like the last remaining strong blind for the mid lane match, but immediate LeBlanc response coming in from Caps, and this is a champion that, again, for the Varus in the back line, potentially for the Nefiri, if she burns the intangible or untargetable effect a little bit too quickly, can do a lot of work in the mid game.
Definitely can. I mean, the LeBlanc, so you are playing into a Nautilus, so you have to be a little bit respectful when, later on in the game you're trying to go for some of your poke plays, but I mean, it does mean your mid jungle is also pretty scary in skirmishes because LeBlanc can set up Olaf for ganks very, very well with distortion, with the chain. So not only can Skumon play off his bottom lane, but he could also play off his mid lane matchup there, play around Caps for sure. So for TES here, all right. Honestly, I do like what G2 brought with a lot of the answers, the pivot into the Braum and then bringing the carry there for Skumon and throwing down the LeBlanc. However, TES, they have very high priority meta champions at their disposal, especially these solo lanes with the Cassio, with the Ambessa.
That they do. Eyes on those individual players, see how they adjust coming into the international stage, and if the answers that G2 have cooked up, if the adaptations they've made to shut down some of these picks, things like LeBlanc, the priority on the Braum, over maybe something like the Seraphine, does pay off for them as we get ready to load into game 1 of this best-of-5 series. Now it is double elimination, but for both of these lineups, hovering just outside the perceived top 3 of the tournament, winning here suddenly puts you back in that conversation of trophy contender. A loss here, on the other hand, kind of immediately excludes you.
Yeah, I mean, it's so early in the main stage. We're just day 1 of the main stage, and yet already, like you're saying, you are playing one of the teams that's basically been power ranked right next to you at this tournament. And so it feels like there's a lot of weight behind this matchup here. And let's see how it does go early on. Does get the Noxious Blast to hit this time around here for Cream, so that's quite nice for him. Gets another Noxious Blast to hit here, so good little trades already here. Third one, Draco.
He's hitting a lot of them.
Every single one. That's some good trading.
And I think it's important when you look at the history of these two teams playing against each other. Cream improving individually is a big part of why TES were able to triumph last year. Because remember, he was kind of the AD mids guy, implemented mages a lot last year, and we finally saw that come to fruition in that series versus G2 especially. And now he really is a jack of all trades, but a guy who's honestly pretty much just locked in on playing meta picks as opposed to the Tristanas and Yones of old.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I actually love players that have like smaller champion pools and play a very specific style more, but it is beneficial. Now Cream is assimilated into playing all the control mages and all the meta stuff now. He probably in this in this best of 5, there's a decent chance that he still pulls out the Akali or the Yone or something. But
I'd love to see it.
Yeah,
sure.
he has fully assimilated into all the primary picks.
Another player who is no stranger to the pick that they're picking up at the very least is Jackie Love. 83 and 30, most played champion. So might be nerfed to the meta, but it's looking pretty good thus far as we see a quick initial trade. Already getting the flash out of Hansama, a nice look for TES.
And Dracos, this is with the TES having their jungle pathing bottom lane. So that's a very good trade of summoner spells there. Nothing left on Hansama now. No cleanse, no flash. They go for another hook, but will be blocked up there by Lebrov. But again, the Nefiria is pathing down to the bottom side.
Hansama in trouble. Getting too low here. The Braum needs a bit of time early on, right? The concussive blows. Unbreakable does a bit of work, but got to respect the Nefiri for now, though. Tien still focused on just keeping up in terms of jungle clear.
Oh, Cap's going to be able to pull the wave a little bit here. As Cream's going back for his purchase, will teleport right back out to lane. And he's going to teleport closer to the crab to ensure Tien guaranteed gets this. His bot lane had push. Teleport from his mid lane right back out too. But it does mean Caps, look at a lot of minions are dying there in mid lane straight into the front of this turret now. So Cream's going to arrive now, but Caps should be able to pick up a few more CS and continue to increase that CS lead a little bit.
And one thing we're going to have to keep our eyes on is if bottom lane remains so heavily in favor of TES in terms of push priority, because we both know how important that can be for the jungle matchup. But hold that thought. Skumon moving in with the ethereal chains missing. Cream, clean movement to deny this. Going back in for a bit of extra poke. Keeping it going. Keep in mind, Feng Yue is over the wall. Caps going for a little bit of a longer trade. Now he's going to dash back, but he's grounded. A solo kill. Caps didn't need to go back in. Maybe wanted to save the wave, and Cream grabbing first blood.
I mean, Cream is 1v2, both of them. He's made Skumon run all the way for the hills too. Feng Yue and Tien are on the way. And you saw on the mini-map, them walking up, following the path of Skumon before, is why Cream had so much confidence. He's like, okay, fine, Tien. Can't get it.
All right. One of the things that's so irritating about the Nefiri, right? She just can get out of so many counter jungle scenarios. There's no real opportunity for G2 to punish.
Yeah. The little dog children are going to block skill shots for you. You got plenty of mobility.
Puppies, maybe? the dog? Yeah.
Dog children.
Dog
No,
children.
Dog children.
Dog children. Yes, the dog children. Yes, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
So many friends that have pets, and they're like, no, my dog is my child.
That is actually, yeah. That is apt.
But here, look at the mini-map. Cap's over to the other side, and he goes straight back, and Cream is already in position. Cream was already positioning like, yeah, you're going to try and go back to your tower? No, sir. I'm just going to lay down the miasma right here. And so Caps can't flash. Really well done by Cream. He fought off the Olaf, and then he able to go aggressively position towards Caps' tower. Topside.
Broken Blade. Dropping the equalizer. Public execution does connect on the Skewmon. Suyon just out of there. He's able to retreat. Tian waiting over the wall as well. G2 not able to get more out of that play. Do get the flash, but it's traded 1-for-1. Suyon still able to walk back into lane and pick up the wave. And Kobe, it's looking a little rough here. That's the first big play. The second big play, it feels like G2 have gone for, and both times they haven't been able to convert it into a greater advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those priority meta champions we were highlighting here for Cream, and him playing so well on it. He was very confident. His movement all leading up to that play too, dodging a lot of skill shots. So good play from him starting out is definitely does bode well for TS, but it's still very early in the game. A lot left to be played, so is just going to mean that the Casio is on good footing, and you're going to be able to play around a very consistent and reliable AP kind of machine gun source of good DPS. And sometimes that can be very problematic for an Olaf. If you get behind the race for how much offensive pressure you can put out versus how much offensive pressure the people you're trying to run down can put out, if they can just burn you down while you're trying to run in, it completely changes the look of the champion. So we'll keep track of that, but definitely not going to fully divert the course of this game just quite yet.
No, definitely not. Of course, Jackie Love, though, is opting to go for lethality bear, so we'll try to poke, maybe hoping to get a little bit of control of mid lane later when he does rotate up. And it is going to be annoying for the side of G2 to deal with. It might force that all-in commitment a little bit sooner than they'd like for fear of just getting poked down. But Cream, this is such a nice spot to be in as the Casio. You have the Catalyst, you're stacking the tier, you're so tanky, you're so hard to force out of this lane.
And look at this, continual play from Tien and Fungyue around mid lane. Constantly, whenever you get your support reset, immediately go mid, link up with jungle again. If you constantly back up Cream,
good sidestep,
then he can do this.
It's a good call, and Caps just lucky we're not a minute later in the game and that's a level 6 Nautilus, or it would have been a dead LeBlanc.
100% agree. And if you constantly have vision around you with these control wards and clearing out the G2 vision, it allows the Casio to just stand and fight her grounds. LeBlanc's going to try and intimidate you, right? Yeah. Scary, I'm distortioning in, going for a trade. But if you can stand and fight your ground and he's hitting all of his Noxious Blast, then you can get really good trades, and your Miasma is so good at punishing the LeBlanc when she's trying to exit. As long as you have the security, and look at that, they put double control wards. This is the vision that we're talking about around mid lane to make sure Cream can continue to play so aggressively. Yeah, he even gets the one up around Raptors as well. So this Casio can definitely stand and fight whenever the LeBlanc even tries to trade.
And Cream really building so much this initial advantage himself when Caps kind of overstepped on that first trade. But the good news for TES is all that investment around mid lane hasn't come at the cost of losing somewhere else on the map. Bot lane still trading relatively even. It's a push back and forth in terms of prio. A similar story topside. So it's not like G2 has their own really strong lane to play around to balance out what is Cream very steadily ramping up this gold lead in mid.
Yeah, so in that case, when you don't, then you say you go for trades. Yep. They're like, okay, you guys are going top side for grubs. Let's go bottom side for the dragon here. Caps is going to get one of those control wards around mid down. That's going to be very beneficial for his continued trades. And they're going to take the dragon. It is going to mean Tien helps with the top side. They interrupt the recall here. Broken Blade does cancel his for now. Does Suyon also check the brush? Yes, sir.
He knows. Obviously, you've got decent information. A ward was dropped over the wall as Skewmon was starting the dragon, so you feel pretty confident that Broken Blade is on the weak side and is not going to have any support.
Yeah, and he has no teleport either, so that extra minion wave, those two interrupted recalls mean more minions dying to the tower up there as bot side.
Not able to get anything else. Hansama stepping forward with Hunter's focus. Jackie Love just continuing to poke, and Skewmon is in the area. Might be going for the 3v3. Nice ulti from LeBlanc to look for the disengage. Feng Yue now caught out. Should just get cut down. Ulti still going. Connecting onto Jackie Love. Skewmon grabbing the double.
That is an overreach from TES for sure, man. They had just seen, G2 trying to make their play, and they're kiting back. And then Feng Yue tries to force so heavily, again, into the Freljord bottom lane. They can punish with so much CC. Nice turn from G2, and they get not one, but 2 kills into Skewmon's Olaf, which they want to carry this comp. Oh, he's still here, so he walks right back around. Really good ult there from Lebrov. Locks them up. They immediately use the passive stun as well to make sure that one hits. And then they nail Jackie. And Jackie doesn't use his flash, so.
Doesn't use flash, doesn't have cleanse. Well, he has the TP to be more active on the map. That is the price. When the play starts to turn bad, there's really no way to escape, and it's the strength of the Braum you highlighted in draft, right? If you pick a bad fighter, it starts to go wrong. That concussive blows, that Braum passive, just makes it feel impossible to escape, on top of the fact that you have an Ashe slowing you down.
Yeah, especially with the level 6 there for Lebrov. Really nice for him. Boom, hits the ult while he's getting hooked in. Then they immediately get the follow-up stun. That just looked so easy there to turn from G2. And let's see, I mean, that just slingshot Skewmon. All of a sudden, you're feeling a little worried there, Dracos, but he got so accelerated, he one-shot, he insta-bought his Hex Tech right after that experimental Hex Plate, and that is the go button. Now you are supremely turbo as soon as you pop your ultimate. So we'll see what the Olaf can do from here.
Definitely an excellent position to be in. We talked about it before, but the Olaf, when he's ahead of the curve, can ignore so much of the front line, walk past, get right on top of players like Jackie Love or Cream. Of course, Cream has a nice little lead of his own, but this is a good position for G2, getting one of the most volatile matchups they have, or members they have active on the map, is an exhaust, an arrow, a flash from Jackie Love, holding it in the previous play. Does trade his ulti for ulti on top of the flash and exhaust from Lebrov from the Summoner's Spellbook.
See, people can change, He learned from the previous way. Like, not going to flash the other one, I'll flash this one. So he does live for now. Skewmon's still staying in the bottom area. Tien deciding he's going to go on the top side and sit up there, but not able to accomplish very much. And now that the Varus has no flash, okay, now
Tien, double daggers connecting, ulti there, additional AD, just zoning Broken Blade away. Broken Blade without the flash, pretty devastating, especially as Weon has his ulti up and available. So once again, forced away. Again, denied another wave. And look at that top lane CS difference just starting to become astronomical.
Yeah, very true. Rumble going to be fairly far behind. We saw earlier as Weon and Tien interrupted 2 recalls from Broken Blade. He lost extra CS because of that, trying to get back. And now no flash on him. However, if you are looking at the other side of the map, not only did they get Jackie's flash, look at those wards. They also were able to leave behind 3 wards through the red quadrant of TES's jungle, and that is going to help G2 in setting up for the next consecutive dragons here. 1 minute on that next dragon. They can have a very clear game plan of trying to stack these dragons with their Ashe Braum on bottom side and Skewmon being in a very comfortable position in the game. They can look to focus away from Broken Blade and just say, I'm sorry, buddy. Your pain will probably continue. We're going to stack dragons.
Just hold on. Just survive. We can
maybe Rumble ult some waves.
There you go.
Ult some waves. And
it's called the Equalizer because it helps you get the CS back, not because it, not doing anything else right now. And that's just going to be okay.
Well, we'll see if, Zweon ends up teleporting to the dragon fight and ends up being a determining factor there. Then it could be fairly problematic, but we'll see how this next one actually does go down because it's only 18 seconds, and a lot of teams too, Dragon number 2 is not where they really draw their line in the sand.
Very true.
So there's not a super amount of pressure on TES. Dragon number 3 is usually where you really do hard focus it, and since Tien's already seen on a ward walking topside,
Paps trying to clear this wave was sent topside because he has access to the teleport, but is it going to cost him his life? Public execution flashed away from him. Arrow going a little bit wide. That's the fake one! That's the clone! He gets tricky, but it just doesn't matter. They cover their bases. TES with a flawless dive.
Yeah, there's 25 more gold over there, buddy. Like, get them both! They do get them both. They make the dive on top side. TS make the call. Yeah, second dragon, we don't care about that one either. We're going to get more and more and more and more gold on Daejeon and Bessa here, who he is technically not a rookie because he did play, you know, like 9 games for IG in Tier 1. However, he hasn't played international games at Riot Internationals and is so young. I've been incredibly impressed with you know, his potential. He really does play to carry games, to be a win condition. And, you know, with 369 stepping down and stepping away, it really was big shoes to fill. And so they're putting a lot of focus and a lot of faith in him on the international stage. This is something that people were citing when they're looking at this brand of TES, bringing 2 very young players with both him and Fengyue onto the international stage. And he is the one with the large gold lead. Of course, Cream did really well for himself early on too.
But when we look at the Coinbase gold grind, we can see the tower plates very heavily in Daejeon's favor, as well as the kills, making up that 1,000 gold difference. A little bit extra there in terms of CS as well. So sitting pretty comfortable in this game, punishing G2 for trying to get a little bit creative on their lane assignments with lack of access to that TP from Broken Blade. But G2 still trying to show a bit of force here as they push out the mid lane, commit Skewmon to the area. Remember, he is kind of the one big strong point for the team, as Broken Blade using the equalizer as predicted, just to keep waves a bit cleared out.
Meanwhile, G2, oh yeah, a little dangerous there. They do pull the Rift Herald, but decide to back off as it is soft contested. And remember, the teleport is still available for Daejeon. Nice dodge from Jackie.
Goes forward from Lebrov, looking to lock up Jackie Love. Rue not going to connect. Now Tien's debating if he can follow up.
Good hold from on his flash this time around from Jackie. Nice little dodge from him. You know, does have the Ghost Blade, does have the Boots of Swiftness, so he becomes pretty hard to hit once you get all that extra move speed for the Varus. And it allows you to save your summoner spells for key fights. Again, usually it's Dragon number 3, where the team that opted for topside play and opted for gold is going to come to break your Dragon stacking. And that's what we kind of expect from TES.
TES.
Oh, they're wrapping around.
To grab the Herald, lock up onto Caps. Nothing he can do to dodge this one. Follow-up hook is there. Cream gonna look to lay down the miasma just in time. Caps walking out all deep, but he's still taking dash back for the last. Twin Fang will drop him down where he stands. Skewmon forced to respond, and G2 in shambles.
So nicely done here. Fengyue, point and click on the LeBlanc with the ulti. Follow it up with the CC combo right into the miasma again from Cream. And he fires off the ulti with the AoE, even though you're going into LeBlanc passive with the clone. Enough damage to finish it off. Just really nicely layered there. And TES have just picked apart this LeBlanc pick. The end of the draft there, Dracos, that they tried to go with. And Cream, I mean, he almost has as much of a gold lead individually as Daejeon does. So Cassio is going to be a turbo carry to play around for TES. And this bodes very well for their Dragon number 3 fight.
Definitely does. Solo lanes really taking over here. Well set up both by Fengyue and Tion in so many of those like key moments, early plays, that topside gank, making sure that Broken Blade or Caps even when he did show his face in the topside could not play the game, could not sit comfortably, and it's absolutely paying off. 2,500 gold lead across the team.
Yeah, 100% agree. Like, they've really been in the right place at the right time. Each of these Tien and Fengyue roams, the first one around mid, even though they didn't get to hit Caps, because they're there, it cut off the other area for escape for Caps and allowed Cream to do what he did. Now Caps is...
Oh, Caps locked up. Public execution about to get cut down. The solo bolo!
Okay, Dracos. I'm starting to feel sorry for you now. Caps is just getting obliterated. This LeBlanc. It's not even a like now you see me, now you don't type of mage. It's like you never even saw.
Yeah, you never saw. There's no one showing up
just
for this
deleted.
particular magic show. This is not a very popular magician. 0-4-0. Arrow going wide. Skewmon waiting around, but it feels like G2 are grasping at straws a bit, just trying to do what they can with this Ash Arrow to force some kind of play.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, Daejeon is still in the top lane, still pushing, threatening plates. G2 trying to force advantage, but Cream just walked forward. Skewmon forced to retreat. Nice stand behind me to the minion from Lebrov to get away from the Varus ulti.
I mean, that Herald is just going to take out mid. They get the Dragon. This is just straight objectives by the book, Dracos. Going to be able to get your mid lane priority, get your Dragon, put a stop to their stacking. 3,500 gold lead for TES. Extremely fed solo lane carries. Now G2 trying to make something happen, though.
Get something, hoping to catch out Cream. Ulti from Rob catches out Feng Yue, who's immediately going to hook out. Paired with the equalizer, but not really getting much.
Yeah, I mean, they get one flash off the Cassio. Feng Yue also had the flash, I guess, so that's two plus the heal. So you do get a little bit as far as summoner spells with the teleport also being used.
Level 15. Might be able to 2v1. 6 seconds until his ulti's available.
Olaf's coming too, though.
Started. Don't think he can 3v1. Getting burned down. Ulti going to turn back. Big damage coming in. LeBron with the locket. Flash away. Back into enemy tower. Will still get the 1-for-1.
Yeah, Zweon barely gets it there. Does get the support kill for himself at the very least. 3 members invested from G2 to the bottom lane, but Jackie's pushing mid. Broken Blade will at least finish up the rest of this tower. Does he get caught, though, trying to escape? There's a control ward in the second brush, so he's teleporting. He's out.
Manages to get away. G2 at least getting something. A bit of gold back here as LeBron did his best to survive. Very close to making it away. Hansama matched up against Jackie Love. A bit frustrating for him as the Varus poke is just so hard to manage, so hard to deal with. And you can see the solo laners just wildly far behind. 2-level discrepancy between Cream and Caps. And here, Zweon maybe overconfident, but you could see why.
Yeah, and it was just LeBron waiting there up on the Fog of War on that little corner of the wall so that Zweon could not see. Nice ult from Zweon, though, to the other side. And then since LeBron had put up his Unbreakable to the other direction, he had barely gotten enough on the other side. And G2's like, okay,
we'll take it.
He did get one counter kill, but at least we got our shutdown. We got our kill on the Ambessa, so that was necessary.
Broken Blade walking in here. Jackie Love marked by the equalizer. But that's it. There's no immediate follow-up.
Yeah, with his Boots of Swiftness and, again, a Ghost Blade active, he is able to walk it out. He does... Let's see about this, though. They actually are just getting mid-priority for this. So, I mean, yeah, you got a little bit of damage done, but that is a whole tower gone in mid lane.
And G2, dizzy. Remember, coming into this series, these teams across almost every single tier list were adjacent. But in this game, it has really been TES a step just about ahead a step just about every single minute of the game.
And to me, it is a lot about how TES, they did not flinch. They read G2's creativeness, and they're like, okay, fine. You want to get, fancy and pick a LeBlanc? Then we're going to have Tien and Feng Yue be roaming towards around mid, keep the vision around mid. Cream, very confident play, had been able to dodge a lot and outplay a lot in the early stages. And having him be such like an anchor for this TS team, and then being very confident in their play, playing into this G2 setup that they've got here, has really rewarded them. But let's see about this time around, because G2 are chipping. They're cutting down on that gold lead, okay? So they've cut down a couple areas, and now being able to split push, Caps should finish off the top tower. They've got controllers here leading up to the Baron. Vision control does look good for them.
That it does. Jackie Love trying to land a bit of poke here. Yes, fight to regain some control around the pit. And poked, but generally unfazed. Pretty confident with his team's positioning around this objective. Cap's going to be spotted on Vision as well. Root does land. Skimon ready to go over the wall. And already burning his defensive cooldowns, but just a bit of poke, and unfortunately Caps gets poked more.
And all this time, again, more split pushing. Feng Yue, more and more. This Ambessa is actually just going to 1v9, I feel like. I mean, yeah, it's pretty easy to get that feeling when you see this giant gold on the champion. Yeah. Ever since this champion was released, I think it only makes highlight reels of like 1v9ing people.
And the unfortunate reality is, I had the absolute, displeasure of rewatching TES smash G2 last year. And let me tell you, the nameplate was different in the top lane. It was 369. But I've seen this game before, Kobe. LPL Ambessa trampling over the LEC first seed. Now, the difference, I think, is Skewmon can be this late-game insurance, right? We've seen it from Doran when he plays this pick top lane. If you get to 3 items, if the enemy team mispositions once, that's really all it takes for Olaf to tear through the enemy lineup. But thus far, TES have been so diligent on always trading even, or more consistently trading up, getting that extra tower, having Ambessa on a side lane. So it's hard to see a path where TES are going to make that mistake, are going to fumble a bit and give away for Skewmon to play a fight.
And Jackie has Spell Shield on top of all this move speed that we keep on highlighting for him here for the Varus too. And if you're full sending over there, wait a second, they're going to teleport in. We're going to start this pretty early.
5v5. Arrow connects in the brush. TES don't have vision, but the comment enough to tell them they have to be careful.
Okay. How big of a factor will this Braum be in the team fight? How much can Lebrov lock up?
Good question. Stepping very far forward, keeping our eyes on Swayon. Most fed member of the team alongside Cream. Public execution, crucial. Objective getting lower and lower. Lebrov locked up. Ulti combo is good. Jackie Love now in trouble as Skewmon starts to tear to the back line. Immediate fall coming from Caps. Swayon a little bit dizzy. Caught in the midst of 3 members of G2, but manages to find an initial way out. Skewmon living for far too long. Lebrov going forward. Multiple members locked up. Broken Blade wants revenge for the laning phase, but Swayon refuses to fall. The Dragon dropped in favor of TES, but the fight goes to G2.
Oh, it's so close here too in the aftermath. 2 for 1 on kills, and we did kind of see the clash between the Olaf dive and the DPS of the Cassio. Here it is. They start out on the Braum really early. Rumble ultimate plus Ash Arrow plus Braum ultimate, all on Jackie Love, and the Olaf immediately runs Turbo Form. So him and Caps do burst it, and then Skewmon also uses his flash, but then as Tien comes to help add the extra DPS, and you see that Cassiopeia ultimate stunning Caps as LeBlanc tried to come in to again help out with the dive from Olaf. Cream saw him out of the corner of his eye. He hits the Cassio ult. He stops the LeBlanc damage, and they had enough themselves to take down the Olaf. So G2 do get +1 on kills, but as you said, a Mountain Dragon, another Mountain Dragon here for TES acquired.
Still holding on to that gold lead. And I think that fight could have been a lot worse for G2. It looked like to me Fungiway did ult Skewmon on accident when he and Caps were stacked on top of each other, or it might have been Swayon finishing off the LeBlanc before he would inevitably be able to go back in and get a bit more damage down. It's not easy for G2 to find these fights, to find these angles. They found one, but unfortunately because they don't win the 50-50, they can't really guarantee that TES are forced to show up to the next Drake, to give them a fight on their terms, let alone survive the next 3 minutes here as TES with this Cassio can obliterate Baron if they're ever left unattended, and Swayon still with the TP available can just keep pushing bot lane if they want to go for the attempt.
And Swayon 17 now, and in the side lanes will constantly be having this pressure versus Broken Blade. However, still going to see the split push top from Caps and going to allow them the extra side wave there. Little bit of vision from him around the Baron from the top side to allow an area to approach for G2. That is incredibly important because face checking towards the Nautilus is fairly difficult. They need the Brav in order to do that, in order to retake the vision. And here he comes. Nice little position there. Skewmon waits for the extra safety so Lebrov has someone to jump to when they're trying to check that vision.
Yeah, Hawkshot, such a nice tool, nice bit of utility to have, especially if Lebrov has to be careful of walking face first in, as you highlighted. But again, just credit to Swayon. We've been singing his praises all game, but remind, this is his first international stage game. This is his first big tournament, right? And I think that ultimately, having this kind of performance in your first game is literally the best thing you could possibly hope for. A dream debut, I think it's safe to say.
Well, we'll see about that if he can carry the next team fight, because everybody's going to be looking at you.
True.
Hey, you're super fed Ambessa. Can you actually carry a team fight for us? He does have the side lane priority, and that is still looking good. Money, extra money here.
Yep.
2 turret plates knocked off.
Big chunks out of Broken Blade's health bar. The Eclipse shield enough to stop any follow-up. He's just going to go for the dive. Skewmon's on the way, but he might be a little bit too late. Leon, nice backstep, dashing out with the rebuttal. TP away, knowing that they have no CC, but so damn close to going down.
Okay, so he trades his teleport for the flash of Broken Blade by going in for that play. Now his team also, they were kind of pushing up mid instead. Didn't really get to retake the vision around Baron. I was thinking maybe they would go take care of those control wards that G2 did leave behind. But
I think he might have made that call on his own. That didn't feel like a more concerted TES wide effort, which you respected. I mean, if he was on his lonesome, Broken Blade didn't have flash, probably would have been able to find the kill. Losing the TP is a bit rough, though. It doesn't mean he can just push for free on a side lane, as Broken Blade does have a TP, will be able to join the fight that much easier.
Ooh, and Death's Dance does a lot for the Olaf survivability, as Lebrov takes a little bit of chip damage, but teleport arrival.
EP in. But now it's going to be Broken Blade dropping down in the meantime. Cap's trying to step forward and poke, but Broken Blade just isolated, no flash. His TP just not doing anything in that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, that was the TP arrival. I was looking at it. That TP sucked. He had a welcoming party. Welcome him to Fountain again. Now they're going to be able to push on bot side. I mean, that opens up the map completely, Dracos.
And so much of what we wanted to set up, talking about the next Drake fight, just falls through based on the side lane discrepancy here. Again, the initial play, burning the flash in exchange for a TP. The second play, getting a TP for free on top of the kill. Now a tower to follow. So G2 realistically can do nothing to stop this Drake. They're not even going to be able to get in range to try for a 50-50.
I kind of want to even, like, do a replay of the like pan the camera over to see, you know, what the wait a second.
Okay.
What the choice was there, because that just cost them so much. Dragon number 3, the whole bottom side rest of the tower. It really does make the map a lot more difficult to play.
G2 holding on to what little Baron control they can, but you're completely right. Hansama still just trying to push midway back to an even state. Looks like team might be giving him some Raptors just to help him get closer to that Infinity Edge.
It is also props to TS because they were diligent in keeping up their vision through this blue quadrant of the jungle. They had kept this jungle warded, you know, for several minutes straight, being able to play off of, push hard on that, you know, long lane down there, keep the vision under their control, and they're rewarded in the end. You know, attention to detail really paying off, and now we've got some dangerous moments here for G2, but they're going to look to get a little aggressive.
Just poking, threatening, want to force their way in. Platform LeBron, immediate exhaust coming in, but Jackie with a casual sidestep as Caps tries to commit as well. Arrow connects onto Jackie Love. Tien waiting in the backside. LeBron already down. Swayan hasn't even arrived to the fight. Skewmon wants to make a difference. He'll get through Jackie, but I don't know if it's enough to keep him alive. In the midst of 4, he will finally fall. G2 desperate. The ulti from Tien is there. Hansama with nowhere left to run. TES poised to take the Baron.
Oh, swing and a miss from G2. Wait, going away into the wall.
Oh, he just reads him. Sees the snapback coming, picks him off. My God.
Daejeon able to find the Magician once again, takes down Caps as TES take down the Baron.
Incredibly dominant performance from TES. It feels like they've had G2's number from minute 1. The top lane advantages, the mid lane advantages. Tien and Feng Yue absolutely everywhere on the map. The only person suffering anywhere on this lineup is Jackie Love. And when he sees how far ahead his team is, I don't think he minds.
And it is so impressive from this team. We talked about it earlier, but 369 stepping back, Swan coming in with big shoes to fill. And he has been aggressive all the way. Lebrov, he's messing around in the wrong side of town. That's not your jungle anymore, buddy.
They're already coming out. Sidesteps one of the double daggers, but Sway on there to finish the kill. And that's pretty devastating. 37 seconds on the Braum. Only going to make that Red Bull Baron power play that much more devastating, but it starts wrong for G2 and it does not get better.
Lebrov went for the swing and the miss, but then they still had to go for the play anyway. So Skewmon says, fine, I'm going to make the best of a bad situation. He goes in, he still is able to delete Jackie Love, but the rest of TS team can just turn all their damage on him. Best CC, of course, ending in death. And then here, Caps tries to get a little something back for the play to pick on the Nautilus, and yeah, he could dodge the Nautilus hook, but he's not dodging. Swayan. Swayan knows you're popping right back over that wall. Nice job from him. He knows where that distortion came from.
He knows where you're forced to go back to, and at this point, G2 forced back to their base as TES breaking open mid lane. Cream and Tien for now uncontested. G2 on the ropes here in game 1. But an arrow forces a flash from Cream. Will at least allow them to defend their mid lane inhibitor for now. Lebrov continuing to step up. Knows that some risks are needed if they're going to come back in this one. Caps really playing with fire here. Tien does a lot of damage at 3 items.
Yeah, a lot of these TS members are looking very scary. So G2, what can they do? At these moments, you kind of just have to full send one lane. Choose one lane and just go. I mean, Zwayan does have a Guardian Angel, but...
Ulti. hoping that they can proc the GA, but the rest of TES now trying to cover. Ulti down on the Caps, they spot him, recalling onto the Distortion. Immediate fall now coming in for Crims. Miasma laid down. Zweon still alive, still on a rampage, still tearing through all of G2 as Caps tries desperately to hold the line, but it is not enough in the face of TES. 10,000 gold in the lead, 16 kills to 8. Caps can dance, dip, duck, dive, dodge all he wants, but he's dead just as the rest of his team is. TES first blood in this series against G2.
Woo, taking care of business here. TES and Zweon, welcome to the international stage here. Ooh, all right, tournament and the first game looking good.
Looking unstoppable. G2 sent back to the drawing board. That's enough from us. What the analyst desk is thinking in a moment, because I feel like they're going to be talking about that top lane. They're going to be talking about a rookie who just embarrassed our entire region. Am I right, analyst desk? Is that what we're talking about? Maybe a little top lane?
He's right. I think he's right. Azael?
There's no shame in losing to a player as good as him.
Yeah,
It's not embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing at all.
No, he's just the GOAT.
He is. Zweon, it was just going to be a big test to see how he was going to be doing on an international stage. He passing grade. In fact, he excelled.
Yeah, and I feel
give him a gold star.
Yeah,
Gold
2 gold
star,
stars.
2 gold stars.
3 gold stars?
No, I'm revoking BB's license on Rumble. That's what I know.
But he just got it.
We're the glass half full. She's glass half empty over here.
Completely empty.
The glass has holes in it.
What's frustrating is that it started well, because the way we set up that match is the fact that Skimon has to perform in the jungle, especially against TN. He grabs the Olaf, which is something that's going to give him agency in the jungle. He focuses on bot lane, grabbed the advantage for his bot lane, and so far I was like, okay, good. That's what we want to see. He's doing great.
Especially if you're going for the counter matchup with the Braum and just expecting that Fengyue is going to find that angle. I love that Skewmon was waiting around try and seeing that angle goes immediately. That Ash ulti, by the way, my eyes, that hitbox doesn't hit. But it does, they follow up. That's 2 kills early.
Yeah, I mean, that was really, really well done by Skewmon, and it kind of turned into this tale of 2 stories, right? You have Skewmon on one side who got really accelerated, and then you have the solo laners on the other side who were kind of feeding on Caps. Caps was really struggling to find purchase in this game. It started early on in the 1v2 where he gets taken out by Cream. They try to look for this play on him, and Cream just sidesteps the axe,
Serpentine.
is able to get back, pushes out Skewmon, and then Caps just continues fighting, and Cream does not bait on the clone whatsoever, holds the miasma until he snaps back, and he can't get out of there. And then Zweon gets involved as well, Raz.
Yeah, he does. And it's just insane for them to be able to recognize what was happening bot side of the map. He's like, okay, if we're going to be trading a dragon, we're going to be going straight top side. And so I love the fact that they gave Zweon the resources. And if you look at the composition, LeBlanc, Ashe, Braum, that's an easy Merc Treads. And that's a double AP from LeBlanc and Rumble, the LeBlanc that is behind. So then you can just go Hex Drinker into straight Death Stance, and he was untouchable this game. And this was just beautiful to watch.
I mean, it was really well played by Zweon. He was great in the side lanes. I will say, if you watch this and you saw like the 20 deaths from Caps roll, you're like, he must have been 5,000 gold behind. He was actually on even items at some of these important fights. It just did not go their way. But Zweon, part of the reason I predicted G2 is because I wasn't sure how he was going to perform in his international debut, but okay, if you're going to play like that.
Yeah, definitely rookie showing what he's made of. What I thought was interesting on the side of G2 is that regardless of the solo lanes, I felt like they were not falling behind on tempo, and then it progressively got worse to the point where there's a fight that I want us to show you, Azael, the fact that it comes to this Baron, the fact that even if Skewmon goes in, Caps then doesn't manage to find the flanks that he wants to come, and in the end, G2 cannot do anything.
Yeah, G2 weren't really coordinated, so we're going to watch this fight. We kind of started up paused, and so we'll roll into it for a little bit, and then once Skewmon starts scrapping on the side with Tiana, I want to pause, and I think that Zweon did a really good job here. So if we pause just shortly after they start fighting on the side, we can kind of pause right here. So Zweon on the bottom of your screen. He's actually going to be scrapping with Skewmon. Those two are actually fighting on the side. And this is kind of stopping the follow-up here, because what G2 wanted to do, they want to go with the Braum ult. They want to drop the equalizer kind of across here. And then the idea is Skewmon is going to come in by the side. But I really was impressed by the fact that Fengyue and Zweon are both kind of marking Skewmon and not making it easy for him to get in. He doesn't want to ult and actually be stuck onto them, so he can unpause here. And eyes onto the backline here. The equalizer kind of whiffs on everything. If you're looking at the equalizer came through here. Skewmond was scrapping on the side. He does finally go in and is able to take down Jackie Love, who was missing that flash, but Tien is pushing them back on one side. Zoyan is marking on the other side. And even though they lose Jackie, it really costs them everything, including their Fed members, to do it. And this just felt like a fight where G2 had multiple ideas about how they actually wanted to execute. You know, you see Lebrov and you see Broken Blade, they're kind of one mind, and Skewmond wasn't really ready for the fight, Caps wasn't really ready for the fight, and honestly, the Brummel and the Equalizer weren't well placed either. But at that point, they felt like, okay, we're so committed, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go, and TES just kind of danced around them.
And throughout this game, too, they were threatening a Mountain Soul. I felt like in your replay, the angle that we were seeing from Tien just threatening the back line while all of that was happening was another aspect. I felt like Tien had a great game. Like being able to focus on what was, I think, on the major objectives. The LeBlanc was down. We're stacking up dragons. And that's like a Mountain Soul being threatened to get up against a LeBlanc-based team.
And I just thought it was a really smart pick into the Olaf in particular, right?
True.
Because you have this champion that has so much mobility, that can hop over the walls, that you can't really invade and force them to fight you in the way that Olaf really wants to just get someone who has to stand there and fight them. You can knock him down, you ignore their CC. And they had a lot of evasive champions with the Mbessa, with the Neferi, so he really had to get through everyone onto the backline, and that was kind of his only option, is going for Varus.
I'm wondering what Perks is reviewing with G2 right now. Outside of Caps' early plays, maybe, as a former G2 mid laner, but what would you review here?
For me, I would just think about like the cross maps, because LeBlanc didn't have to die topside under turret when you're going for a dragon for me, because that was what was really starting to snowball the game. Like, you can look at individual misplays, but something that is very consistent is like, okay, if we are, as a team, committing to the bot side of the map, we cannot be losing something as grievance as the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I think, you talk about side lane, someone's got to be behind Caps, cover him there, and then execution in the 5v5. You need to be of one mind, on the same page. Calm it down a little. It's their first game at MSI. Maybe got a little bit overeager.
Grab the snacks, G2. You're going to need them. The day just started, and it's TES opening up the score here in the second best of 5. Let's see what happens next.
Look guys. We win, no?
Yeah. Not to be sad.
I can arrow the next.
Not to be sad.
Oh, no.
Nice. Nice guys, huge.
Doesn't flash.
Big.
我来看题。
应该越不来。
这里有夜。
上面小心点。
这边都没有。
上路没人过去。I'm moving.
No maps. I've blocked it. Okay.
I'm soon.
Nice, good job.
No flash.
Let's take this way for by the way, okay?
Tired of the off-season blues once Worlds is over? Fear not, because League of Legends is coming to the very first Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will China test every limit imaginable? Will South Korea turn every game into a macro masterclass? Will EU and NA actually play in the correct lanes? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in Riyadh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Good times to make your vibe get down.
Welcome back to MSI 2026, where TES and G2 are facing off. Top Esports drawing first blood, looking fantastic in that game one, and now we need to see...
like second blood and third blood and like fourth and fifth blood. They drew a lot of blood.
There was a lot of blood. It was a lot of unspeakable things. But as our job
G2
is
blood.
a lot of jobs to speak about it. So for the sake of G2, we'll hope in game two that there's a little more parity in the matchup.
Yeah.
Of course, we're getting ready for Champ Select. I do think there are things that we can point at in draft, right? The blind rumble, you can understand why they'd go for it paired with the Ashe, but
get Broken Blooded counter pick, man. I don't want to see him on a regular champ. Give him something that's some weird counter pick.
If there's a way we could give everyone counter picks, I'd feel much more optimistic. But that's generally not how draft works.
How about you take away Caps' counter pick and you give it a Broken Blade, because the LeBlanc was not it.
Harsh but fair.
That's my executive decision.
They hated him because he spoke the truth.
No more for you, Caps. Now it's Broken Blade's turn.
You had your turn. We're taking it in turns. So the Bard, the Camille remain banned. Rise this time taken away. Karma, interestingly. So
ooh, Jackie Love Ezreal.
Ezreal Karma bot lane would make a lot of sense.
So even with the Karma banned out, they were hovering at 2 just for safety. And I feel like I have that trend where a lot of AD carries will pick something safe bottom lane. Yeah, the mages or like Ezreal or something, and then you can get a roam support too. But just one-shotting a Jarvan really early on before you see carries with safety, now it makes me think they were hovering Ezreal like, hey, we're going to pick Jarvan, and then are you going to take something with a jump to get out of Cataclysm? Because usually when you first pick Jarvan, enemy team picks carries with jumps, and Yunara Lulu is a very common answer into the early Jarvan here too.
Interesting. Yunara fell kind of off completely in priority domestically for us in EU. It splits past, but rising back up here. Still one of Hansama's most played, and obviously the Lulu alongside it is a powerhouse duo. Has a bit of mobility, tied, of course, to the ultimate, however. But I'm looking at Tian in this game. He was good last time around and now has even more tools to impact early on.
And he is a very good Jarvan. So definitely have cause for concern. Burst champion to go along with your Jarvan. That looks pretty good. Cream's Aurora following shortly here. They're not deviating much at all from priority picks. From their priority books here for TES, and it looked very good in game number 1. So no reason, no nothing necessary for them to do so. Interesting. Slamming the Gnar would make you choose. I like when teams do this. You know, when they're on that side, okay, they're not actually going to go through with it.
They're thinking about it.
You would slam both solo lanes, and then you say, oh, your opponents can only counter one of them. So now G2 are like, well, we can only counter one before the next rounds of bans come in. So you have to choose. Are you going to pick the Gnar, which they were hovering? I feel like TS keep on hovering the like
They're
dare.
like teasing.
They keep on daring you with the hovers before they lock what they, you know, because Gnar obviously is good into the Renekton, but not so much there. Well, let's see. You get to choose. Do you want the Gnar or do you want Caps' answer into the Aurora? And they go for Caps again, this time with the Ahri.
Doubling down. Of course, Ahri, I think, a champion that even if you fall behind a bit more has some more reliable utility, some more reliable playmaking here. Need to see what the rest of the map looks like for G2 Esports. Bot lane kind of tells us a story of scaling of later game team fights, whereas TES, very clear story as to what their comp wants to do. They're going to push their ultimates, they're going to dive on you, and they're going to kill you. And now G2 trying to take away some of the strong potential bot lane answers. Would be very nice for Hansama and Lebrov to take control early on with a pick that scales better. The obvious ideal is to take away the Caitlyn. But Poppy also going to get taken out of the pool for Skumon. I think a really great choice when you already see so many dash-heavy champions.
Yeah, the Poppy value right now is quite high.
Yes, it is.
So that's definitely a good defensive ban. Then the question is, does Rayon even care? Is he just like, Broken Blade, he can pick whatever he wants, I don't care, into my Renekton, because you know, you could do a Gnar, you could do a Vayne into it. After what we just saw, I don't think people have confidence in Broken Blade Vayne into it, so maybe he just goes tank into it. Cassante or Sion or Gragas or something like that to like do a nullifying pick on the top side. That would probably make people more comfortable because they have a Yunara Lulu, and you're going to need somebody to help face check for vision. Lulu cannot do that herself, so it's going to have to be a Broken Blade pick or a Skumon pick. So maybe they're just going to say, you know what, it's all good. Broken Blade's just going to pick a tank, and they opt to ban a jungle instead.
Baiting, hovering this Nocturne, which makes me a bit nervous. You mentioned it already. Who's face checking? Who's leading the charge?
Well,
G2.
If they do that, like Broken Blade's got to do the,
okay.
Exactly. One of those tanks I was talking about. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so they lock the Cassante, and then now it does come back around to Jackie. So into Yunara, one of the earliest counter picks that emerged that I actually really liked was the Aphelios. Because of the green gun contesting level 1 as well and being good scaling, but they can just go the range, just go the poke. Ezreal here as well. Interesting. They're going to get some more guaranteed engage too with the Nico. So Nico, Jarvan, and Aurora, pretty good opportunities for flanks, pretty good trifecta of engage here.
And a bit of flexibility for Feng Yue if he wants to play more for the bot lane 2v2 or maybe leave Jackie Love. Ezreal, a really nice champion to have if you want to be roaming, if you want to be more active on the map. But there's the Xin. You talked about seeing it last time. We had to wait till game 2, but more tools for Skumon to impact the map early on, more CC, a little bit more setup, and definitely some stuff that can help mitigate that long-range Ezreal damage as we go later into this matchup.
Yeah, and it's a jungle champion that loves playing with Lulu. So also greatly benefits from the Lulu pick here with the Lulu Yunara lane. Very nice for Xin to also be a pretty good recipient of some of those buffs, and we'll see. I thought in the previous game, I think Skumon was probably the best player, because even with how far they were getting behind in some of the scenarios, he was still able to get to priority targets, kill off the Varus, and sometimes one other, sometimes not. But we'll see this time around if G2 can clean up those solo lanes, Dracos, because I think that is priority number 1.
That is the big question. And of course, if they are able to get through the early laning phase, if we see less volatility, I think fans instantly, that faith is going to start to come back, right? But if we see the same thing repeat, a lot of that optimism for this team, for this lineup, for the success that they had at first stand, the expected success that they could have at this tournament starts to dwindle, starts to fall away. It is only their first series on this stage, but when you're playing against a TES lineup that it seems like might have been pretty underestimated based on their immediate explosive performance on stage, definitely wanted to see a bit more here. To get ready now to load into game 2.
I mean, G2 are talking about they want revenge for getting eliminated from Worlds last year, but I mean, now you need to get revenge for game 1 of even this year, what we just played. So let's see the turnaround. They're making a little bit of an incursion here, and it's going to be mirrored wards for both sides on Raptors. So pretty standard jungle vision for each.
That it is.
And that jungle vision is going to allow them to surmise the normal kind of paths here. And it is going to be opposite starts again, and it is going to be TES again, pathing towards bottom side as the other side of the river right now. So Tien is going to go for early invade here on Jarvan. I do like this.
Cream already up a pot in terms of trades overall in the mid lane too. Might go for the gank mid lane. Hansama forced the barrier as they back off. Jackie Love getting some extra attack speed.
All right, so he had a little bit of look there towards the R8, does steal away the Raptors. And they can't 100% say, oh yeah, it's been long enough right now that we've for sure. The trading continues pretty heavily down here. They can't say 100% since the Jarvan did technically do, that's about the time that you would expect from a full 3 clear, even though he only did 2 camps. They can press tab, they can look at it and see 2 camps down instead of 3 camps, and they're going to say, something a little bit fishy here. But it's going to be fishy on both sides because Xin is coming down too. So they saw him on the ward on Raptors, and now Skew is coming behind.
2 flashes, but no other defensive sums
Jackie.
available.
Right.
Feng Yue, fake Jackie, real Jackie. He's back. Gonna be okay. Lebrov, a lot of damage there. They're zoning them out of the lane. No TP this time around for Jackie Love. But the wave not pushed forward, so should still be able to make it back pretty quickly. Of course, checking in on the international assist leaderboard, you can see Caps 1 away from passing Ming. Credit to kind of his tenure as a player, but obviously getting achievements like this in a series where you've lost the game, if you're not also winning the games, it doesn't always feel fantastic. It's a clean charm, Q flash through, flash back from Cream. Neither side going to get anything else. Flash for flash traded. Tien on the way in, though. Caps now in trouble. Lebrov might be a little bit too late. The extra shielding coming in. Pix helping as much as she possibly can as the charm takes Tien under tower. As Tien maybe set to fall. Lebrov there to finish it. Just a time. Dragon Strike doesn't get the kill, but the standard does. First blood crucially to G2.
Oh, Caps wanted those double buffs. He wanted that first blood, buddy. He really, really did. He does get it, but the counter kill. Tien with his dying breath, he gets out his Q, and then he gets out his E, and it's enough. Lebrov had a good roam there to make that even possible for G2. Still, Caps does get the kill credits, does get that bonus gold, so going to be a much better start for him in the mid lane individually.
He's blasting on Hansama in trouble. He stepped forward, took too many autos. The blooming burst, the Q doing so much damage.
Yeah, just on the outside. He walks up there a little bit too much. Presumptuous here into the big minion wave as well. Nice punish from Feng Yue and Jackie. And that is going to be TES retaking that gold lead even after that first blood. Tien's back for the second spawn of the Raptor camps. He does have the respawn timer perfectly for it, so comes back, yoinks those away. And that can have detrimental effects on the mid lane matchup too when you're constantly taking away enemy Raptors. Top side though.
Broken Blade, Q3 back, Pathmaker.
Good setup.
Takes way on, back under tower. Keep in mind, Tien is on the way. Skumon debating if he can follow. Wisely backs off. Don't think he had information on Tien, but he will spot him now. Maybe a little bit too late, however. Flag and drag. Skumon able to dash back to the minion wave and hold on. Tien doing such a good job of matching Skumon on that play to ensure that Swayon could just continue to push here.
Ooh. And then look at that too. You saw on the mini-map another roam from Lebrov. Every time he resets, he's coming out mid lane. They
just used the standard to cancel the recall. Are they going to dive Broken Blade? Skumon sprinting back to top lane. All of his camps are in the bottom lane. Even if he shows up, this is devastating. Broken Blade?
Yeah, because it's not like they're going to be able to get a kill here or anything. It's just to ensure that Broken Blade lives. So while Skumon does kind of defend his boy there and make sure he doesn't go down or anything, as you said, he's going to have a long walk before he gets any income.
When we talk about this team, I usually think of Tien and Jackie Love just because of the history they have together, but Tien and Swayon are an incredibly terrifying duo. The way he's playing on the pressure that Swayon already had in that top lane 1v1, really making it that much harder for Broken Blade or Skumon to get active on the map.
And we talked about the impressive international debuts of Swayon and Feng Yue as Swayon pops ult, pushes Broken Blade back. You want to take advantage of the 6 to 5 level discrepancy there. It's also fairly impressive for Tien this year because split number 1, as we said, he wasn't even playing for a team. And then coming in here on TES and being able to have such a good showing from him. So wait a second, Skumon though is gonna meet up with him as well. Not gonna actually have a confrontation this time around, but bottom side now again gonna be the focus. And TN, yeah, he coming in here in split 2, especially in the beginning of the split. Really, really good performances from him, and see how well they can continue it here.
Anyway, Lebrov not afraid to walk forward once he sees some of Feng Yue's cooldowns fade away. As long as the root isn't involved, that's going to be the all-out coming in from Broken Blade in the top lane. Caps now chasing as well. Zweon immediately flashes, respects the potential for the charm to come out on Caps, but that's Caps' ulti down as well as Broken Blade's.
Okay, with that roam, what can Cream do?
Oh, Caps.
Should be fine returning to lane here. Cream was looking like he was going to take kind of the inside route, maybe try and push him off. Does get at least a very good trade for himself. Nice unanswered trade there from Cream. Gets his whole electrocute proc and everything.
Charm just for the cannon, and a small lead for TES as bot lane just continues to scrap here. Cole is going to give Hansama, or at least keep him close in terms of overall gold, as Jackie did go back and opt for the tier, but at least the pressure for now in favor of G2. Haven't been able to convert it into a Drake. Skumon doing what he can to stay even in XP, as he is just a little bit behind Tien, who's about to tick over to level 6. And when he does, it's going to make things a lot harder for the side of G2. If he's aware of the flash timing on Caps, then he knows it's easy setup with that Cataclysm.
Yeah, definitely a little bit scary with how much Tien has been around mid.
Drag, he knows he's got no flash. He's been tracking the ultimate, which means Caps has nowhere left to go. Weirding to finish it. TES again, lethal in the early game.
Tien constantly around that mid lane. You're feeling it, Dracos. Tien makes it happen under the tower. They get the kill on the Caps.
With the Fnatic J4 is just insult to injury.
Look at that flash timer. It's got a couple more seconds on it too. That thing's gonna come up just after when you need it.
And it's just good, good diligence from whoever times the summoners and the Ahri ultimate, right? To be aware that there's this incredibly small window of opportunity to essentially make a guaranteed play around mid lane. Cream with flash with ulti up. Continue to make plays of his own as fake Jackie Love. Credit to Feng Yue. I have been tripped up like 5 times by him being Jackie Love this game. As Zweon and Broken Blade once again going toe-to-toe. Zweon just using this ulti to keep the pressure up.
All right, G2 going to try and get some objectives for themselves, though. Down 1,000 gold here in the early stages is just going to be a trade as Tien goes for the grubs on top side, but Skumon will finish up that dragon number 1, similar to last game, and they've got a lot of vision preemptively placed by Lebrov through the red quadrant, so they're going to go take a little bit more, but rest of TS are coming to snap the door shut.
They know they're just waiting in the brush. Red buff is the name of the game. G2 hoping to do this fast enough to get out without a fight. And thus far, they're able to do so. Would have been at a pretty difficult position given all the AoE ultimates available, but good that they're able to get that. Get something back as Tien's already moving up to the Scuttle Crab. Charm buffered out by Cream. Well played for the 1v1 trade.
I wonder if they want to fight this, the 2v2. The mid-jungle 2v2 has been so fun, Dracos. Let's see about this one. Tien does indeed at least want to poke around. Cream had to finish up the rest of his minion wave, so his dueling partner was not there for the initial scrap, but here we go for part number 2.
Looking for the fist fight. Dragon Strike. Spears missing left and right. Hitting for a bit more damage, but both sides backing away. It does feel a little bit personal sometimes.
Always. I mean, jungle's always personal, dude.
Tien going back in. Thought Skumon was going over the wall. Skumon still with double buffs. Has already marked the grubs.
First. Look at the mid lane. Cream's moving first, too.
That's going to be big. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, 1v1 fight breaking out. Wild Growth already used. Skumon flashing away from the Cataclysm damage is pretty crucial as Hansama backsteps. Jackie Love not able to Q through Lebrov. Importantly, Hansama ulting. Flash back from Lebrov. Blinking health bars on both members of G2. Help pick shield coming in. Whoa. Jackie Love drops. Feng Yue is next. 2 kills for the G2 bottom lane.
Oh, they saw the teleport behind them, so they knew they had to run into it. Now, topside.
Broken Blade, no mana. No hope of an escape. EQ, flag and drag combo. Cream coming in to try to pick up the kill credit. Initial skills dodged out. Broken Blade just buying as much space as he can, trying not to give him too much time with the tower. Is Cream going to grab the kill in the end?
Okay, Wild TS again. They get a kill onto Broken Blade this game, and they do benefit there. I think that was still very beneficial for G2 to use that teleport for Cap's bottom side. So then Jackie and Feng Yue walk themselves into those extra kills, and getting something for Hansama there. Wait a
Lebrov wandering up. Secret skew mound following. Nope, just harassing.
All right, minions dying to tower there as well, though. It's a little bit of extra value lost there. But Hansama getting some kills for G2. That is a blessing, okay? That is a huge blessing in this game. They need this Yunara to be strong in order to have a good win condition for themselves. Buff up Hansama, getting those kills. We'll see if that does give them an avenue to even up this series. Because, again, Broken Blade was kind of focused down and punished again by TES. Here's another look at the beginning. Fungyue had the good initiation, and they used everything. And initially, TES, yeah, we're winning it. They're winning this. It looks good for them. They go in for the flash plays to follow. But as soon as they know the teleport was coming down behind them.
Fighting Zweon. Zweon just too strong. No, the helpings. Lebrov again! This man is always exactly where he needs to be. It's not enough to get the kill back on Zweon, but it's enough to keep Hansama alive for a brief moment.
Zweon gets the minion wave. Nicely done from him. You're saying it, Lebrov here. The ambulance around the rift for G2.
Ulti. Broken Blade will be dead again.
They need another ambulance, Dracos.
They only got one ambulance on the team, and there's a lot of people in need.
Call another ambulance and wait a second. Okay.
They don't want
this. Big teleport.
I don't think they want the rematch, though. Yeah. I think that they would like to back away.
I think Broken Blade needs his own ambulance on speed dial for this series.
Dedicated ambulance. Seems fair. And again, we mentioned before, we wanted to see the solo laners on the side of G2 step up. That might be the key to victory. Instead, it is the bottom lane. It is Hansama and especially Lebrov.
Can they get
clutch on this shielding? Getting Zweon would be massive. Nice wild growth to interrupt the slice and dice, and it means a clean kill onto the top laner of TES.
Okay. I mean, Skewmon does take... I thought they were going to give another one to Hansama. Skewmon takes it. I mean, Xin also, it is going to be good, beneficial to have the Xin in a strong position too. As we said, Lulu can also help out in a lot of the fights, buffing up Xin too. But let's see here, trying to fight back is G2. It's still that TES are taking more across the map on the other side.
It's a very similar story to Game 1. In Game 1, it was Skewmon on the Olaf who was getting things back. This time around, it's G2's bottom lane, but it's the same core story of TES always trading up, getting a tower while you're getting scraps, 1 or 2 kills. So it's good to keep it close, but not good enough to get G2 in an advantageous position.
Yeah, TES had been really good, just leveraging even more on this bottom side and constantly keeping the deep wards for themselves so they can make the repeat play. Tower does go down. First tower bonus is very meaningful still too. And now cream their target. I mean, Aurora is very hard to make plays on, especially with Flash.
Rocket Belt, Flash, Between Worlds, yeah.
Dragon though, they're looking for the setup here.
Meanwhile in the top lane, Broken Blade going all out. Zweon popping the Dominus. Ulti for ulti thus far. Q3 ready to go. Hoping to get the pullback under tower. Pathmaker unstoppable. Good damage back from Broken Blade. Gonna find the solo bolo with the Q flash. Getting a bit of respect back after that Game 1. Zweon overconfident as TN moves in and manages to steal it. Double knockup coming in from Fungyue. Cream looking for a little bit of the chase. Ulti still there. Ready to go between worlds as Hansama has that blinking health bar. Will finally fall. Caps 3 stacks on the ulti. Hoping to outplay, hoping to dance around them. Broken Blade first to the fight. Lebrov living for far too long, but the charm goes wide. TES on the retreat. Back into the mid lane. Caps health bar blinking. G2 going to be forced to back away. But the Drake going to the side of TES.
Just as G2 get a little hope with Broken Blade's heroics under his tower, it gets cut down. Tien steals the dragon, and they also take the extra kills on the other side of the map. Just reversing the story this time around. It's Broken Blade who gets the advantage in the kill up there, bringing Zweon into the tower with his Q3, and then nice W afterwards too from Broken Blade as he expects the stun. Here we go, right into it, and the tower shot enough to finish it.
Good, well played. Does use the flash, but started to get it. But here in this play, the steal so massive for the side of TES.
Yeah, let's take a look at the burst damage. EQ's in. Boom, yoinks it away from Skewmon's. And I mean, he had upgraded Smite. So upgraded Smite diff right there. And then the ensuing fight after able to take the jungler down first after yoinking it is quite good for TS2. Because even though the extra person comes, Broken Blade here with the large shield, the teleport from Cassante having won his individual matchup up there, They weren't able to chase down any extra.
And the fights aren't done yet. Caps waiting off the side, going over the wall, looking to lock up Feng Yue. Might have thought it was way on, but will slow down the play at the very least. Dominance now popped. Rift Herald picked up, stolen by Skumon, but no one can grab the eye. G2 on the retreat as Jackie Love starting to stack up the rising spell force. The attack speed increasing. In the midst of the entire fight, it's the ulti once again coming in for Cream. G2 trying to hold on, but TES taking over. Cream on a rampage. Jackie Love finding one as the chase continues. Feng Yue cosplaying Cream, stepping up. G2 zoned away from their own tower. The ulti pop for Han Sama, not enough to shift things away as TES now set to take the top lane tier 1 as well.
Oh, what a beautiful fight there from TES. That re-engage from Cream. Huge damage to set them up, and Tien goes right through with the Cataclysm. They're going to be able to get a tower on top of the team fight victory.
Caps hoping maybe someone overstays, just focusing on clearing out this wave, but now a 3,000 gold difference. Tien is way on, ready to punish Caps. If a flag and drag might connect with the charm there, it's a little bit difficult. And Han Sama, it was a 1,000 gold lead when the Cole procced. Now only down to 500 as Jackie Love picking up so many assists, getting more involved. Caps desperate to be the difference maker. You can see trying to force that 1v1 kill. But G2 once again steadily falling behind. Zweon might be a little bit less clean than he was in the previous game, but has still done such a good job building up that individual advantage.
All right, teleport up to the top side too. He's going to teleport right up there as Caps finishes his wave. And uh-oh. Caps doesn't have much left. No flash, no teleport,
TP.
no ult.
Jackie Love, on the other hand, might have stepped a bit too far forward in mid lane. Caps getting tricky. Zweon, duped. Movement speed. Oh no, the minions are there. He's going to double dash. Charm going wide. Devastating. Caps praying for the W cooldown instead. The flash 40 at least gets the flash. A few more seconds on the charm. Ruthless Predator there. Down goes Caps. Almost had the escape. It's way on, not falling for it. It's Han Sama and Lebrov. Again, the story of G2. Someone is falling and someone else is desperate to just recoup that loss.
Look how much pressure Han Sama and Lebrov have had in this mid lane, though. You mentioned it as they forced Jackie Love out. Now they're going to force Feng Yue out, and that means gold. Yeah, you don't kill those players, but you get tower plates. That money is critical here for the Yunara Lulu. Han Sama, can they be the carries? Lebrov has been, now it's dangerous for him, though. Lebrov has been quite good in the right place a lot of times at the right time there for him, saving Caps sometimes, saving Han Sama sometimes. And they are going to need that later. Tien continues to take away jungle camps.
Oof. And you can see TES aren't lacking any damage. 50% of Han Sama's health bar disappears on a single skill connecting. Root into the Q. Jackie Love, the Mystic Shot. We mentioned it in game 1. The pressure on a player when they're so far ahead. Then it was way on the Ambessa. This time around, it's Han Sama. Not because he is so far ahead, but because he is the single member on the team with an advantage over their opposition. Getting that second item. There's a lot of pressure on him and Lebrov to carry out these fights because the rest of the map just don't really have the gold to do it.
And that second item, the Fiend Hunter Bullets, that's huge burst damage. So you can make very quick plays with the Yunara there. He's got Flash, he's level 11 with his 2-item Power Spike. That is primed for heroics, for the possibilities. However,
Green, sneaking in, the weirding won't connect. The other with the twofold hex. If Han Sama had misstepped there, Tien was ready to follow up.
Yeah, you have to respect the burst damage. Speaking of burst damage from Cream, 6 stacks on his Dark Seal here with the Aurora, so you really do have to respect it. You also, if you're Han Sama, you have to have one of your teammates marking Feng Yue. Somebody has got to mark this Nico. If that Nico gets a flash proto belt play onto Han Sama, I think that just crushes the fight for G2. They really need to have a priority, warding your flanks, somebody get eyeballs on that Nico and keep her out of the fight. Hopefully the Cassante would be able to do it.
The observers are teasing us, hinting at maybe where Feng Yue could be. Invisible from behind, the knockup is there. Han Sama cop of the fall is not there, crucially. Han Sama free to unload for a brief moment, but Tien just jumps right on his head as Cream goes between worlds, knocking down G2, the only Fed member. Not enough when TES laser in on that target. G2 obliterated.
Zweon in game 1 and Feng Yue game 2 here. They're styling on the international stage. We say you need to mark this Nico. You need to. And look at that, right in the back line. He does get to the Yunara and the Ahri Dracos. Not only do they delete the Ahri, they quickly delete Han Sama afterwards. And they just annihilate G2 in this team fight. It's over almost before it even starts.
It's just devastating. You can see frustration on the face of G2. They know what happens. They didn't mark the flanker. They understand exactly what went wrong, but it's not going to change things now. The Red Bull Baron power play already 900 gold in the favor of TES, a 6,000 gold advantage, empowering them. More items are completed across the board, but Swayon.
I mean, hey, Solo Bolo!
We'll take that, another one.
That has not been happening.
I do appreciate that Swayon has given us his entire LPL story in 2 games, though, because this is who he is as a player. He is always aggressive. He is always flashy, but as you know from playing with players who are like that, from watching them on streams, it is a double-edged sword. He can make a montage, but he can also make some mistakes.
Also, if you're given one back at this stage, well, Caps could get an objective bounty on top side. I don't think Skewmon here wants to like full send us to do anything on the Dragon, but objective bounties are what built into the game for comebacks, okay? For this explicit purpose.
Just for EU and our hopes. I mean, you can see how important the objective bounty is because it was 900 positive on the Red Bull Baron power play. Now it's negative almost 700. And a lot of that is the tower plus the additional value from that bounty.
Yeah. Okay, so take a deep breath here. You've got a Medjai's on the map. Cream is upgraded 10 stacks, so you deserve the upgrade there, Cream. I mean, Cream has just been playing so good. If you combine game number 1 and game number 2 here, this man is out of control.
Yeah.
You really can't ask for a lot more from him. He has been superb, and so you deserve to upgrade. Medjai's completed for him. He is a terror on the map because the burst damage from this champion is going to be problematic for literally everyone on G2. And they've controlled the jungle as well, keeping that vision control through the bottom side. Swayon wants another piece of Caps. Let me get a rematch.
Fight me again, 1v1 this time.
Rest of the team, you deal with the game.
You deal with that.
You got Baron.
I took down Broken Blade. I want the next one. Ignore the fact that he got solo killed by Broken Blade. But Tien, the other big threat here, you saw it on the Coinbase gold grind, so far ahead individually. And for G2, the unfortunate reality is the combination of the Jarvan and the Aurora is just too much for any single member to survive reliably. TP coming into mid lane. Cream has arrived, extra needlessly large rod on top of the 10 stacks in the book. Man is on the hunt for more pages.
They have more books, more gold, and more experience.
Yeah.
On TES side.
They are stronger and wiser. There is not a lot of edge left there.
The brain and the brawn,
The brain and the brawn. And as we saw, Hansama's damage, 2 items was solid earlier, but as the enemy team is starting to crest towards 3, he really needs at least a 3rd item. 4 or 5 autos hitting Tien and only taking about 15–20% of his HP is not what you want to see if you're a G2 fan.
Yeah, it's really difficult because you're also outranged with the Ezreal poke, so TS here have a lot of advantage. How many of these blue buffs has Tien taken away? I guess not this one, at the very least. I think he's got at least 2 or 3 so far this game. Skewmon, though, is going to be able to save that one, even though Tien comes in for another cheeky steal, calling for Jackie Love's Ezreal ult, too, at the same time.
And I got to say, Tien with the lead is terrifying. This man walks into your jungle like he's got 5 people behind him all of the time, even if he's on his own. And you can see G2 are respecting it because they don't have the vision and they don't have the gold to commit a ton of resources on trying to kill the Jarvan. And Tien's just reading it so well and always just walking right up in their faces.
Yeah, I mean, all those narratives of underperforming on international stages, like follow Jackie Love and Tien to a degree, but like both of those players won the world championships fairly early on in their careers, and that's why.
The reason it's so devastating is because the ceiling is so high.
Yeah.
Peak Tien, domestic Tien is a terrifying player. World champion Tien, a terrifying player.
And right now today.
And right now today. G2 were praying for, you know, the curse of top esports to be alive and well in this particular matchup, and it absolutely is not. TES dominating G2 thus far. Is a bit of a fight of a scuttle crab. Lebrov has to be careful. Feng Yue, G2. Top prio there, mid-wave relatively even. Willing to concede us some resources in the bottom lane as Broken Blade at least going to take away the blast cone. But it's a very similar situation to game 1. We once again have Swayon pushing, mostly uncontested on a side lane, while G2 try to use a man advantage to get some control somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, he's kept his 2-level lead, even though, yeah, you know, Caps was able to get the kill on him. Still, the extra experience Very, very powerful lead for him. Jackie Love as well. It's a little bit less, not the full 2 levels, but still very powerful there for the Ezreal to be on 3-item power spike. This is very, very juicy. So Jackie has a lot of freedom to work with here on this champion. And again, the annoyingness and the range of the poke from him is pretty problematic for G2 in trying to set up and trying to retake vision. Like, their jungle is always dark, so they're always taking little bits of chip damage from TES before the fight even starts.
Caps,
and then
fishing for the charm. Does not connect as G2. Just a bit of a trade, just a bit of a scrap in the mid lane. Jackie Love not afraid to just shift forward, drop a couple more Qs. You highlight it so well, right? It's pretty hard for them to get on top of Jackie Love, and he's in this advantageous position where the world doesn't rest on his shoulders. If he survives, if they burn a bunch of ultis, his team has more than enough damage, so he gets to play a little bit more aggressive and with a little bit more safety, knowing G2 has to focus his frontliners first.
Okay, so Broken Blade wanted to force a play onto... okay, nice teleport out. Nothing can interrupt him. Nice. Yeah, the whole team was coming over, so Broken Blade used his flash, and Zhuan does respect the flash and respect the rotation of all those G2 members. The other cost of that, of all your team rotating, is you're losing priority towards mid lane and towards the dragon. Yeah, you weren't fighting that dragon any day of the week anyway, but nice escape.
Wow. Doesn't matter that he used the barrier, he lives.
Better safe than sorry.
Most certainly.
Usually.
I mean, we've seen, there's occasionally some hitboxes that connect on you and you're like, oh, I didn't, there's a little extra on the side of that.
Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Jackie, who's like always like, nah, I'm gonna dodge this. I'm not using spells.
Which, again, when you're the 217 Ezreal, who's was focused so heavily early on and might have made it 1 or 2 mistakes, you're still feeling pretty good.
I mean, that death cap is pretty close for Cream, and he's about to get level 16 too. Oh, here we go, engage.
Skumon caught out here, dash back in. Using the ultimate, but just running back into the enemy team. LeBron already forced to ulti on his own way, but Feng Yue again! Right into Hansama, immediate Mikhail's flashback from Hansama, hoping to live a little bit longer. Broken Blade trying to create as much space as possible, but Cream goes between worlds, goes invisible, and looks to hunt Hansama down. Cream and Tion together, tearing down G2. Broken Blade and Caps on the retreat, all out, about to fade away. The damage will fade. Hoping to hold the line a little bit longer. Tien taking his time. Broken Blade unstoppable with the Pathmaker. An extra shield from the footwork as Cream and Caps looking for the 1v1. Charm going wide is devastating. Cream trying to get past the Orb of Deception. Caps chunked out, knocked out. An ace for TES.
Oh, man, Cream does so much damage. And this fight actually gets so scrappy how G2 are able to actually get kills at the beginning. Skumon flashes over to Lebrov to get the Lulu ultimate, to get the knock up there. Then you had that counter gauge from Feng Yue, but once Broken Blade and Caps actually get there, they do get some very quick kills, deleting the Ezreal, taking down Jackie. Then Tien and Cream, they can still use the flash from Tien to make sure they're going to finish off that Yunara and get the kill.
Skumon jumping face first in. Feng Yue. They're waiting, no play's gonna happen, but that was a crazy sequence of play, and once again, Daejeon, 1, 4, and 5 did so much work. He started that play, and he's the person who forced the initial cooldowns out of Hansama.
How much AP does Cream have right now with his 22 stacks Medjais and his death cap? I mean, this Aurora, the burst damage is insane. Tien is also, of course, has all the authority to go in with the Guardian Angel and the extra life, so yeah. He's like, I can force the fight for your buddy. I'll get the setup, and you delete the kills.
And this is the nightmare point for Aurora, because the ulti alone will do so much damage that even if he whiffs 1 or 2 abilities, he's still done his job in a fight. And he hasn't been whiffing really any of the key abilities in these fights. So for G2, again, it feels like the same story as game 1. Outclassing some individual matchups, forcing plays left and right. They're determined to force this Baron, but Daejeon is coming in behind them. Hansama caught in the Cataclysm. Immediate ulti going to be popped, holding on for dear life as Cream manages to escape. But again, a Pop Blossom. The rookies on this TES lineup are dismantling G2 Esports.
Is that going to be the fight where they run through the base now? Rest of the team is going mid. Tien's fishing around to stop some recalls. They can't quite get the interrupt, though. Caps is going to run the long way. Will this be enough defense? It's just Broken Blade and Caps to try and defend against the onslaught of TES. I think it's probably just going to be inhibitor towers here because the death timers are actually fairly short this early on still.
But it's 30 minutes. And it's a 9K difference. It's sole point for TES. A minute and 30 seconds till they have Chemtech. Chemtech with the Jarvan and the Renekton who are diving in. It's not the ideal soul, but they're going to get a lot of value out of it. And now Baron, no one to contest. 8 seconds on Skewmont. No long-range tools for a hope of a miracle steal. It'll be another Baron for Top Esports.
All right, so they start out. They're actually going to, Caps and Broken Blade are going to force Cream out of this fight. Caps goes with the Flash Charm onto Cream, into Broken Blade's lockup on the left side of the fight. But on the right side of the fight, Dracos, Fengyue came in, got the triple with the ult again as TES were in the brawl already. So they were heavily already winning that right side of the fight. As the double solo laners of G2, they were trying to go for Cream and take down that Aurora, cut down on his Medjay stacks. But guess what? All they got was his flash. They didn't actually convert the kill onto him, so they didn't take down any of the pages, and the rest of the squad dying over on the other side.
And that is a complete book. That is a novel on how to dismantle G2 Esports. Tien continuing to run forward between worlds, popped. Fengyue going over the wall, another three-man! This man is making a montage! TES obliterate G2 again. It was not a fluke. It's starting to feel unquestionable. TES dominance from start to finish.
Fengyue showing him the way back to the fountain there very quickly with his Nico, and TES with an emphatic victory in game number 2 here. Dracos, is it our fault? I thought we were the chosen ones to end the 3-0s.
I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is, but I can tell you right now that Swayon is determined to keep the 3-0s going. Fengyue is determined. And those are the players I was least scared of coming into the day, Kobe, when I saw how these teams matched up. But they're proving why they were able to climb to the top of the LPL, why they were able to take down a surging WE to stop that miracle run. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk to hopefully be happy and optimistic for TES, and we'll all be sad about G2 a little bit later.
Oh! You're putting up the vote already? Wait a minute, I'm grabbing this then.
You know what?
Listen.
You could take
That's a mild take. That's a mild take at this point.
Yeah, that's your vote.
Yeah.
That's your vote.
Positive thinking. We have 2 rookies at MSI here on the side of TES. And they're shining. We had top lane during game 1. Support make the whole game unplayable on the side of G2 this time.
We wanted to see, it was going to be a litmus test to see how the international rookie, sure, Swayon has had a split with IG underneath him, but to be on a stage like this is completely different. But it doesn't even seem like it's phasing either of them. I felt like this was the game for Fengyue to look back on.
My goodness.
Yeah, and be proud.
Those ults, man, every single fight, it's just like, he presses ult and 4 members of G2 appear, man.
It's like, okay, wait a minute, maybe the Yanara, oh, never mind, Yanara got popped.
He got everyone.
Yeah, every single person.
Yep, okay, we see how it's going to go.
Yep.
And it's sad because once again, if you look at the early game and the laning plays, especially on the side of G2, it was looking good. You're talking about this Yanara. I want to talk about LeBron because we had high hopes for him, given how he improved alongside Hansama, and things were looking pretty good.
Yeah, this was kind of what this game was turning into. It was a game of bot lane from G2 getting ahead versus top side, Top Esports really getting ahead through their Renekton and also Cream.
Yeah, and I mean, this was just such a great play from Lebrov, because so they use this gank from Skewmont, that gives some tempo to Lebrov. Lebrov shows up just in time to save Caps, gets Caps the first blood. Yes, Caps does get taken down by the flag from the grave there, but then this is really, really cool. TES is just playing so well around Timer, so BB looks to set him up. Caps had already spent his flash earlier. Now they know, all right, Caps just used ult. So what is TES going to do? They immediately are going to go in and punish. And you're thinking, you can dive an Ahri like that? Well, you can if Ahri has no ult, no flash, and you've timed everything perfectly. TES was vicious in punishing these windows.
Yeah, especially Tien. Tien has been fearless this entire game. The early game strategy blew into invade on Raptors, and even though that mid lane gank didn't turn out well, he was just repeatedly hitting the jungle. Skewmont needed to fight and stand firm, but the problem was then in comes Cream, so it was turning into a 2v1 situation.
And it did feel like early on this was going to be a game where it was TES solo laners versus G2's bot lane. And
Yes.
our HyperX Reflex replay is going to be the Hans double kill. I wanted to break down this play because I think there's a lot of little things here that were pretty interesting. So first off, it's Feng Yue who's going to be looking, obviously has level 6. He is going to be looking for this initial engage. As he goes in, notice Jackie Love spends his last Q here actually on this cannon instead of on Hans as they're going in for the engage. Goes in, catches him, Q is on cooldown, so you can see that Jackie has used ease forward, hits the W, hits the ult, both of them are caught. And now, from this position, you're thinking, all right, this is a one fight.
Yeah.
Look at the health bars, full health, full health. Hans is just about dead, and you're thinking, well, this is for sure TES that are going to win this fight. But now we have to watch Lebrov. Lebrov throws down the wild growth, throws down the shield, and watch how he's moving to block Qs immediately. He wants to stay between Jackie and Hans, block as much as he possibly can. So he's moving in, is going to be able to, even when Jackie shifts over, Jackie has him low, pops the berry, he's saying, I'm going to shift forward, I'm going to get past you and land this Q. Heal popped, just barely gets in front. Get down, Mr. President, saves him with the block on the Q, then continues to stay in between him, takes another hit of the Q from Feng Yue, then flashes out from that last Mystic shot there from Jackie, buying the time for the TP to come in and the cleanup to be there. They have to give both these kills to Hans. I thought Lebrov was playing a beautiful game. Didn't really matter because there was another support in the game, but still, credit where credit is due. He was great in that 2v2.
It gave us hope. It gave us hope that it would turn into a non-3-0.
I know.
I mean, we still have another game, but just being able to see Lebrov and Hansama perform on this level reminds us of firsthand the problem is that they were getting snowballed on.
When did it go wrong, though? Because we talked about this, Feng Yue, impossible to track in those team fights.
Yeah.
He was running the show for TES and made G2's life impossible. I do feel like with a composition like this, when you play from behind, though, it's really hard for G2 to find any opportunities in those fights.
You asked what went wrong? Feng Yue took the last 2v2 personally. Like, being able to find that angle was insane. And he was sitting there for quite a long time. He knew the setup was going to be important, so he sat in that bush and waited. This skirmish was incredibly important. Double TP coming in from G2. But if you get an engage like this, you don't have to wait for them to come in from the flank. That was another incredible play. And so while the conversation this series has been about Zoyan, we get to see what has made Feng Yue also a really strong addition to this team.
I mean, the whole team is playing really, really well, but Feng Yue in this one, he is clearly the highlight because it felt like every 5v5, not even just these two, the game clincher was again a multi-man ulti in mid lane. He was taking down everyone, but Tien is everywhere. He's tracking Skumon, and as you pointed out, Lore, G2 drafted a comp that basically has no engage. It's charm or nothing. And so when you get behind it is very, very difficult. And so Tien is moving around the map, always tracking where Skumon is, not allowing them to get really taken off guard. And yeah, Zoyan got taken down a couple times in the side lane, but was very respectable with most of those cross-map plays that G2 were looking for. And it just feels like G2 need more from their stars.
Yeah.
We have not yet seen Caps really show up in this series. Went with the LeBlanc, with the Ahri, felt wasn't really getting much done. And I feel like if they're going to come back, you need some Caps magic.
When things go down, rely on Caps. At least that's what saved Europe in the past. G2 with their back against the wall here as TES take us to match point. Let's see what happens next.
感觉可以进啊！
看一下看一下，1秒1秒1，逃一死逃一死不？装你妈呢！
还有闪吗，露露？I got him, I got him.
Okay, good job. The guys taking already beat up. Okay, push fast and base, push fast and base.
来，我从这边一 Q 下去。
OK，
我也可以 Q。
可以逼了，可以。看我开，看我开，看我开，看我开。
先杀，先杀，先杀。死伤。
OK，
有闪吗？有闪吗？没闪，没闪，
没闪，没闪，没闪，没闪，没一没。
啊？慢点。
可以踢了。
told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With my new phone company, Menace Mobile, our pricing structure will be so confusing, it can only be described as evil.
That isn't evil. It's just typical phone company stuff. And besides, people just switch to Verizon.
With their new Simplicity plan, there's just one plan and one price.
What now?
And it's only $30 for a single line.
$30! So you're all choosing Verizon. Traitors!
Introducing the Simplicity plan, $30 for a single line.
Can you hear me now?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2026 here in beautiful Daejeon, South Korea. Of course, if you're an EU fan, what a rough way to start the day, I'm not going to lie, because Top Esports are currently trouncing G2. It is 2-0. Top Esports on match point, and G2 have one more shot to bring us a little bit deeper into the series to break the trend of infinite 3-0s. But optimism fading amongst the G2 faithful, I think.
They
it's safe
told
to say.
us Daejeon was the city of science. But really, Daejeon is the city of 3 zeros, is what it feels like, because the first two games, Dracos, were fairly one-sided. They're pointing in the direction of another.
It can also be the city of science. You don't have to pick one thing. You can be the city of multiple
You're
things.
only allowed to be one thing, right?
Well, so far it is the city of 3-0s.
Choose a lane
Because I have seen a lot more 3-0s than I've seen Science, at least in this series. There's
Raz did go to a planetarium earlier, so Raz has seen a lot more of the Science here.
Yeah.
Well,
he's seen more 3-0s. He did Science for one day. He's done 3-0s every single day he's been on broadcast, because we all have. So we'll see if G2 can buck the trend, can take us deeper into this series. Again, Game 1 and Game 2, in terms of how they played out overall, were incredibly similar. Solo lane struggles, single player with a lead, not able to convert into more, as G2 rapidly kind of fell behind in terms of map movement and plays.
So G2 is going to need to embrace the science, I think. The dark technology at this point. The picks, okay?
Yeah.
Heimerdinger.
Okay, writing it down.
That's a champion related to science in League of Legends.
Got it.
I don't know what position we're going to do with
Jace.
it, but let's cook something up here.
Does Mundo count as real science or fake science?
Oh, that's real science, yeah.
That's real science, Mundo. Okay,
that's
we saw Zeus play it. We've seen Skewmon play it.
Yeah, that's he's like toxic science.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they're giving him a little bit of a breather right now before we go into game number 3, I think. So
which they might need.
Collect yourselves.
So here's, as someone who's watched a lot of G2, as an EU rep, the thing I'm looking out for, more proactive options for bot lane. That's not to take away from LeBron. His Lulu performance was incredible, but
you want him in more places.
I want him in more places with more CC, preferably. I think the burden of execution has been very heavily on the side of G2, and they clearly have not been able to deliver, have not been able to find those angles. So let's simplify. Draft your own version of the Wombo combo. Get your own version of the Jarvan-Aurora pairing. There's a lot of options left to do it with, but of course need to see what the adjustments have been coming into this draft, and if some of the bans are going to change. Maybe a Camille could make it through, but hard to imagine that being the case.
Yeah, gonna have to. Whoa, we are jumping in, real
deep.
quick. Okay,
all right.
Let's catch up. The science here has not taken place quite yet, so
they've actually banned some of the science.
Right, we get the lock-in for the blind Scion on the side of TES. So Broken Blade does get counterpicked. That is a place to start that, you know, they were looking for the side of G2. What can he does play Kled into it sometimes.
Ooh, I like that.
That's his counterpick.
Kled gonna get picked up. We'll see if it's locked. 8 seconds left. So Kled confirmed alongside Rakan. A lot of active playmaking tools. And of course, anytime you're against the Scion with a counterpick, there's pressure on you to make a big enough advantage that you can outvalue that Scion as we move later into the game. And Broken Blade has struggled to rise to the challenge thus far, but I think this is his best option to really show what he's got.
And personally, I do find it annoying to play Kled into Wukong, because he can leave a clone to kind of stop your parade short a little bit sometimes, and he can be the one to kind of divert that. But is definitely a good matchup in a Scion, is something that Broken Blade does frequently. And you got what you wanted, Dracos. You wanted Lebrov on a playmaking champion. Rakan here for himself.
The monkey paw did curl though, because I'm not exactly thrilled to see the Xayah into the Wukong. She goes up, but Wukong just keeps spinning, and then she comes down and Wukong is still spinning. But it is obviously a very powerful 2v2 duo, and the 2v2 has been doing well in isolation. Now they can support it with some bans of their own, taking the Lucian away, taking the Renata, kind of soft removing Kalista from the pool by taking the Renata as well.
Yeah, and I like the bans from TES as well, because even though you're getting countered in lane by the Kled, you do not want jungle to bring a Trundle. Not only does he take your resistances with his ultimate, obviously, but the pillar is very, very difficult for Scion to deal with. Block his ults as well. So good jungle bans here from TES. They're kind of punishing you for giving Broken Blade that counter pick and grabbing that one first, and you opted to drop your jungle for it. So here we go, back to normal. Now we're looking at it. Okay, double down on that counter pick. Get some synergies there, or not.
They keep flashing. I'm wondering if they're going to pick it up. Second time. Stop doing this to me. Don't do that.
I really don't like Rek'Sai after the E nerfs. Like that nerf really did hurt her a lot.
Yeah.
So do like opting for something different here for G2 instead.
Okay.
Yeah, they're working through it. So let's be patient here. Skewmon definitely always has been quite a good Skarner.
That he has.
Is this, and it's going to accelerate your engage into the team too with Kled, Rakan, and Skarner. Could be a very good look there. Sion's a good body blocker though, and as we said, Wukong not too shabby himself. So we'll see if they can pull it off. Mostly I'm worried for G2 about the Cream versus Caps matchup with the Rise priority being slammed from Cream. So, hey, the Aphelios are talking about. The Aphelios actually does come out, but it's into the Zyricon instead. So
interesting.
Are going to see that early Green Grunt priority on the bottom side. And here we go. Syndra did get buffs on the patch. I still prefer the Rise. Syndra can, fall victim to Wukong, especially once Wukong gets to level 6. Mid lane gets a little dicey. Also, if bot lane gets roam time and Thresh gets the roam towards mid too, that can be very problematic because Rise can help set you up there too. The only kind of drawback there, lots of people like to gank Syndra a lot.
That they do. Obviously a powerhouse champion in terms of individual laning, but that is her big vulnerability. Scatter the Weak is such a long cooldown. Pretty easy to regank or to play around it. Now, Top Esports have a fantastic front-to-back composition. Threat on the side lane with Cream as well, and Jackie Love obviously bearing the brunt of being that late-game scaling carry. Has a Thresh with a Lantern to protect him. Feng Yue busting out Thresh on an international stage, and it was Game 3 versus Top Esports where G2 were the ones to pull out the Thresh last year. It was a disaster. But this is a champion that Lebrov knows incredibly well, no doubt super comfortable in the matchup. So we'll see if he and Hansama can once again find an edge in the 2v2 and lead this G2 lineup to their first victory in the series. Of course, for TES, the plan very clear. They found advantage in both of their initial games. See if they can do it one more time and continue the trend of 2026 MSI clean sweeps.
All right, every game in isolation. Just look at the game in front of you. Let's see what the early spread here doesn't look like anything too crazy.
That is an Electrocute Rakan. Did I miss something while I was gone for 3 months? Is that normal?
No, we're going to look for that burst damage kill. I mean, show it to me. I want to see the burst damage.
Lebrov. No Guardian.
I mean, it's hard.
Might have been nice to have the Guardian there, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on the Electrocute. This Broken Blade was hoping to find the enemy Scion, but Scion hiding in the darkness, just hoping to get XP. I think scrapping with the Kled at level 1 is a bit of a nightmare. So takes his time to wander in.
Yeah, he waits for the Kled to go up to the wave first out of them. I want to get back up there to see how it turned out. Okay. He's able to get all the melees for Shuayan, so nice for him. Still got all 3 melees, and let the Kled have a little priority over the lane for the early stages. But I do want to point out the ward that Broken Blade placed. Down here, so they see the actual exact timer on that jungle start. And then they also had a defensive ward from Skumon there as well. So really covering to make sure they have full information on the jungle, pathing away from the side matchup so the Broken Blade can get the most out of his counter pick here.
Doing their best to set him up for success, stop Tian from doing any kind of cheeky early play, especially nice when you're trying to protect that Syndra in the mid lane. You can see Caps does a relatively good job of trading even here. He gets a lot of free poke, but Cream, just much better wave clear at this point, is able to force that mid wave in. Of course, reminder as we get into this, coming into the series, it was easy to underestimate TES because they're a team that, while they've always had high placements, have often fallen short of where they've wanted to end up, of where they've been expected to end up. And that has been the #1 thing that people think about when they think about this lineup. Even if they took down G2 last year, they still fell short in the semifinals at Worlds. But it does feel the air of optimism surrounding this version of TES, a new TES with 2 new rookies, is definitely there based on this series. Hook bot lane, play back. Knock up from Lebrov as Jackie Love just spinning through, about to cycle guns, but just continues to harass with the extra range. Lantern as well there to back him up. Swaps over to the Gravitum, so can find CC, but of course no one is in the area. Just that 2v2 exchange.
Okay, yeah, it's going quite well there. They get priority on the lane. They force the back from the Thresh. Hansama and Lebrov now going to be able to crash this one. And since they've got their jungle who path down here, they know they have full confidence. See if they get some turret plate money too. And dive maybe?
And the dive, Jackie Love lock up. Burnham there, Gravitum as well. They're about to get locked into the tower. Feng Yue, the flash away.
Ooh, so that dive ends up with 4 for 3 in summoner spells. But, wait, And they need to be able to finish their recalls.
The spot.
So they do have the CS lead for now, but their recalls are really delayed.
Broken Blade in trouble. Instantly just finds the kill. Soul Furnace explosion, taking him down. Skewmon maybe just hoping to get a kill back, but it's just going to take some chip damage. A free grass proc as well. That is devastating on the top side.
Yeah, we were looking so heavily at the bottom side after the pushback, after that dive attempt, and we didn't see the setup for that gank, and Tien's able to get in there. It is first blood for the Scion in the counter. And he's going to teleport right back to that top lane, and this time, they're the ones. Look at the control, the extra wards here on both the Krugs as well as the Raptors. To see the Skarner pathing away again this time. But Brookblade jumps right on him after the teleport came through from Daejeon.
Still such a good situation for the Kled. Not too much armor quite yet. No boots too. Daejeon in trouble. Broken Blade demounted, but doesn't have to give up anything else. And the flash coming out to Daejeon means he's going to be incredibly vulnerable to a follow-up gank if Skewmon has time to go topside.
Yeah, Broken Blade getting a very good trade there. Violent after the teleport comes in. Pushing up against it here too. Daejeon is going to be able to stick around at least to clear the way, but he has no teleport and no ult. Like he probably wants to look at the experience before he could get ult. I mean, one more wave, but it's so dangerous.
Flash in, Flay set up there. Gravitum, Rubu off the Infernum, and Tien arrives just in time. Hansama out of sums, out of hope in the bot lane 2v2 as Jackie Love grabs the kill.
Tien is everywhere he needs to be, Draco. Successful gank on top side, successful wraparound on the bottom side as well. Tien is doing it live. Daejeon as well, able to get back there. The cannon wave soaking a lot of hits. Flinging away blocks to allow his AD carry to get the reset, the recall after acquiring that kill money for Jackie Love. And even though he doesn't have his mobility summoner spells, he's got his upgraded boots here with the full berserkers.
Trying to maneuver around any potential engage Lebrov could hope to find, but this is the Tien that this is the reason there are so many disappointed top esports fans, is because this is the ceiling they talk about. This is the player they talk about domestically, the man who can take over the map like this so early on.
And it's on Wukong, who usually everyone's looking at, well, you don't have to worry too much till he's 6, right?
Yep.
He did all that before he was 6 at all.
He's just now 6.
Scuttlecrab is getting...
And the real victim here is the Scuttlecrab. Tien goes down!
Oh my goodness! The tunnel vision for it! And G2 still got the Scuttlecrab.
Anyway, also in trouble now. Jackie Love, really good guns for a fight, but only a level 5 Aphelios. Not a lot of items. Another member of TES falls. And that time, I think we could say was a caster curse. That was an awful
all
trade.
the way to the turret
there you
for
go.
that thing.
Welcome to MSI Top Esports.
Okay. As you're singing Tien's praises, Caps yoinks the Scuttlecrab, but they're not done. You know, Cream is at the turret, so Tien's like, all right, I'm gonna stick around. Let me get that thing. But he doesn't even get it. He tries to go all the way so deep under the tower to get it, Dracos. He won up Blabber, that is for sure. You know what? It's no longer Blabber's Crabbers. It's Tien's Crabbers now.
It's Tien's Crabbers now. No one.
Tien will go to your house. He will knock on your door.
That is.
Give me that Scuttlecrab back.
That man will go get his own crab and bring it to random restaurants. What the heck? Hold that thought. We're about to talk about international experience. Instead, we're going to have to talk about this escape from Broken Blade. But reminder, this G2 lineup goes to every international.
Yeah.
The TES team doesn't have that same luxury. And now with 2 rookies, the experience gap is massive, but it has not affected the performance as TES, outside of whatever we just witnessed in the mid lane, Tien's Crappers, they've just been one step ahead.
I gotta see how many times we gotta see that thing again? That was hilarious. Usually, a lot of junglers have trauma, okay? Syndra is so annoying by yoinking camps away, right? How many times in your life has a Syndra like yoinked away a camp and it takes away their jungler and you'd have to be like, fine. But Tien had enough.
Tien had enough.
And you know what? He didn't even get it.
You know what he did to show him? He ran in and died. Yeah, that'll teach him. Stop stealing my crab, Caps. I'll donate you 300 gold. But we hope that lesson has been learned.
I mean, a lot of this season has been about trying to get jungle priority in. Anyways,
and despite that, Tien still with a small lead. Does set behind is clear a little bit. You can see the XP advantage slightly in favor of Skumon, although I imagine that'll shift as the grubbies are getting picked up. Feng Yue shadowing nicely. No one here to protect this tower. BB on the way, but Jackie Love very likely to just grab a quick plate here.
I mean, as hilarious as it was, too, this is a completely different story than all of the other games because Caps, on top of the first blood, with the CS lead, very, very nice in mid lane. So this the Syndra burst damage is going to be very real this game. We'll see how well, too, because, you know, he's stacking up splinters very effectively.
Yep.
Top side, though, should be fine with Lebrov matching for support up here and allowing Broken Blade a little bit of extra safety in their 2v2 after the lane swap-a-roni.
I don't think it's a good call out on the Syndra damage. Expectations are that Cream and Jackie Love are really going to be the stars of this particular show in terms of damage output. So with Cream already falling behind, pressure onto Jackie as Lebrov fishes for a bit of a play there. Hook from Feng Yue not quite going to connect on the key target. Lock up, bringing his way on under tower, flashing, ulting away. Still seems like he might die. Nope. Immediate TP out.
See ya!
No one can say this man does not have style.
Daejeon out. Ult into teleport, man. And he got the casters of the wave.
Meanwhile, on the top lane, Jackie Love continuing to lay down a bit of damage. Broken Blade demounted. Lebrov going to find the knock-up. That's going to be big. Charm coming in.
Remount.
Broken Blade about to remount. Jackie Love, I don't think he was ready for this one. Turning back. Purple Guns wants to root them under tower. Another demount for Broken Blade. Going to take him a bit more time this time around. But Lebrov goes back in. The fist fight's not done yet. It will finally fade away, but both sides willing to bet everything on that 2v2.
Ooh, that is a lot of summoner spells for Jackie Love. Feng Yue using the heal, and Jackie double summoners here. Uses the flash, uses the ghost. So while Broken Blade and Lebrov don't actually get the kill, this Aphelios is for sure a kill target, prime kill target now for G2.
Lane assignment coming out, Daejeon once again, sent up to the top lane. Broken Blade will see him shortly. Can't imagine they'll pivot away from this particular lane assignment, but we check in on the state of the game for the first time this series. G2 with a gold lead. 1.2K as Caps using an extra range to lay down some hurt onto Cream in the mid lane, and it's a minute until Hextech Drake, second of the game. Maybe where we see a big fight break out. Jackie, terrible guns, but should be able to cycle through pretty quickly for the coming fight. Caps can't stop the recall.
I mean, as soon as Lebrov gets his ult back, I mean, there's possible plays down here all over the place with flash advantages. See what they can actually do. TN, though, on Trinity Force.
Well, Caps going to get knocked up by the Cyclone. TN still running forward. Realm Warp on the way in. Skumon trying to show up. Caps flash back to safety. Flash over the raging Skarner to find the kill. Skumon now desperate to get something onto TN. Cream respects it and will back away. Looks like the 1-for-1 overall mid lane for jungle.
Okay, talk about summoner spells. Everything getting used here. Cream uses both. TN uses his as well. Caps in the end does go down. But G2, now if you look at the pace of the game, if they can take advantage on these flash timers for the next 5 minutes, they have a lot of areas to try and make plays off of. Let's see. As far as the kill credit as well going over there, Tien did get that one with his Trinity Force spike. Really wanted it. Skumon makes another pass towards mid, as you see, and teleport is being used mid too, so I don't know how long he could keep Cream interested, but topside just trading heavily. See what they do about the dragon.
Looks like they might concede, as you can see TN moving up, and you see a lot of blue pings focused on the top side of the map, maybe thinking that that is their counterplay angle, not wanting to contest the Drake, but Cream getting more and more gold closer to those key items is starting to just shred through those mid waves, especially with the upgraded boots. Really just makes it that much harder for Caps to find lethal damage. As TN sneaking his way in. Broken Blade demounted. Instant CC combo. No chance for him to get the remount. TN grabbing another.
A tale as old as time. TS, they give up the dragon on bottom side. Draco's one of the first two. This one down as well, but they go top side. TN uses that timer.
Connects. Feng Yue, double marks onto Lebrov. Crucially ults away, but Cream now the one in trouble. Running out to safety. Caps whittling down that HP bar. Bone plating. Keeps him alive for a second, but now the kill over to Lebrov, looking for the re-engage in the bottom lane. Lebrov finds the initial knockup. Hansama, the feathers flying. Feng Yue still taking his sweet time, though, and it's just going to be a kill in the bottom lane. 2 quick kills for G2.
G2 do punish both of those critical flashes that were down. Jackie, they make the dive on bottom side. They get him. They make the gank towards mid lane and take down Cream as well. Caps is over 1,000 gold ahead this time, and Hans ahead as well.
a massive shift in the momentum of this series. It's not a game win yet, but G2 finally set up for success here, having the tools, finding the angles, especially around the mid lane. Broken Blade suffering, but the rest of the map doing damn well.
Yeah, the return gank here. Stun from Syndra into the E from Skumon, wrapped around. Cream's not getting away from this one. And he may be a little bit angry about the early kill that the Syndra got as well. But bot side was another story as well. Lebrov barely lived, by the way. That last tower shot doesn't even finish him off. He has been so good for G2. Makes the dive happen in time, uses the flash advantage, uses the ult that we are looking for.
And you can see caps on the Syndra, 35-16. Oftentimes a champion that is kind of briefly in the meta and then falls away, nerfed or buffed out, but comfortable with this, the most recent set of buffs, bringing it back in and having an excellent performance thus far. And again, if you're Jackie Love, you're sweating a bit. The Locket of the Iron Solari from Feng Yue is not going to be enough to keep you standing in these fights. Dragon setup though. Eyes on TN. Cap spotted out, isolated, taken down. The 1,000 gold lead from G2 just disappears in an instant. But now they're hoping to take out TN, guaranteeing the next Drake. They will get one back in return. Knock up onto Broken Blade. Lebrov caught out. The Rakan vulnerable. The dash doesn't get him over the wall. The decimating smash to follow. Down goes Lebrov.
I mean, this is all during a time where they make the decision here while Cream is top. So everybody sees Cream top, so they want to make a fast play initially, Dracos, and TS are like, okay, fine. We've got such good position. Native.
Skumon, root there. Flash over from Hansama, looking for the lockup. Ulti for Jackie Love for a bit of extra healing. Onslaught, the Severum Q, allows him to speed away, but Hansama, blinking health bar. Realm Warp there from Cream. No flash available for the Rise, but just a few seconds away from the Ghost coming back off cooldown. He's going to be forced to back off, but TES now with control of the mid lane.
I mean, it was so crazy that it turned out this way because TS, they're making this play while they're split pushing with Rise, and yet they can pull off the play so quickly that they get the extra kill down there while having the extra person playing the other lane. So huge benefits there, chopping down on the gold lead. TES, they make the call, they make the quick plays. They do not hesitate. And G2, really, yeah, losing some of those shutdowns, some of that money. See if it hurts.
There's like 2,000 gold shifted back to get things a little bit closer to TES's favor, and crucially, just deleting caps before the fight can really even start. It's a vulnerability we highlighted as Broken Blade forced to flash away from Zweon. Don't think he'll continue for the dive here, but can at least interrupt the full charge on the decimating smash. It's a tricky game. G2 have a really substantial edge, but TES just so good at capitalizing on these quick plays, and as you said, making multiple plays simultaneously across the map.
Yeah, quite interesting on the setup for the last one. With the Sion and the Wukong having good position. But now on the Herald, Caps is going to run straight towards them. They pop the eye early.
TP coming in from behind. They know Caps is vulnerable. He at least has the flash. Herald now picked up. Zweon waiting, hoping to deny them an escape. Cream going to be rooted up by Hansama. Hansama vulnerable here. Flash forward from Feng Yue. Looking to guarantee a bit more. The feathers fly, but Hansama already getting spinned on. And it's a shutdown to Cream.
And this time it is G2. They've got Broken Blade splitting bottom side, and TS punished them. They get the Herald, they get the kill onto the AD carry as well, Dracos. Now they can take even more because they have control of the map.
Hoping maybe to stop a recall here, won't be able to do it. Catching this wave, but you highlight it. Control the map 20 seconds before Cloud responds. Maybe they'd like a couple of resets, but with mid-prio in their favor, they're not too concerned. LeBron's gonna kick things off, knocking Cream back into the wall. Hook going a little bit wide. Cream should fall here, but the flash, the unleashed power, not powerful enough. Oh! Flash forward from Caps, he's determined. LeBron's gonna get it done. The electrocute, Rakan finding a way, and it's Jackie Love with a blinking health bar, running for his life as Skumon now on a killing spree. Caps set to finish off Feng Yue, knocks him down ahead of the third Drake of the game, but Tien in the back line escaping, holding on to life, maybe hoping for a 50-50.
G2, they keep the hope alive. They keep the play going so long. They don't allow you to reset. Cream down, Jackie Love down, Feng Yue down, and that should be Dragon number 3.
Skumon there. G2 finally finding that fight fully in their favor. No cross map, nothing else going against them.
And it is Skumon and Lebrov. They do not want to let this play die. They don't want to let TS reset.
Hold that
they
thought.
see Cream.
Hansama's dead.
Uh-oh.
And for that brief moment of elation where it feels like G2 get away with everything, they get out scot-free, they don't concede anything else instantaneously. There is another play by TES around the mid lane. Tien, fearless, still has the clone, determined to get another camp, but it won't go like the Scuttlecraft did. This man is dancing, he's dodging everything. Dark Spheres, Gleaming Quills. Jackie Love set up in the mid lane. Skewmon now going to punish. Much less effective tools for Jackie Love to escape. A quick kill to come in for G2 as Caps gets it.
The pace of this game is incredible. I love the kill after kill. We're keeping the kills going. On top side, we're splitting again for TES while Broken Blade and G2 are going to take down mid tower.
That they are. Almost 1,000 of gold apiece for the G2 solo laners. Empowered in this game, most certainly. Labrov just continuing to be a nuisance. And it feels like both sides support jungle. Always looking to make plays. Fengyue is the downside of the thresh. You're so damn vulnerable. The weak, scattered, charmed, knocked up, knocked down. Labrov takes the kill.
Who are you interrupting that recall for? You have no teammates around anywhere. He's just trying to be annoying, trying to interrupt Broken Blade's recall after G2 had just taken that mid turret. They had priority, and G2 now are taking over.
Want to just keep pressing for more. Tien locked up. Cream, nice route. The interrupt. Tower down. Of course, Herald's still there. The pressure point paid potentially for TES.
G2 keeping the tempo high, pressuring here on TES and making them falter. Now we only have just over 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 18 seconds on that Dragon Soul arrival, Dracos. G2 with the extra one last time around. Now they set themselves up for a very big engage.
And it's the Cloud. It's the Cloud, Kobe, for the Recon, for the Kled. Another potential pick. Fengyue. That's the Q connecting onto Caps. Caps going to take a decent chunk of damage, but they can't afford to follow up. Step forward, unleash power, but no, the Locket and the Lantern keep Fengyue standing.
Okay, they wanted to execute. Not going to be able to get it this time around, but still, retaking vision around the Dragon, even ahead of time, is pretty critical, because there's so much engage. As you're talking about, with the Recon Kled Skarner combination from G2, TES have to be very careful in their setup. They use the Rift Herald towards mid to get mid priority first and teleport on it as well. Get everyone here.
Break open mid. G2 immediately going to retreat. Herald mount up is there. Zweon looking for another crash, a knock up. Bit more pokes. Zweon very far forward. They're going to take a big chunk, hoping to eat a couple of cooldowns. Lantern there, backsteps. Excellent ward to interrupt the Lantern, forcing the ult out. But now Kled is charging in response. Labrov instantly on top, and G2 just descend on TES, charging into their back line, giving them no hope of response. Cream, though, wants to make a difference, continues to step up. The discrepancy between both teams doesn't matter to him. He knows Baron on the table for G2. He wants to do something.
The defense is good from G2 at the secondary tower, and it should turn into Baron unless TES can pull something magical out of their hat right now.
Tien has the flash. The ulti, the warrior trickster. Hoping to sneak his way into this one. Realm Warp to bait G2. 8K getting lower. G2 debating. Can they finish it? Instead, they turn their sights to Cream, but they can't find the knockup into the wall. Tien finds his way into the backline, forces a flashback from Hansama. Cream going to go down without finding anything else in return. And now Tien sent running, but with G2, all of their health bars blinking, and Jackie Love on the way. They can't keep going. Fengyue knows, though, that he has to keep the fight happening because Jackie Love is coming in, ready to try and make the difference. Ulti across the team. G2 holding on, they back away, but no Baron will fall.
Oh my goodness, on the edge of a knife there. TS, they do stop the Baron. It cost them Cream's life. G2 get a good turn with the CC combination, stun him, and are able to pick up the extra kill. But TS, they do stop the Baron. TNS uses flash, and Fengyue gets there with the Lantern as well to get him to safety. Look at this. The stun and the combination onto Cream is really nice because Skewmon takes him away from the Lantern, so Cream can't get back to it. Tien does put pressure onto Hansama. The ult into flash is what TS are able to get out of this, those cooldowns, which maybe there's an angle later on. But they do, at the very least for TS, stop that Baron.
20 seconds until the Dragon fight's already breaking out. Tien in the midst of the team. They know he has no flash. If they take this jungler down, Soul will be theirs. Tien now going to fall. Decimating Smash, not enough to save them. Caps off on the flank with Broken Blade. Jackie Love cannot even play the game. Nowhere for the Aphelios to go. Caps taking down another. G2 just obliterating TES in the fight.
G2 come alive on the MSI stage here. They're going to be able to take the ace, and they're going to be able to take the Baron.
The 2K difference in the Coinbase gold grind. Caps now unstoppable. 6-2-8. 16 stacks in the book. He saw Cream do it. He's happy to respond.
The initial fight down here with Skumon and Lebrov going against TN, trying to fight him, cut him off from the rest of the team. You saw Lebrov there really biding his time. I like that positioning. He waits and then he pops his ult to bring him back to the rest of the squad. Nice charm from him. Then they get the extra kidnap with Skumon, and Broken Blade from the other side got to pull off the full pincer attack. G2 will collect every single kill, plus the Baron, and I assume we'll be able to return for the Dragon Soul as well. Now that they've got all that money from the full 5 kills plus the Baron.
This is going to have to be the fight if TES want to turn it, if they want to keep the trend of 3-0s across the board.
Another stun.
On the Kled, Hook gonna go wide. Cream getting knocked back into the wall. Feathers flying, good ulti coming in from the Aphelios. Caps looking for the disengagers. Lebrov locks up just about everybody on TES. Locked down there, Caps still standing. Raining damage down onto TES. They finally demount Broken Blade, but it's a quadra for Caps. They're gonna look to give him the Penta. G2 well and truly unleashed on the international stage.
Caps pentakill! Cap Syndra is able to get it in G2! They're fighting back!
No 3-0s today. It was grim, but in game 3, G2 bring it back. They find the angles in the fights. They punish Top Esports, but we're not done yet, Kobe.
It's
not even over.
Oh.
25 stacks on the Medjais. G2 won another round.
I've been alerted that's Caps' 9th ever pentakill. Collecting another one. Syndra got buffed on the patch, Dracos, and he's immediately in there.
And I gotta say, the Syndra looks good, but also the setup with Broken Blade, ulting in, giving him all that movement speed. The only way he can follow these long-range engages is that, but you already see Flash forced out of Jackie Love. Not gonna have it for the fight, TN. Risking a lot for the 50-50. G2, though, disciplined. Pull off the objective. 2.6k health. They should just burn through him. Well played by G2. Not giving an angle for the steal.
Yeah, you can't do the normal, jump over, try and steal, and then lantern out if the Skarner is there to trap him up, and that should wrap it up for G2. 10,000 gold and a Cloud Soul. Here they come to finish the job.
Only 2.5 items for Jackie Love. Not the late game threat that he wanted to be. Hasn't had the space or the time. G2 composed in these fights. Much better tools to turn things in their favor this time around to allow them to press that lead. The analyst has said it had to be Caps, and it certainly has been. 3.7k ahead of his opposing number as G2 once again look to just obliterate TES in their own base. Swayon, though, kicking things off pretty nicely, but it doesn't matter because the backline is already falling. Cream living far too long, but the supers are streaming into the base of Top Esports, and there's just no way they can hold. Knockup flashback by Tion to get away from the entrance. But G2 know it's done. They've shifted things back. They've brought things back for the first time at MSI 2026. It will not be a 3-0. G2 will not go quietly to the lower bracket.
Man, Caps with a pentakill. Lebrov and Skumon with insane games. The engages from them, constantly getting their picks, constantly getting their setups. I believe Skumon did not die the entire game. And Analysts, how you feeling? We broke the curse. No more 3-0s. That was for you, Raz.
Let's go! I was blaming you when I shouldn't have.
Game 4,
game 4, game 4, game 4. Give us 5!
And they come with the fire that we wanted from them. The last time that Caps got a pentakill internationally was in 2018. In the year that they actually won MSI, so foreshadowing, maybe early to say, but what I know is that we are going to game 4, and guys, we said we want to see more agency in drafts. We want to see Caps do the magic that we know he's capable of. Completely delivered here.
Absolutely. I mean, BB got on him on one of his special picks. You know, even though they were putting him down very heavily early in the team fights, his positioning was brilliant.
Yes.
His use of the ultimates to follow on some of the lanterns, to follow on some of the dashes was incredible. Skumon was setting them up. Lebrov was setting them up. Caps was going crazy. It was beautiful to see G2 come to life. Raz and I were sitting on the couch and we're like, What if MSI is just 20 sweeps in a row? Well,
I'm checking
like,
right
please
now.
No.
What time it is in Berlin? It looks like it's about 10 a.m. So Caps woke up with the rest of the
Yeah, that's all. He's just still on EU time zone. But guys,
Yeah.
what made the difference here compared to the other games?
I think
to you guys?
LeBron made a huge difference.
Games, bro. Holy. When the European audience constantly say Raikkonen is best champion, he plays differently on that champ. You're damn right he does. It felt like in the laning phase, every time Feng Yue was able to get a great hook, it was a lost trade. He was looking at his hands like, how am I losing these trades still? Just being able to find those angles and later on in those games, being able to just like take those crazy fights, that was beautiful to see from him.
I mean, look at the vibes from the G2 boys
Yeah.
backstage.
Very
honestly.
different backstage shots compared to earlier. I love it.
Having a lot of fun. And I just feel like it's night and day watching last game when we talked about the lack of agency. Ari's the only engaged tool.
Yeah.
And now we have Kled, we have Skarner, we have Rakan, we have all of these tools. You can fish with Scatter. Like, Scatter alone was basically as good as their engaged last game.
True.
So now they had so many tools. They're able to really pick fights. And I feel like G2 with agency is very different because it felt like for the first time in this series, even though they were taking some punches, they were landing so many more of their own. They were taking fights on their own terms. They were the ones who were being able to find these angles to start fights, and I just feel like you can't do that without a comp like this, and it was really cool to see.
100%. I thought that G2 was extremely focused and recognizing that a lot of what was going to be bailing out Top Esports was the Lantern. And so every time a Lantern was pushed out, Skumond immediately either swept them away from the Lantern or a control ward was placed immediately on top of it. If you were to go throughout the entire game, maybe you found like 1 or 2 useful Lanterns, but oftentimes you're not allowed to take it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you mentioned those, and then there was the ones where 1 or 2 of the ones that actually worked, and it was this one right here. Look at the timing from BB as he goes back, follows in. They control ward the Lantern, then as Daejeon ults away, he follows with the ult, gets him just kind of a delivery system in onto Jackie Love, who it felt like no matter where Jackie Love was standing, G2 were on top of him in every single fight. He could not breathe. He couldn't get an inch of space.
And you felt like there was like a rejuvenation within G2 the moment like Top Esports were going for a top lane dive, but the 2v2 dive that they had bot lane and a play that Skumond was making through mid, G2 was extremely active from the mid game throughout to the lane.
And it all started with a bit of a funky play around the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
A lot of fun here also on this side of TS, but I do appreciate the fact that G2 was able to pick up from this, and I feel like that's what set them up in the rest of the game, in the early game.
Yeah, as North American analysts, we know a Scuttle fight well. We see it like consistently.
We too are willing to lose the game for a Scuttle.
Yeah, 100%. We're sending everyone. Doesn't matter where that Scuttle is. Even if you're picking up that bad boy towards our turret, we're willing to tower dive for that Scuttle.
Yeah, you're going to be following that Scuttle. I mean, this was madness from
my
TN.
God.
It gets thrown, and it gets stunned.
Where are you going?
He scoops it into the tower. Skumond then pushes it all the way back here, easy into the tower, and Chen's like, you know what?
Where are you going?
I still think I can get this. I still think I want the fight of the Scuttle.
No, please.
The Scuttle may be in your fountain, but I have decided my jungle path will be going to it.
That was insane because not only does it turn into a kill on towards him, but every one of his teammates that follow him. What kind of gravitational pull does the Scuttle Crab have?
Just sucks you in. It's like a tractor beam.
Yeah.
Once it's locked on, there's no escape, Raz.
And it's the 2 sides of the TN coin that I was talking about earlier. But honestly, we take it. Oh, you even have the plushie.
Yeah, we do.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Toss it to TN. Maybe he needs it.
All right, once he gets on stage, maybe I got that football toss within me.
Got Tom Brady over here.
How much hope does that give for G2 though here? Because one game is a game. They had everything they had everything they needed here. Can they make it happen again? We've seen Lebrov being stellar throughout the entirety of the series. He only managed to have that more impact here during this game. So what else do they need to do to keep on going like this?
I mean, I think you want to go towards more engaged comps. You want to go towards more aggression. I think that, to me, was the biggest difference between this and the last game. I thought that Lebrov played brilliantly as well, but you're playing Lulu. It's a very different style, right? I think that G2, that's going to give them some confidence, going to give them some energy, and I want to see them continuing to draft towards that. The problem is it is fearless, and there are only so many champs, so it can get more difficult. But I do believe in their ability to come back.
I would trust G2 there.
Yeah, exactly.
As the pool
They're
gets
flexible.
thinner,
Yeah.
honestly. But how flexible can TES be in that scenario, Raz?
I feel like they can be. There's still quite a few picks that we haven't seen thus far. Like Jace is, like those type of Jace type of poke compositions, I think they're quite good at. I will say though, if we were looking at the early portions of the game, I still thought that Top Esports were doing a great job of being able to limit the Kled. Like constantly looking up topside and recognizing the windows in which Kled is most dangerous, and then like being able to attack that. So I still think they're playing well in those moments, but then realizing in a lot of those fights, it is so hard to push back against a lot of these dive comp with just the Thresh. So it is going to be, I think, heavily about the draft.
Do you guys want to review your predictions, or do you want to review
I like
more?
where I'm at right now. I had a 3-1 for Top Esports. I was about to change it to 3-0, but I held firm. That's a first. Usually just, yeah. So I'm happy where I'm at.
No, I mean, I had G2 taking it 3-2. I did think, after watching the first 2 games, I was like, well, I don't know. But G2 has given me some renewed hope that it could be, 5-game banger, that it could be that really, really close series. They've shown that they can scrap with them. And, it's just a question of, can TES make the adjustments?
Yeah, and can G2 keep on going with the fire that they brought at last here at MSI, saving us from the endless 3-0s that we had so far. We are heading into Game 4 as G2 make this to be a series. Let's see if they can bring us to 5 after this.
I have double five, okay? Oh, we're gonna double. The fuck? Trash can lantern. It's briefing. Trash can lantern. Nice. Yeah, okay, flash. They're not moving. Am I flash again? They're not moving. Nice. Good job, guys. Good job. Yeah, two bot. Good job, bot. I'm facing it. 有 PPP？ 他在打游戏。这边打不了。哎，这位置看一下呗。哎，看。没踢到，我不知道客人有没有。他踢了，开始踢了。上稳走。
点中路，铁锤点中路。
没有。OK。慢。上面站了。这里啊，下路线。这样感觉可以。
That's right, folks. It's a Game 4. Unprecedented, historic moment in this MSI tournament, the first of its kind. And for G2 fans, they're feeling pretty optimistic after that one. But TES, if I had to make the G2 argument right now, I'd say you're praying that the TES rookies mental collapses after one game. I don't think it's going to happen.
What about the TS veterans like Tien coming into your tower?
That's look, I wasn't going to bring that up because I was hoping we could just sneak another one of those in.
Yeah,
you know? little casual
you need
400 gold.
Crab lure. Who else can move crabs? You need to build comps around moving crabs.
Just Alistair punt the crab back.
That's
punt
good.
The crab back. Hook
Unfortunately,
the crab back.
Sign was already used to, so you gain Sign to see the Sign shout. Blitzcrank.
I like the Blitzcrank. There you go. See, Kobe, that's the kind of creative thinking I think G2 need in this particular pick ban phase.
Dangle the crabs in front of our own towers.
I do think as we head into this next picks and ban, though, that I'm a little bit nervous for what TES are going to bring as an EU pundit, just because we've seen that when Daejeon has, you know, those more carry-oriented picks, when he's not on the sign, he was dominant 2 games consecutively, which makes me feel like Game 4 should be no different if they are able to set him up with an advantageous matchup as we enter picks and bans powered by HyperX. But a little bit of a different look. G2 now on the blue side, and TES choosing second pick. So really wanting to have that counter pick, have that option. Blue side first pick, though, does have a pretty astronomical win rate. I think Azael told me that at 58% or so. So maybe G2 can use this to full effect, or maybe the counter pick will prove more valuable.
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty similar to like old blue side too, all the way when it was still paired at the beginning, like first pick and good camera angles. Akali, very, very good ban, especially as you're getting deeper and deeper into Fearless. Even though Cream has assimilated to play all the regular priority mages and everything, his Akali is so nasty. That being said, he could, you know, Yone and stuff like that too, as we get deeper into Fearless. Also extremely dangerous still from him. Things like the Silas and stuff become more and more pickable as we get deeper. So, the Jace though, with a Yorick ban, Jace priority, interesting. Daejeon is very good. Okay. So they are going to ban it themselves. So Yorick ban gets the Jace ban, and let's see what direction we should go here. Is it going to be still towards mid lane? Because you can do like there's like good combination, you know, jungle mid, like a Vi Talia combination maybe.
Make a decent amount of sense. I think the Vi, of course, was banned in the previous pick ban after she didn't get picked up in the first 3, so not surprised to see her, you know, in her 4th game prioritized so early on. TES, see what the response is, but I do really like the having options for simple, straightforward execution, and Vi certainly is one of those. TES Nocturne not as powerful without the Orianna combo, but can still really be a massive threat.
And definitely also signals usually very heavily. You want to play some side lanes, so some solo lanes that are going to benefit from very strong solo lane matchups. With just like the setup of the teams, I think that is a good strategy that TS could go for. Or you can just use Nocturne Cover of Darkness and just get better engages and, and go super hard engage with it. So definitely a very versatile champion and been highly prioritized for a very good reason. All right, Jackie loves Jhin, definitely classic here, and can follow up on whatever long-range stuff you pair with a Nocturne.
Yeah, essentially confirming that what we're going to be seeing from TES is leveraging their later picks for strong side laners and some sort of, when it comes to team fights at the very least, dive composition. You have a Nocturne, you have Jhin for the range support, missing a bit of CC, missing some divers to go alongside this Nocturne. I know we kind of always hate to see Nocturne as solo dive, really want someone else who's going to jump into that backline with him. And G2, now how do they want to respond? Xayah, of course, one of the best anti-dive options, but no longer available because G2 leveraged it in Game 3. So where do they want to put that focus now?
Lucian Melio on the menu, perhaps. All right, yeah, it's going to be a short-range dive comp. You know, you've got Lucian and Vi here looking for the all-ins. Very powerful bottom lane, too. But Karma's still available. Jhin Karma, okay.
And I'll be honest, Kobe, I'm a little bit nervous. Lucian, historically, for the West, often not as dominant, but full faith in Onsam and Lebrov. They've been doing incredibly well in the 2v2s thus far. They see the Jhin, they immediately want to lock this in. But again, we are in a situation where Lebrov's best game thus far in the series was Lulu ranged, and then the other game that was really good was the last one on Rakan. The game they won, though, was when he had engaged, when he had those angles to really force fights on his own terms. He doesn't have that with Emilio.
Yeah, definitely not with Emilio. Much more looking for just buffing up Lucian, make sure Lucian always has his passive. He's ready with the cleanse as well for the team. But, I mean, a Nocturne doesn't just have to go to attack for solo lanes. Nocturne could ult down there for bottom lane too. Karma Jin, lots of poke damage down there, so we'll see how they round it out. Mid lane, definitely the Taliyah that we mentioned. Since they dropped it, you're just going to get banned out for sure. Such a good combination with the point and click, so good focus there.
Keeping our eyes on any other potential pairings. TES holding solo lanes as long as they possibly can.
What about Annie? I feel like Annie engaged with both of these one team, having really good options here.
It is also Cream's most played.
I feel like Annie is decent angle, even could get taken away from the other side too. Because when you go super hard engaged, it's just so nice.
Annie gonna get banned.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, good call out. Good focus.
Also can be just such an effective neutralizing pick in the mid lane. Final ban here.
They banned the Vayne because they don't want Joyon to counter. So that signals to me that Broken Blade just wants to play a tank and live in peace.
Maybe a Gnar angle.
On the top side, yeah, or a Gnar angle.
Just trying to take away the picks that can punish them the most.
Ooh.
Here.
Yeah. Silas, Akali, and Yone are like the super classic, really dangerous.
Way another long-range component. We're missing that dive buddy for Nocturne, but now we have two champions who could really just
got
operate.
Artillery.
Yeah, the artillery.
We have lots of artillery.
Then, I think a little bit more reliable CC would be good here. But of course, Cream, excellent on the Hui. Has been, even since last year, one of the champions that I think he really excelled on, even as he was a player not known for his mages.
Okay. Caps. He did LeBlanc and Syndra this series so far. Into the Quay, is it just like a Victor game or something like that? You need him to go real standard, or is he going to cook a little bit?
Victor good against what could have been a dive comp, but with so little dive locked in.
Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate instead.
All right, talk about side lanes. Okay, so Twisted Fate one side, Nocturne on the other side. Battle of the Globals, and they go with the Tristana here for Cream. Okay.
No, wait, no.
Or we're swapping.
No, do the math. Do the math. There's already a mid laner, Kobe. Do the math. That's a top lane Tristana.
Top lane Tristana, all the way up to counter a Gnar. Okay, Joyon.
We know he cooks. We've seen the Lee Sin top lanes. We saw Gwen when no one was playing it. This is not one that I have experience in.
Tristana counter into Gnar. Okay. All right, we're gonna get jungle pressure up here. I mean, this is playing into a Twisted Fate too, though. You have the extra safety as well. If they try and use their globals up towards you, you can try and buffer away from Vi.
Ulti into the Gnar ult, or whenever he goes Mega, is really effective at stopping any potential follow-up, because G2 have really nice single target CC, but their only big AoE teamfighting tool really is that Gnar in Mega form. I like the look here. Again, Phaethan's way on here from the side of Top Esports really has paid off both times they've given him solid lane matchups. This time around, willing to let Cream blind pick to ensure he could have his pick of top lane counters. And Tristana, not the one that we were expecting, but I imagine the same is true for G2 Esports.
Yeah, and all of the Tristana top games have been into Gnars for the counter pick on Gnar. So let's see how well he can pilot it.
A spicy way to move things in. A dramatic shift, and I will say, there's an incredible lack of CC on the side of TES, but at the same time, if this composition gets ahead, it's going to be so difficult for G2 to play out.
Certainly is. I mean, like you said, they already were showing lots of faith in him in game number 1. He's going to look for the early contest, use up his bone plating.
Broken Blade, they're both taking lethal tempo, but of course Broken Blade less attack speed here, which means there's just no way for him to win that level 1.
Yeah, Joyon with lethal tempo, that is just insane level 1, and he has bone plating
5
too.
seconds.
So
Broken Blade's going to get zoned off this wave here in 3, 2, 1. Yep, all right. Rapid fire back up and available. Instantaneously stacking lethal tempo makes this level 1. You know, in bot lane, you don't see this, but in top lane, when it's just a 1v1, you have more range. Prehistoric Yordle versus Yordle with gun.
Oh.
It's pretty clear who wins.
Man, just the level 1 was just so brutal. Q plus lethal plus bone plating. Bye-bye.
Yep.
And now this is just Daejeon Town on top side.
Going to continue to extend that lead. Jackie Love force shot is there, level 2. Cozy Campfire empowering Hansama. Nice sidestep on the deadly flourish. Jackie Love using the barrier to keep the trade going. Immediate recall coming in from Feng Yue. Jackie Love playing on the edge there a bit, but able to get the push forward. Unfortunately, G2 happy to just recall back Lebrov, leave Hansama in the 1v1.
Okay. +1 on summoner spells for bot lane for G2 here. And Jackie forced the CS just with W here from afar, try and stay safe because Lebrov staying in Fog of War in the brush.
Dash forward, Cozy Campfire there. Force shot doesn't finish off Lebrov. Flash in, Hansama determined to finish it. Nice flash back from Lebrov. Jackie Love down. Feng Yue must not have skilled the shield. He couldn't save Jackie Love's life.
Yeah, Jackie really wanted to stick around at it and does not fully respect Lebrov in the brush. Hansama moves up. They know they have the kill. Nicely done from him. Jackie tried to go for the 4-shot combination onto Lebrov, but he wasn't quite low enough. Here's another look. Lebrov canceled his recall, goes up. Just as he goes for that cannon minion, time to strike.
Yep.
Nicely done there.
Good
and
patience.
Hansama knows he could get the chase out now, though. Lebrov.
Feng Yue, flash in, a little bit of extra shielding coming in from the warm hugs, but Feng Yue does manage to get the kill, and it looks like they will be able to crash this wave, at least denying some CS back in return, try to even the gold out.
Yeah, we come out of the replay after they had just gotten their first blood, and we see, oh, Lebrov does such a good job. You know, he waits for Jackie to use his fleet footwork auto on the minion, you know, wait for the perfect timing, then moves up. And then on the reset, though, he stuck around, and Feng Yue is able to get a kill back on him.
And you're just happy that it's not the Jhin getting the kill, I think, at the very least.
Yeah. Definitely true. Jungle pressure up by the Tristana counter pick lane.
Broken Blade trying to figure out a way to hop over, but TN doesn't give him the angle to hop. Flashes in to keep the fear tether going, doesn't quite finish it. Broken Blade now in trouble. Skewmon on the way up. Swayon getting lower and lower. Skewmon moving in. Q flash perhaps is probably out of range. Instead just walking up. Lebrov ready to back them up, but I imagine the play just fizzles here.
I mean, Lebrov's coming around too. Okay, he's going for the reset now. Never mind. Recalling. They're calling it off too. Man, that was nicely played by Broken Blade. Does go for the escape. Cancels the recall there with Tien putting the ward down.
Hansama is completely zoned off his tower as well. You just cannot be leaving Illusion alone against the Jhin Karma. Jailed under his tower. Yeah, it's going to be a hefty cost to try and bail Broken Blade out.
Very hefty. I mean, especially with the ward from Tien alerting Lebrov's presence in that tri-brush and getting another cancel on the recall, delaying him even further. Yeah, lots of minions missed here by Hansama. You can see it impacting Lucian there. Almost, you know, cutting that gold lead in half, basically. Discounting the extra kill.
Of course, in the course of this series, we have seen Caps pass Ming in terms of international assists. Meanwhile, on the top lane, double bounce going over the wall. Time bomb still ticking. Broken Blade wants to go Mega for the extra bit of health. Sway on. I don't know if Broken Blade knows the ward is here.
I don't think he did. When the Mega. Okay. He's so
Mega.
close to Mega, though.
Skewmon on the way up.
Can you bait him in?
Can you bait him in? Wallop is going to be big. Locks him down. Q through. Down goes Wayon. That's the counter pick. G2 pay attention to the top side once again, and this time come away with a much bigger prize.
He's playing on the edge of that Broken Blade this time. Baits him in, sets up the kill here for Skewmon. Nicely done by Broken Blade. I mean, with how this series started, you know, this guy might need an apology for him because he escaped the gank initially from the counter pick Tristana and then sets up his jungler for a kill. Really nicely done in this game from BB.
That it is. Credit to the team as well. Bailed him out. It was looking pretty dire. Lebrov, you know, they end up conceding about half of the advantage that Hansama had built for himself or that they had built in that 2v2. But TES still feel comfortably in control on the bottom side of the map. Know that they're going to have first prio, at least on the Scuttle Crab, if not the Drake as well. Nice burst trade. 800 gold in favor of G2 thus far. Feng Yue getting that bot lane kill, really the only thing that's not making it any worse, but not the most substantial gold lead yet, as it hasn't turned into any big complications. Spiraling Despair is there. Cream looking for the Severing Bolt. Quick flash out from Caps, understanding just how much damage would come through if he wasn't able to get away.
Oh, Cream does a very good job. He gets all this damage down onto Caps, so that even though Skumon's kind of passing through right after Skumon got 6, there's no gank there because Caps is already out of the fight. Big damage from Cream. Nicely done.
Of course, Caps is going to be vulnerable in the mid lane as well. Has Summoner Spellbook, so he can get a little bit creative here, but without Flash against a Nocturne, hard to guarantee you'll be able to land that gold card. Really, the biggest sign of good news is the plated steel cap pickup for Broken Blade, and his advantage forcing his way on to pick up a plated steel cap as well. You saw for a brief moment, he got a recurve bow, realized he wasn't as far ahead as he wanted to be, instantly just picked up his own plated steel caps.
Meanwhile, now we're going to look at Dragon on bottom half of the map. Bot lane push in for JackieLove and Feng Yue. So should be kind of a reverse story for this series, where now it's early gold lead for G2, but early Dragons will be taken in compensation for the side of TES. And Nocturne is level 6 as well. Feng Yue going to stick around again.
No Q. The shielding there from Lebrov, though. The warm hugs, making sure that Hansama could recall. Feng Yue, good damage. Is he willing to tank a tower shot? The answer for now is no, although Lebrov.
Mantra up now.
Lebrov. You can say he's baiting, but there's no one there to back him up. So I think maybe just
I think minions are down to the tower right now, too. So they're sending Lucian. Well, he can...
In the top lane, gold card ready to go. Zweyon hoping to find a way out of this one. No ulti available, no flash. We'll just jump into the tower. Gold card there, Caps. Knocks him out of the sky. Grabs a kill for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he picks the counter pick into a team that was already showing Twisted Fate. Caps goes top side. Meanwhile, yeah, the minions are dying on bottom side of the map, but G2 to send everybody up through for this Grubs. They've got 5 people here.
Completely ignoring the bottom lane. JackieLove TN level 6, ready to go. The Spiraling Despair also up for Cream. Half health, he did use it now onto Hansama. Decent chunk to kick things off. Curtain call coming out. Lebrov has to body block a bit, but can't afford to block too much. Knockback, Severing Bolt. Clean from Cream.
The artillery in this comp, Dracos. Really hitting home. Broken Blade now going to have to give up position. And they snipe the extra kill. 3 grubs, though, for G2. So they do get their grubs, but losing out their support, the Hui damage and the Jin snipe damage really pressuring and getting summoner spells as well as a kill.
Yeah, getting the flash, the heal, and the kill really just makes it so nice. And now Feng Yue able to support. Zweyon in the top lane. Nice thing for the Karma in this game. 280 carries you can follow around if you want to. Both buying plated steel caps. It's a plated steel caps kind of game. Does make sense. Caps is the only magic damage, and TF magic damage, it's not the poster child of damage output. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, and he's going for Rod of Ages as well. So, all right, let's take a look at this damage. So, Cream lands so much onto Hansama that it's going to force Lebrov to do a lot of blocking for him. Good dash there from initially from Hansama, so he lives. But then a couple of the Jin bullets hit. Lebrov flashed the rain, the root thing still hits.
He's already marked and the projectile was midair. If
Yeah.
he had flashed a 1/10 of a second, maybe even like sooner than that, he would have been fine, but it's just that tiny difference that ensures the root connects and the Severing Bolt lands. Tiniest margin of error as we have a full engage in the top lane, but we're going to quick pan away as it's not going to pan out. Gnar utilized by Broken Blade, doesn't connect. Tian, Feng Yue, hovering nearby. Ulti there, gold card ready to go. But it doesn't work.
That was like hide and seek jump scare. He's like, puts the blue trinket on him, and Tien's like, all right, fine, I'm going to immediately ult on you. And whenever you're getting close to a tower again with Tien and Caps, get a little nervous. So he backs off this time. Ult down, though, for Tien. I mean, that was very nicely done by Caps. Blue trinket susses him out. Now Nocturne ultimate down. This is very early on, so your Nocturne ultimate cooldown quite substantial. And Caps avoids it with very minimal effort. Just
Very
the
true.
trinket ward used.
Yeah, well played, good patience as well. Tries to get the timing with the wild cards and the gold card, but doesn't work, but doesn't need to because Qmon is also there to cover.
Yeah.
Experimental Hexplate coming in for Tian, but unfortunately after the ult has been used, so isn't going to help with this initial cooldown. Broken Blade has Skumon to cover.
I mean, G2, look at this. They're bringing 5 people to the top side of the map, so TS are in defense, but they're outnumbered.
Caps on the way in. Gold card goes in onto Tien. Lockdown on the wall up. A great spell shield from Tien. Make sure that they can make their way out. Q getting stacked up. Cream flashing away. Nice pullback, but all the spells going a bit wide. Means there's not a lot of a damage. Follow-up is there. Spiraling Despair to the midst of the team. Exhaust down on his Skumon, but Cream drops. He falls. All of G2 has arrived to the top side. Jackie Love cannot show up, so the man advantage for G2 just pays off. Tien running for the hills. Gold card. Once again, the spell shield there, but there's too many spells coming. Not enough time for that cooldown to come back. Hoping to get a kill back into Skumon, but he's got the blast shield, he's got the hugs, and he's got the kill.
Yeah, TS, they don't account for all 5. It's a full overload played from G2. They sent full 5 members, so when TS are trying to like, oh, hey, we're going to counter this with a teleport and trap you, they fight between towers, down an extra person, keeping Jackie Love on the bottom side is the only kind of compensation that TS got, so Jackie did get to keep pushing, but that was unnecessary from TS after they had escaped. They had escaped the big play, but they're not fully respecting the full 5 members coming over because they see the Lucian so far down in the lane, and they call for the teleport on Cream. I mean, Hwei had to immediately flash out, and it's a bad spot between the towers. Really good job by G2 to focus Cream after that. This Hwei that had been so difficult to deal with from long range, doing so much artillery damage, now is teleporting into middle of your face into your lane. No flash, get the kill for G2. That is a huge momentum swing there, Dracos.
It's completely massive. I agree, and Cream had been such a nightmare in the mid lane, right? This control mage who can just effortlessly delete waves, stop you from being able to do anything in mid. Well, when he TPs in top, suddenly you have that angle. Downside for G2, again, you said kind of switching the script from what we saw in the first few games. They are the team with the gold lead, but they are losing Drake after Drake to the side of TES. The third probably going to force a fight as TES determined to bully down this tower. Jackie Love locked up, but they don't quite have enough damage to finish the kill yet. Caps on the way in, flash to the wall from Broken Blade. Body blocking the Spiraling Despair, but he will drop. Curtain Call coming out alongside the Nocturne ulti. All of G2 in fast retreat as they body block for Lebrov, ensuring the Curtain Call can't finish him. TES, a nice little play to knock down bot lane.
It's the exact opposite. TES try and do a full 5-person overload play on the other side of the map while they've got the split pushing AD carry for G2. But G2, they don't fight it. They escape. They extract their members defensively, and they allow the Lucian to continue the split push. Broken Blade goes down. They drop the 1 kill only. And so it remains at a 2,000 gold lead. 2 dragons for TES. TES also get the tower. I mean, they spent a long time. It was kind of awkward because you saw Tien still hitting the tower. Like, this thing's taking a while Broken Blade was trying to fight his way in. So it's just going to be this. Feng Wei does force the flash, so another cooldown used there. Xueon, he jumps in to try and help with killing the tower. Broken Blade over the other side of that wall. And then the rest of the team, they evacuate, and they let Hansama keep pushing on the top side.
And that means Hansama is holding on to that gold lead, balancing out when Jackie Love was able to free farm in the bottom lane, taking down some plates. 2.5 items there. Sorry, 1.5 items there for Hansama. Similar story for Jackie Love. But G2, see if they can set up another play, potentially around mid lane. 16 seconds until that Herald will spawn. Next big objective on the map for both sides. Broken Blade already starting to wander his way up from the bottom lane. Does have TP. Has been matched up against Cream, who actually doesn't have a TP. So G2 should have a man advantage here, and it looks like TES may just concede the objective.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's the right play. And just try and go bottom or something. Nocturne here, you see Nocturne hovering through River. Broken Blade, though, is going to have enough information. G2 have wards all over the place. So he plays it appropriately. And they kind of have to do this from TS side because the Hwei has no flash, so side lanes are kind of difficult to deal with, so they're covering for the Hwei to allow Cream to push out, get the extra money, and G2 will pick up the Herald.
And again, this goes back to the start of the game, the crucial play for G2, winning the bot lane 2v2, finding that kill, and bailing Broken Blade out. Because Cream is not the strong side laner this Nocturne wants to be playing for. If he was playing for a mega-fed Tristana, this game would be a lot easier for TES at this stage of the game. But instead, Xueon just about even with Broken Blade, 200 gold difference, but it doesn't mean too much. It doesn't stop Broken Blade from sitting in lane the way it did at level 1.
All right. Got Tristana up on top side, going for the recall. He's got to get a purchase in. First item for Xueon will be big. Can they buy time for him? He canceled his recall. I needed a little bit more money. He's still farming up there. So G2, they're going to have priority to clear out all your vision. They see Tristana going for another wave. Means G2 going for the play.
TP into the bottom side. Instant paranoia coming out. Caps just backs off. Good patience. Happy with the trade of cooldowns. They also get Zweon's TP as well. TES fully believed that G2 were going to commit for the bot lane dive.
I don't think Zweon's bot yet, though. I think he teleports straight from the top side. So I don't think he has his completed item. And G2, they use the Twisted Fate. They're kind of running TS across the map here. Nice rotation back for them.
TN, Ultra Mega Fire Kick, just pushes him back. G2 chipping away at those cooldowns. Might need recalls of their own, though. 1 minute until the objective, so they still have time. If they stick around too much longer, though, it's going to get awkward. Pull back. Bit split, though. One shot finally connecting, but only 1 of 4 thus far.
Good dodgeball skills.
That it is, especially with the slow coming in from Cream. Cream going to grab a plate. Hansama chunked out, but bot lane's just going to recall. 40 seconds on the Drake, so G2, I don't think are going to have time to set up perfect vision, but with Caps already splitting on the top side, it's likely the TES won't either.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, those are pretty big macro wins for G2 because since Leon is running the Flash Exhaust, that teleport cooldown from the top lane quest is really long. So then getting that out and then making that rotation back for the extra turret plate, I think it was quite nice from them, kind of running TS across the map. So TES, they're losing little pieces here incrementally to G2 in the setup for this Dragon number 3. And G2 positioned pretty well here with Hansama on 2-item power spike, Skumond on 2-item power spike.
TES determined to fight for this third Drake. Hansama has the second item completed, though. Much more powerful than Jackie Love in the context of this fight. They're bringing in a TP of their own. Bot lane left unattended, so TES bleeding a bit of gold just to be here as Broken Blade goes in, gets an instantaneous flash! G2!
Holy, that is value. His Mega Gnar is just expiring.
Now we're going to go back in. Stumon going to kick the fight off. Gold card ready from Caps, but there's not really a clear target. Instant flash back from TES gives them a bit of space. Flash over the wall from Broken Blade keeps him standing. Zweon looking for an angle in. Jackie Love, the curtain call not available. Spiraling Despair, a big cooldown for TES, but I don't know if they have enough left in the tank to finish this one out. Hansama chipped a little bit. Lack of vision from TES, determined to fight through the bottom lane.
Can they get the engage onto Cream? Cream does not have flash now after that last play. G2 going to force the issue here.
TN maybe looking for the 50-50. TES just going to concede here. Broken Blade mounted up, ready to charge into the Herald, and he's got his driving license. Not enough to kill the turret, but at least make sure to get value out of the Herald, and that's disrupting the Drake stacking from Top Esports.
G2 have TES on the ropes, man. TES are antsy. Their comp is so fragile. And no flash on Jackie or Cream now. They're trying to get back to their tower.
Jackie Love. Flash out from Lebrov. Han's hoping to finish the tower, but will just retreat. Another tower in the bottom lane, already chunked out. Hansama incredibly low, but dodges away from the grasping maw from Cream. And I gotta say, you brought it up earlier, right? We saw TES make a very similar play in the bottom lane to what G2 did, but they overcommitted. G2 instead this entire game have been kind of fake starting these plays, and TES are always believing it, always forced to respond, using a TP to ensure that they show up, flashing away from a Gnar instantaneously, because if they get caught, they know the fight is over, and G2 playing with this information so well. They're not overcommitting ever, and they're getting so many cooldowns for free.
And now, well, you're looking at a game where no flash Jin and Hui, and you have to tend to some side lanes versus Caps that has the Lich Bane completed, burst damage here for Twisted Fate. I mean, you do have a Nocturne on your team to try and cover, but
Hansama finished the tower. He thought he was going to finish the tower. It might cost him his life. Flash out. Ulti coming in from TN. Hansama trying to sidestep. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. The Milio falls. TES, 2 kills, gift wrapped. Donated. G2 giving him a bit back for the scuttle crab we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, what is it with this tower?
But that was terrible. He's got 2 guns. Point 1 at the tower, point 1 at Jackie Love.
Ooh, I mean, it does make the game more interesting, Dracos. It does make it a lot more interesting. Yeah, he's cashing into it. Does not finish. Barely. Click on that. The tower had like, what, 30-something health?
Yeah.
37 HP left on it, and Tien punishes them for it, capitalizes on it. Yeah, whoops.
Yeah.
My bad.
That's the reaction you get when you're ahead in the game, though. When you're 2K up, that's the whoopsie, not the oh god, I've thrown
you
the
see the
entire
vision
game.
though, right? You said it. He's like, oh, I'm gonna kill this tower instantly and then turn on Jackie.
He's on his John Wick moment. Dash in, roll across the floor, shoot the tower. It goes down, pop onto Jackie. But no, you didn't kill the tower, and it did 1,000 damage to you. So.
Yeah, those towers are tanky, man.
Those towers are tanky.
Why is the tower so tanky?
What do you mean they're tanky with literally no minions there? That's crazy. So a bit of an upsie, but one that, gets things a bit closer, but doesn't cost too much quite yet. Broken Blade with a double bounce, jumping off the Gromp, means he'll be able to walk away for now. Instantaneous ulti coming in from Caps. Locked down there on his way on, doesn't get the buffer, but knocks back the Gnar. Caps not a ton of damage, but more than enough to finish off the Tristana. This is the concern for TES. We talked about it when you fall behind against this TF. It's so difficult to get space on the map.
Yeah, good punish from Caps. This Tristana counter pick is not finding value. Tries to chase too far. They punish it immediately. And now he gets the tower!
We thought it was G2 versus TES, the rivalry, but it is Hansama versus that Tier 1 tower. Or Tien versus Scuttle Crab. These are the side stories we didn't expect to be talking about.
It's the real deep lore that gets you in these matchups.
Oh! Two members popping out of the brush there, but it looks like Caps and Broken Blade now retreating. Mininar there.
They can long chase this with Jackie moving from mid.
That's the ulti coming in. Nocturne going face first into the Milio. He's now taken down. Skewmon going to be in trouble. Forced to run away. Flash in from Fungyue, getting the slowdown. Looking to find the follow-up route. Excellent route coming in from Jackie Love to ensure the 2 kills. A shutdown over to the Jhin, and now he's the one with the lead.
That's what this comp has in spades. Extremely long range, the artillery. So you can rotate even from like half a map away. Get there with the extra pressure. Nocturne ultimate, Jhin W follow-up. 2 more kills for TES to keep it interesting.
Let me take a look now at the Coinbase gold grind. You can see Hansama, Jackie Love, neck and neck, finding their golds from so many different sources as Broken Blade trying to usher Tien out of his jungle. Hit him with a little scooch. Hansama coming in. Tien will manage to make it out on the back of the blast cone. If that angle was just a little bit different, he probably would have died for it.
Brother got the red buff, though. Hell yeah, that's worth it. That just goes to show, yeah, my death at the tower for Scuttle Crab, don't care about that. I'm getting in there. It looks a little dangerous to you. Don't care. Give me that buff.
That's nice to have, too, because you don't want to be giving it to Caps or Hansama. Don't want Skewmon to be picking it up. And again, so often these high-level games are about the littlest advantage. Who can get a flash cooldown before a fight starts? Who can get an ulti cooldown before a fight starts? So no reason red buff can't enter that picture.
I love it. Never lose your edge. All right, now, though, speaking of edge, teleport in mid. Dragon is up. Nocturne ultimate ready to rip.
Rapid fire cannon there for Caps. He is a fast boy. Jackie Love has to be careful. And Skewmon off on the side finds Cream. Immediate Nocturne ulti coming out. Exchange for the culling. The objective getting lower and lower, though. G2 going to have to run face first into TES. The 50-50. Cream, the one who takes the Drake. Spiraling to spare onto Skewmon. Not a lot of follow-up damage. Knockback onto Broken Blade right as he's about to go Mega. Curtain call to give TES a little bit more space. And G2 retreating into TES's own jungle.
Can they trap them, though? Who's running from who?
Flash out, follow-up for Broken Blade. Manages to catch out Tien, but it's not the target that he wanted. Excellent reaction from TES. Broken Blade down. Jackie Love looking for the chase. Curtain call already down. 4-shot, raring to go. G2 don't get the Drake. They lose 1 in the exchange. TES fighting back very well.
What a standoff. And it is so scary because, you know, you have to be the initiator versus this team that is all damage trying to get in there. They barely cannot squeeze it through. Flash use on Gnar. He goes down. Okay, so back to the beginning, though. TES, they try and burn down the Dragon during Nocturne ultimate. It gets very close. And you'll see Cream put another snare, but it went onto Caps, so Caps could not go from the other side. Skewmon does not get the Dragon, and they're able to chase them off. But here's the choice. Do you decide to just go mid, push mid for mid prio, or chase TES? And Broken Blade, he really sees this angle, wants to get the Flash Gnar ultimate, but he cannot get the big group. The escape there, flash from Nocturne. They're able to jump out from the other side. He wanted more than that.
That he did. And again, the early lane, so hard. Managed to make it out relatively unscathed, but he knows that the gold lead has been getting closer and closer. And TES now at sole point. The next fumble, the next mistake is going to have dire consequences for either side. So Daejeon only using the rocket jump, will have the flash. Cream and Daejeon could be vulnerable in these coming minutes, as could Feng Yue. Caps has a flash, the exhaust, rapid fire cannon. It's going to be very easy for G2 to find a pick ahead of the next objective.
Yeah, same could be said for both sides. Pick for pick. Long range, Nocturne ultimate, Twisted Fate ultimate, Vi ultimate. Tending to the side lanes is very dangerous, of course. So Cream, another cooldown rotation where he does not have his flash. Used it so early at the beginning of the last one, had to. But it does mean G2 have an easier time pushing out these side lanes. Now that they're showing bottom with the Twisted Fate, Cream can feel confident. He moves up to get the top side going for himself. And we go for the recall, the reset. Can either of these junglers, I don't think there's any world where they're going to get enough money for Guardian Angel because they're still just sitting on tiny component here, no BF sword, so looks like it's going to be a fair fight. Everybody only 1 life for the next dragon. 2 minutes are on the clock there, though. So if you put a flash or something now in one of these like just attempts to like push a side wave or something, then you are going to pay for it very heavily when that dragon does come around for the big fight.
And with 2 minutes left on the clock till dragon responds, you can use an ulti to get a flash and still have that cooldown up for that big fight. Jackie Love, excellent position in terms of experience. Hansama 3 items, Infinity Edge completed, he does a lot of damage, but will he get an angle to fight? TES doing such a good job of playing maximum range here. Nice poke coming in. Gold card onto Feng Yue. He does have Mikhail, so they maybe hope to find him on that one. Broken Blade determined to finish the tower. Caps immediately going to ult to the top lane, looking to punish his way in. Running for his life. Nice damage coming in for Caps. Boomerang there as well. He's just got nowhere left to run. That's top laner down, but it's going to cost G2. Mid lane tower. G2 on the top side, though, no, they have to keep pushing to get more, but it's risky. Tien moving up, has access to the paranoia. So they will just back away.
Super smart move there from G2. They ring him around a Rosie here. Now can they actually circle again? I mean, they stayed here for another play, and they find Tien.
Tien. Off to the side, Fear there, Jackie Love looking to back him up, Gold card connects onto the Nocturne, Jungler down! Crucial for G2, Tien overconfident to try to retake his own jungle.
Man, the games from G2, Caps kind of slinking off to the side, ults up to the top, they go for the kill there, they got the pick, then they stick around, now with no jungler and no top laner.
TP in, big damage, but Hansama's already at half HP, Curtain Call opening up. 5K, G2, can they afford to just focus down the objective? Have to respect the Jin 4 shot. Jackie Love continuing to walk up. Baron will fall in favor of G2, but how many can make it alive? Caps waiting over the wall, finds the gold card onto Cream. Q flash forward coming in from Skewmon. Hansama still alive, but isn't in position to fire back. G2 happy to have 5 Barons up. Will back away, still standing.
So everybody going for the reset. I want to see if there were anybody sticking around to go for some of these snipes here. But G2, they get it. Paid off from that last couple of minutes. Really nicely done there, using the Twisted Fate ult, attack the side, wrap around, kill the jungler, and now, with the Baron buff, they can finally move over for this dragon. Deny the soul once again is priority number 1. And TS, if you look at the minimap, they're sending Karma topside too, so that was a trailing play for them. They fully give up on this dragon soul. They're just gonna try and get cross-map gold.
Didn't want to risk it all on that soul. It would be nice to stop G2 from being able to fully leverage the Baron. The risk simply too high. Cream clutch on these snares. The TES just going to do their best to weather the storm again. You have a control mage in the form of the Hui. If G2 can't find a dive angle, I expect it just to be some tier 2s falling. Range of the Coling, range of the gold card though. Maybe they can break open the base of TES.
Caps is ready for a Messiah moment too. He's got an arm guard. And Exhaust, spellbooked over to Exhaust at the moment. Well, they're just gonna continue their split push though. I mean, Daejeon does finish up that top tower.
Ulti into the mid lane though, catching out Skewmon, looking for an angle to Q away.
Ooh.
Does manage to escape, denies the play, and now bot lane is going to be vulnerable if G2 want to push for more. Instead, they're going to try to punish TES. Cap's already moving over, hoping to catch out Jackie Love, who all on his lonesome doesn't have access to Feng Yue's Mikhails.
Now they can actually wrap around. They're pinging to go
big
for
wrap,
Caps.
though. Look at the mini-map. G2 forcing down the towers way on into the mid lane. Caps going golden. No chance for a Messiah play. Just gets a little space for the team. Exhaust onto Jackie Love, running for dear life as his team breaks open the base of TES.
Caps for Inhibitor. They get the shutdown kill, and the money goes to Cream. TES trying to get scrappy around the rest of the map. They make the play, wrap around mid. They break the arm guard, and they get the kill. But super minions will be flooding into the base now. Thankfully for TES, it's still 3.5 minutes before these big buffs though, so honestly, not that bad for them. Still definitely very playable.
That it is. Especially as we see G2 pushing in the top wave. As long as they can protect someone on the catching that one, they should be fine, as bot wave will be perma-pushing. You highlighted it. If there's an objective up, that inhibitor being down would be a nightmare, but you're only going to have 1 minute and 30 seconds if G2 immediately kill Baron of spawn of those empowered supers, so should be fine. Now, however, poking and prodding around the bottom side. I think both teams very aware that Soul is the big focal point. It would be Soul point for G2, actual Cloud Soul for the side of TES. Make their lives a lot easier in those fights. Although it's kind of bad on Jhin. Can't go with that. Kind of terrible on Jhin. The rest of the team.
Just post up sniper.
Post up.
Put the gun back down.
I want you to know if I was running, I would be really fast.
All right. Well, I mean, Tristana's about to collect a massive wave on top side, and Daejeon needs that money for an Infinity Edge for the Tristana. If they could get to the Infinity Edge in the next couple of minutes, that would be huge for them. Try and funnel that money into them.
No. Double 80 carries, having that extra threat you highlighted would just be so massive. Again, so many single target tools for the side of G2. They can pick off one member, but if there are 3 carries on the enemy team, should be pretty comfortable. Broken Blade, though, happy with those defensive items. The fact that he gets to build plated steel caps and the Randuins against 2 crit champions on the enemy team is a dream come true for item efficiency.
Yeah. And everybody's going to have summoner spells available except for Fengyue for the big objectives. Arrival of both of them is going to be synced up very closely here. So, the advantage that TES have, you make them think. You play the vision games around the Baron and make G2 split resources because they have to deny you this Dragon Soul, but they also cannot afford to give up a Baron. Can you make them pay for it with your long range and punish with the double objectives available?
It'll be a little bit harder. The broken arm guard. Enough time has passed now that Cap's been able to turn it into a full Zanya, so can once again go for a Messiah play or get a little bit more time in a team fight, make the picks from Tian a little bit less lethal. GA also there for Skewmod and Tian, so getting a lot of second lives at this point. Feels like it's coming down to potentially one final fight here around this Soul.
G2, I like that. They take priority first, fully sweep all vision coverage away from the Baron. Leave some behind in the pathway that leads up to it. Really make this safe for yourself so that TS are not able to play that game between the 2 objectives. They push up. They're also going to have Caps here with Twisted Fate Ultimate. Twisted Fate, the ultimate reveal for those plays.
We'll have perfect information as G2 fighting over mid prio, fighting over bot prio, knowing that the supers should make it easy. Not letting TES get an angle to just move through mid or move through bot as Skewmon poking a bit. Gold card coming out for Caps. Lockup is there. Down goes the Nocturne. A second life coming in. Gnar coming in from behind. Rage starting to stack. Tian needs to live if he wants to help his team get this one. Caps goes in with the gold card, determined to take him down. Willing to trade his own life, but Tian still survives. Root coming in. He'll catch Caps on the way out. Flash in, going in. Skewmon wants to make a difference. Broken Blade carries Nox back into the wall, but the follow-up damage just isn't there. Daejeon wants to make it out. Manages to take one in return. Q coming through. Interrupt is there. It's an absolute bloodbath. Dragon be damned. G2 might just go for the game.
Forget Messiah, holy moly, Caps there, re-engage! He makes it happen in G2, they're inside the base!
Cream desperate to recall.
Caps is on the
might
Nexus.
not be able to stop him. Caps, can he finish it? He's got the Lich Bane, he's shredding through the towers. Recall there, Broken Blade. Doesn't spot him, they can't close it.
Yeah, they don't know. They can't go for the end, but they're gonna get 2 inhibitors off it. Holy, that was incredible! The follow-up there, after the re-engage, they get the extra kills. They continue to take apart the TES base piece by piece, and yet TES still lives, still fighting in this game. Here's another look at it. This was honestly kind of crazy. So, starts out really good focus. They burst down. Hansam was able to follow up the damage too. They get the Guardian Angel, and then Jhin is so low that Caps is like, I'm gonna go follow for this and use my Zonias. Then the rest of the team needs to follow up. But because Nocturne ultimate, like they take a little while, then the team gets there. Caps lives as they get there. They get the kills, but then so much damage in the counter here. Just before he goes down, Daejeon was able to get that last one.
Really just the slimmest of margins. You can see Jackie Love hurts. One auto taking out about half of his HP as now we have another fight breaking out. TN gonna use Destiny coming out as well. Colin getting a bit of chip damage down onto Cream. TES now forced to back away. Trading cooldowns for cooldowns. Ulti in onto Jackie Love. They know he's vulnerable. Redemption down across the top. Skewmon getting a bit of extra healing, but he's forced to retreat. TES have absorbed the initial engage and are now looking to turn with the curtain call. Second shot landing. Third, fourth, waiting. Not gonna find a target.
Wow, this game is insane. Gold card immediately uses Mikhail's there from Feng Wei. He's fine. They're going to have to back off. Okay, Baron here on the table. Super minions are off the table for bottom side, and yet mid lane, they still have to deal with this.
Tien. We've seen how willing he is to fight for these red buffs. Moving into contest, Skewmon so damn fast on the Cloud Rift, especially with that additional movement speed. Broken Blade recall denied, or at least slowed down. Super's in the mid lane, though. I mean, G2
goodness.
should always be able to get first on this objective.
Infinity Edge done here for Daejeon. He had gotten that other kill at the very end of the tail end of that last fight. And then the rest of this money here. Now up to 3 items for the Tristana. He's still a full item behind Broken Blade, but now so much more of a threat when they get into these little scraps. G2 still with a substantial gold lead, and yet Dragon Soul pretty far away.
That they are. 3.5 minutes, 3-3 the next one. One of these teams will be grabbing the Soul. You can see Jackie Love, though, picking up a QSS of his own, so it'll be double cleanses in the next fight to make sure that he doesn't get picked off. TES, earlier in the game, we were critical, right? They didn't quite have the discipline they needed to back off. But in these later fights, they've been so good at not overcommitting on a single cooldown, forcing G2 to burn a little bit more.
Yeah, and Cream's Way is doing so much damage. You know, the only reason G2 couldn't end in the last one, his Spiraling Despair actually popped and killed Skewmon at the very end, so there was only Caps in the base. If that was Caps and Skewmon, you know, maybe they actually could, but they're going for a pick on him.
There, Caps isolated, but manages to ult out just in time.
Ult for ult.
Coming from Skewmon. Locks up Feng Yue. Extra healing coming in from the Mantra W. Root. Severing, oh my gosh, severing Bolt. The good news is the shielding, the healing, it's enough, but this is the artillery we mentioned before. You have to be careful if you're G2 on overcommitting.
Goodness, so much damage in this game. It's so incredible to watch. And the Guardian Angels, the cooldowns are coming up very shortly, so we're gonna have those junglers with the extra lives on the front line to force it again. Baron started up by G2. They can look for the turn here. Broken Blade has a good build on his Narbard right now. It's very close to Mega Gnar. He can pop it.
Wants to get Tien out of this. Wall up, good backstep coming from Tien. 3K in the Baron, getting lower and lower. Skewmon managing to secure it. Technically, Cap's the one to get the kill, but it's G2's Baron in the end, and that's all that matters.
Great force by G2. Take over vision coverage. Leave your Mega Gnar the wall here, not allowing TES in. They have lots of damage. They have lots of range. They don't have anyone who's a great face checker. And G2, they gain the Baron. Again, another setup here for Dragon Soul. 1 minute, 18 seconds on the clock.
And they will still be empowered by the Baron in this Red Bull Baron power play. I imagine it'll just be used to get access to this Drake. G2 4v4, Hansama stepping up, Colin doing a lot of damage to Tien.
Still
He's going to be able to back away.
Yeah, a minute ahead of the Dragon, so everybody can just go reset after this.
Caps. Ooh. Chipping away that health bar. TP up.
They want the kill. They
Broken
want the
Blade.
kill.
Sway on, dash back in onto Caps. Exhaust immediately traded for Exhaust. Knockback is there. Reset on the jump, but Caps TP and right back in. He's not done yet.
How good is this guy? Caps in the previous game. Caps here on Twisted Fate making some critical plays for G2 to gain map priority. They find the pick, and now they're coming for the base.
Might not even need the Soul. 2 inhibitors exposed. Broken Blade to look to make it a third. TES on the ropes. They were 2-0 up, and now it's G2 who may just be pushing us to silver scrapes.
Oh, they're closing in, Dracos.
TES running out of time to force a fight. Rapid fire auto is going to break a tower here in a second. Nocturne ult immediately comes up. Cream locked up on the backside, but still has enough HP to throw out another round of cooldowns. May need to go back to Fountain, but opts not to. Lebrov getting lower and lower. Tien in trouble. Broken Blade leaping into the enemy Fountain, looking for the knockback, and they've managed to do it. G2 take us to a game 5.
G2 versus TES. Tied up here in Daejeon.
Just incredible stuff. Momentous bounce back in that game 3. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to talk about everything we just saw unfold.
Game 5, baby! Let's go! G2 do it in the end, guys. If you think about 2 hours ago, it looked completely cooked for Europe, and they turned it around. They managed to find the solution here against TES, and they take us to game 5.
I cannot believe the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 G2
Oh, wow.
to now a Game 5 G2 that look fully online.
Go buttons!
Yeah.
Go buttons, man!
Yeah.
That is really what it feels like it is all about here. Skewmon playing the Vi, Caps was everywhere splitting the map on the TF, and Broken Blade in this fight is finding some go buttons of his own, flashing in, getting the Gnar against the wall. This was such a crazy game, though, because it felt like G2 was dominating the pace for such a long time.
Yeah.
From the mid game into the late game, but TS was holding on, and you just didn't know which way it was going to go until the very end.
You know, I saw that draft and I was like, they're not listening to us because we've been talking about go buttons and especially enabling Lebrov. When I saw that milieu for Lebrov, I was like, no, they're not cooking as much as I think they are. But in the end, it's a team effort. And you called it, Isaac, a couple hours ago. Caps stepping up, finding solutions with G2, and he did once again with this Twisted Fate.
I think experience triumphs when it comes to these moments, because I think when you're playing this hard heavy towards top lane, Zoyan locks in a counter pick going Tristana versus the Gnar, and we see Caps being like, okay, I'm gonna lock in the Twisted Fate and play the damn map. Every time he sees an angle on Zoyan, he goes and locks it in.
Yeah.
The constant literally zeroing in on him on the side lane, I think is what won them this game.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, right? And it is really, really tough. You're in this super high pressure situation, and Caps played this out beautifully, by the way. Hits a gold guard, chunks him low, waits for the TP, then Zoyan knows, okay, only way I can go is back in, but Caps waits till after the reset, holds the activation of the ult, goes in, finishes him off, gets the solo kill in the side lane that really ended up winning the game.
Yeah.
And this is Caps in wins. Caps in the first 2 games was invisible on the LeBlanc, on the Ahri. The last 2 games, it has been Caps magic. There is a reason that every time Europe is doing well, this guy is at the forefront, whether it was on Fnatic back in the day or whether it has been with G2 for all these years.
Yeah, from Craps to
He's
Claps.
got it.
In the end, he still got it. And it's funny because you have the veteran on one side and you have the super rookie on the other, on the side of TS. Zoyan showing what he's made of here on his first step at MSI.
And I don't think he should step away from these carry options. You should just learn in these situations, because this is the first time you're on a big stage like this internationally. And I felt like within this game, once you fall behind on a Tristana counterpick like this, it is so hard, nigh impossible to claw back into this game. And TES gave me some hope. They gave me opportunities where I'm like, are you really going to come back in moments like these? And I think Tien was able to find moments and angles on size to kind of find a pick or two, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the first game was by far the most impressive, from Zoyan. He was looking amazing on this Mbessa, but he has got to really rise to the occasion here. We've seen these brilliant games from him, but I feel like for a player, first international series here, going into a game 5, the pressure is just going to be ramped up that much more. So we need him locked in. We need him playing at his best, because I feel like it's even scarier in a situation like this, having had a game where you just had counterpick and it didn't go the way you wanted, if that's going to play on him or not.
Completely agree. Just imagine top size losing, bot lane, Hansama's firing off. The whole momentum's on the side of G2.
Ladies and gentlemen, MSI is on 5 games is what we're gonna get today. 5 games between G2 and TES. Can G2 overcome what happened at Worlds against TES, or is the LPL second seed gonna take it in the end? Turn up Silver Scrapes, we'll be back.
Bring it.
It's time for the very first Game 5 here in Daejeon between G2 Esports and TES. Things didn't look like this if you looked at the beginning of the series, but G2 made it here in the end. And what is the most surprising thing for me is that they have the whole support of the crowd here.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd...
Except for Raz.
Except for me. I'm worried, though. I'm worried. I thought this was going to end 3-0. I thought it was going to end 3-1. G2's just getting stronger and stronger every part of the series.
I know. It's they got the protagonist energy right now. They're leveling up. They're leveling it up. They have the momentum. And yeah, it is crazy. You know, we're in Korea, but you're hearing Let's Go G2, and you're hearing all kinds of cheers for them. The reactions when they're getting a kill are wild. So definitely they have the home crowd advantage, it feels like, here in Daejeon.
Yeah, and it's an early series in the competition, but it's the moment that makes or breaks a team here in a Game 5. I mean, the fact that you have the crowd cheering for you, the momentum after coming back after 2 difficult games on the side of G2 versus a lineup on TES that is playing for the very first time together on the international stage.
And it is only the first round, but let's be honest, T1 and BLG are playing each other. One of those teams is going to be in the loser bracket. You do not want to be in the losers bracket against one of the best teams in the world down there, so you would like to win this Game 5. Let's talk about what they have left for their champions here. We got to go think about Fearless a little bit, because it is Game 5. It's Fearless. This is where things can get pretty crazy. TES have gone for last pick, G2 going blue side. I do think last pick makes a lot of sense, especially in a Game 5 Fearless, because you have no idea what they're going to be bringing out, so maybe they really want to be able to kind of see
And
what
so
G2
for
has.
me, the most obvious one has been the pick that's been played by Zoyan the most, and I don't even think it's going to be something afforded to him, is going to be that Jace. And the Lee Sin from Tien, I think, is one of his best picks, but obviously, like, Tien is either going to go towards the Lee Sin or the Pantheon for globals. Either of those picks, I think, can really send it home for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking about like Caitlyn being up, about Ziggs being up, Bard being up, Jace, the Annie, the Lee Sin. There are a lot of these actual power picks up that have been getting banned or just kind of ignored quite a lot.
Yes.
So it will be interesting to see what the ban strategy is going to be. Our team's going to just try to leave a bunch of OPs up and trade them. Are they going to be going a different angle? I would love to look at G2s as well if we do have it.
Yeah, and for me, I think of G2, I think of the LEC finals that they played against KC, and I'm looking at Skewmon here, and one of the last picks we see on the jungle row, because Skewmon, he had that dog in him when he played that finals, playing the Nasus, a champion that no one saw coming. I'm looking to see if you want to give a bit of space to Skewmon in a situation like this, because you know that he's going to make the best of it.
I think so. I think for me, it's always going to be about comfort. If you're on a stage like this, especially if you're Zoyan and Feng Yue, like wanting to be
they have even more champions, by the way. We just scrolled over.
There's
more. Kept going.
I can't
believe
it.
This is G2's comfort zone. That game 5.
Yeah, I mean, they got crazy. When I think of wild picks, BB is someone that I love to watch. He's one of my favorite players for that reason, because he's always down to cook. And I mean, your question, do you give that faith to Skewmon? Do you give him the space to cook? I think absolutely. He is that rising star in Europe. He was part of the back-to-back 3-0s over the LCK teams. You've got to give the faith that this player can pull it off. If any of your players see that angle, you got to go for it, I feel like. You have to trust.
I agree, which makes it all the more important that Top Esports chose last pick so they don't give him the opportunity to counterpick, and hopefully Zoyan isn't going to be able to get a counterpick himself.
Well, and the other thing that becomes really powerful in games like this is, okay, if they're going to go for last pick, they want to know where everything's going.
Yes.
Flex picks can deny that. If you can draft for something that has the ability to actually flex even after you've gone for all 5 and you're not sure exactly where they're going, counterpicks become much harder, Raz, and G2 is a team crazy enough to do it.
That's true, that's true. I looked at the Top Esports side, and there's a Lee Sin both in the jungle and top lane. But most of the time when I see a top lane Lee Sin, I want to puke. So I'm not asking for that one.
Final thoughts here, guys. Champion, of course, is going to be really important, especially in that fearless draft format, but what is it going to come down to between these two teams?
I think it comes down to momentum. I had G2 a 3-2 prediction at the beginning of the day. I'm believing in them to get it done. Caps has been on fire. We've seen him do it so many times before, and they have won back-to-back games. I feel like the pressure is going to be getting to top.
When people ask me if momentum exists, most of the time I say hell no. And then I see moments like these, and I'm like, you know what? You have a damn good point. G2 is finding answers. They're confident in them, and they're going to repeat them. I feel like it's going to be Top Esports that needs to fight back in some way.
Better late than never on the side of G2. They found the answers so far against TES. Can they do it again? We're heading to Game 5. Casters, over to you.
Excited to see the draft, the counter picks, etc. And this champion select presented by HyperX. Kobe, Game 5 Fearless is the one, I think, true game of Fearless. This is where we get deep into the weird champion pools. Already, we're seeing Yorick banned, threatening. If you don't ban the Jace, we might slam it down.
Jace, I feel like, is not going to get through.
Nope,
okay, Jace not through. Okay, but Yone, Silas, these types of things gain a lot of weight, especially when you're talking about Cream. So let's see what we decide to go with early on here. So much has been taken out of the champion pool. And they go with Caps, I assume. Still flex pick.
Still technically a flex pick. Important to note.
Caps is freaking good at Anivia. So.
That he is.
Okay, still flex pick. And then Mel bot lane.
Keep in mind, Camille is also up, and the Camille-Mel bot lane pairing has been disgusting.
You're right, Camille is through. That is disgusting. All right.
Mel, the premier bot lane mage. Raz said it himself in plans earlier. Expected a bot lane mage at Infestation. Has not been the case. We've seen some Mel games. We've seen some Ziggs games, but that's about it. Instead, Pantheon going to be the pickup here. Semi-global pressure, really powerful early game jungler. And remember, Tien was key in both of Top Esports wins in Game 1 and Game 2. He was active so early on, and this is a champion that can do that.
Ziggs, here we go. We've been waiting for Ziggs to show up. So good at letting your support roam. You mentioned the possible Camille floating around, and that is what is looming. They wanted to get the Pantheon first, though. I definitely agree with that. because unless G2 are going to like steal away Mel and do Mel Camille, then you can pick it up afterwards on the next round of picks. Okay, what do we got here, Skewmont?
Poppy be excellent into the Pantheon dashes. They're going to opt for it now. Also good into a potential Camille if that's what Top Esports want to go for. We're going to get the Sivir, late game scaling powerhouse. Also great alongside melee picks, something like the Olaf, but of course we did see that earlier in the series, so see what they want to do to make the most of this additional movement speed.
That's what we're talking about.
Well, that's the scary one. Cream's Yone, a terrifying pick.
Are they going to lock it in with the Ziggs? I assume they are. I mean, you already secured your AP damage from bot lane, so opens this wide open for Cream. There we go. He gets to lock it in. The Yone here. And it's a good matchup into Anivia. People like to pick it into Anivia, both mid and even in the rare cases when it gets played in top side sometimes. So bot lanes, both going to be focused a lot on farm. I like the Ziggs Pantheon too, just as a combination. Even if the Pantheon is jungle, which is where I'm assuming that it's going, even though technically you could also rotate it to support if you wanted to. But even coming from jungle, it helps to have the point-and-click stuns to set up Ziggs bombs and to keep people there for really the dream Yone ults. Helps to have a little bit of extra setup, but very big wombo combo potential. With those three champions that TES are wielding.
Yeah, we have also good side lane threat with the Pantheon. On top of that, pairing with the Yone on the opposite side for G2. We're highlighting it. Look, the late game team fights. Very easy for a Sivir Anivia composition. They want you to waste a cooldown and then punish you. Fight as they back up, back away. But the Trundle going to be banned away. Maybe setting up for a topside tank. It didn't look great for Swayon in the Scion game, but maybe they feel like they have a better angle this time around.
Yeah, let's see what we go for. Aatrox as well hitting the ban. So they're trying to whittle down on his options
We've seen enough LPL, Aatrox, and G2's Dreams specifically.
That's a trauma ban?
That's a trauma ban.
That's a trauma.
It's specific to Swayon, yeah, probably. But also, again, watching back the series from Worlds this morning, there was an Aatrox moment. There's always an Aatrox moment. So one way to guarantee there isn't is to ban it away. Yeah. Mundo also taken off the board, a potential top lane or jungle pick.
Yeah, I mean, and G2, I mean, they're looking at, like you said, a very good like front-to-back team fight setup for themselves here. So as long as they try and keep it controlled, is going to have a good option. The Mundo ban, interesting too. Okay, Leona. So they don't want, yeah, they don't want anything else to be able to set up. Already the combo damage that TS are showing. Do like that one. Mundo ban.
There's a lot of tension in these last couple picks.
Yeah, I guess they're covering too. Like, you could easily flex Poppy support, so the Mundo ban is also kind of doubling as top lane and Maokai. If you flex the round a lot. Because Skewmon was always such a great Mundo, but Maokai does pair well. More wombo with your combo,
sure.
As we're just looking for. Big AoEs to keep people in place. And it also brings a little bit more magic damage to help offset.
Gets you a lot of space too to move in. We'll see where the Maokai goes.
I mean, I'm assuming that it is the Maokai support, but it could be the Pantheon support, like we said earlier at the beginning, to flex it down there.
Okay. That's a top lane Anivia, I think. Okay, G2, as the analyst has predicted, as anyone who's watched G2 for a number of years predicted, there are some flex picks happening.
Yeah.
Might be Mel in the mid lane.
I think it is Mel into Yone. Really good poke damage. What are we? Are we flexing the Yone? Flex Yone. They want to follow the Anivia.
The brothers?
They want to follow the Anivia. If the Anivia is going to top, like we said, then you keep your Yone matchup into it.
Might be easier. Match some of the late game scaling power. A lot of magic damage though, because remember Yone isn't pure physical. Okay, instead we're just stacking up on tanks.
They say never mind, Cream.
How many tanks do you want?
Keep your hands on it.
Yes.
I mean, it's just more wombo with the combo, right? More big engage. You get a big old train with your Maokai ult and your Yone ult and your Ziggs ult. Okay. Well, these should be the lanes right here. No more swapping.
Their theory about how to handle the Mel is if we put enough big ultimates that she can rebuttal back at us, she only gets one rebuttal and we have a lot of ultis. Yes. I love Fearless Game 5 so much. That you highlighted it so well. TES, the most wombo with the combo here. They got the number 4. They're looking to put it together. full meal right there. Opposite side for G2, they need to weather the storm. They need to use this Poppy. They need to deny these angles for TES's setup.
Oh man, here we go. Game 5. I mean, feels like we've been starved of games here at MSI so far with all these 3-0s. And now we get a juicy Silver Scrapes final decider between TES and G2 here. Incredible, because the all-time game score between these two teams at Riot Internationals coming into today was tied at 4-4. Now it's just 6-6. This is the decider of deciders.
Who will end the day with 7? Who will get us to the 6-7 match score? Yes.
There you saw the angle. I see.
I cringe a little bit, but you know what? I think it's funny. I still love dabbing. I have no shame in it. We're getting ready for Game 5. Time to see if the Wombo combo from the side of TES will work out or if G2 will be able to break it open. Find some angles in these early lanes. Anivia versus Ornn in the top lane. Mel mid versus the Yone of Cream. For Cream is a huge opportunity to carry. This is one of the picks that I at least know him best for. One of the things that you've seen him really take over games. Hansama on the Sivert is going to need a lot of time, right? And that's going to be a struggle for G2 because the Ziggs is just so good at taking over this bot lane.
Yeah, and it really remains to be seen because I think that G2 should have pushing top and pushing mid to work with here. So we'll see how much jungles can kind of upset some of these matchups because with the double AP solo lanes for G2, in isolation, those are great. You know, you get tons of poke damage over and over and over. Try and get priority. Try and, you know, play with Skumon. But Skumon on the Poppy here, you have some extra synergies. Anivia can build walls in the top lane. You can
That's the Albus Nox Luna OG combo.
You can smash people into those top lane walls, try and go to Broken Blade, or you can go really try and inhibit the income of the Yone as much as possible.
And I do think it is important that they don't let TES get an early lead because Hansama needs so much time, and as you've highlighted, so much of their damage is magic damage that an Ornn on a single MR item is a pretty difficult front line to get through early on. Merc Tread's insane value this game. So the itemization choices for top esports are easy up until Hansama really can make his mark on a team fight.
Technical pause. The anticipation for this match has just gone through the roof.
It's too great. It's too great. We need to add more anticipation.
Yeah. More? Okay.
Add more.
More is the solution.
The technology also knows. It's shut down. It's too stressed. The technology too stressed. The stakes too high. It is an upper bracket match, so the loser will not be eliminated. But again, we talked about it. There are 3 favorites for the tournament. None of these guys are it. But these are both the teams hovering right outside the top of the table expectations.
These are
G2,
the believers. These are the believer teams.
Yes.
The we can do it. The dark horse possibilities of the tournament. The let's prove everyone else wrong. They're close. Dracos is so stressed he's taking his shoes off as we pace around in circles.
I got suspenders on. I got no shoes.
I'll make sure not to step on your toes.
Thank you. Thank you. I look like a hobbit. It is.
Or if I need a really high volume call from you, maybe I'll
just BAM!
I've got my emergency Dracos pop
Really
off
getting
button.
into the spirit of call your shot. Just got a little space, got a little time. And as good of a time as we're having, you have to feel for the players on stage because their coaches probably give them their little speech. They're like, all right, guys, we can do this, da-da-da. And then you sit.
I mean,
and you got to soak in it for a minute. You can't just, you know, jump right into the game. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, it's already incredibly stressful situation, but then you add on to it, you know, especially on the side of TES with 2 players international debut today and going through the roller coaster of we looked so good and smashed and won games #1 and #2. But then you can't help but like feel the momentum just completely taken away from you as G2 starting to build up that reverse sweep possibility. They win the next 2 and take away the momentum in the series. Now you have to pause again, calm down, focus on what you're going to execute on within this final game.
And I think that, look, the rookie's already impressed in those first 2 games, but the last 2 games have been rough. And I think for Daejeon specifically, who shined the most, right, individually just doing so much work, struggling there, kind of his story is so heavily affected by what this Game 5 looks like. If he finishes this series, Game 5, after losing 2 games consecutively, what an incredible story for a rookie on the international stage. It almost takes that story out of contention completely for the rest of the tournament. You're just never going to doubt this guy in these big clutch Game 5 moments, in these moments where really everything is on the line. But at the same time, you know, the boogeyman of top esports is waiting, is lingering. The oops, they fooled you again. The fans and haters waiting to descend on this team and this lineup. And those sins of the past aren't the sins of the rookies, aren't these new players. They weren't there for those moments. But if you drop this Game 5, if you don't perform in this Game 5, people are going to put you right into that category instantaneously.
Good mental is key here for the 5th and final game. Focusing up. We are investigating currently, and we'll update you as soon as we know.
In the meantime, we need to get in some more voices.
We're not going to go to the analyst desk. We're just going to bring them here. Raz, ring, ring. Banana phone, Raz, hello?
He's trying to
Let's
answer
get
the
an
phone.
answer. Isaac, are you
Oh, wait,
here?
I have to turn you guys up too because you might be talking and I can't hear you. Hold on. We're handling our own technical difficulties simultaneously, yeah.
Yeah, we decided to create our own issues here.
We're here. We figured we'd come say hello.
Dude, it's an actual banger. We were joking coming in today. We're like, all right, it's on us. We're going to put a stop to these 3-0s.
Quadcast?
And then we did.
Oh.
Honestly, now that you guys are here, just
Might
stay.
just stay.
Yeah, just hang out.
Give us a nice little couch.
You guys are doing such a great job. We could be like the background singers, you know?
I want rap ad-libs.
I got to turn Raz up. I can't even hear Raz.
Whatever the last word is, just repeat it.
Exactly.
Oh, I got you on that front.
Drake was just like, they stole the dragon. I'm just like, dragon. We got you.
So Raz, how was the science museum that you went to today?
Oh, it was fantastic. I went to the planetarium, first time I've been since like elementary school.
What did we learn? What did we learn?
Absolutely nothing. They spoke in Korean.
We learned that he can't speak Korean.
That's the valuable lesson. Sometimes I forget, honestly, that he doesn't have the ability.
I mean, he speaks pretty good Mandarin.
Yeah, we got, Also,
Don't put me on the spot
for all
now.
the LPL fans who are upset if we're mispronouncing a name, we're doing our best to follow the pronunciation guy, but it takes some adjusting. This Wayons of the world is the
and
W
Raz
in
told
this
us
tough.
Wayon, so
He did. Raz is right on the money.
I got you on
He's keeping us honest. He's
I got
double
you
checking.
on That's true.
I mean, I'm just excited for Game 5 to start. This series was crazy. Raz and I were sitting on the couch during Game 3, at the start of Game 3, after Game 2 was like, okay, it's another pretty one-sided one. And we're like, is there going to be a single Game 4 in this tournament? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then they start coming back in Game 3. Game 4, I feel like they looked even better. They played the map so well.
Yeah.
It is really, really exciting to see G2 being able to bounce back. And that's one of the things that has always kind of impressed me about Caps and about this organization and even this new roster with them is their ability to kind of stay calm under pressure and not just crumble in the moment, right? Because I think a lot of teams after those first 2 games would have been cooked.
Very true. I like the adaptation. Of course, just turns out I really prefer when G2 are picking up CC. I liked how good LeBron was on the Lulu, but I like when they've got buttons that stun people.
Melio.
Yeah, what's up with the Melio?
Yeah.
Huh?
The Melio was good. The Melio was good.
He's got a kick. That's CC.
Lavrov is the man.
World
who
Cup
was-
season?
Ultra mega fire kick.
The World Cup kick? Nice. Fair enough point.
When we look at the 2 comps, right? Like, I am a little nervous as an EU pundit for G2 because I feel like what TES want to do is so simple and straightforward, and I often feel like that is the thing that makes Game 5 so much easier.
Yeah, when the tension is highest, sometimes simple is best, but there's a lot of strength in what G2 have drafted as well. You know, being able to go towards Anivia and have, you know, even though they did the flex, you know, put the Orange top against the Anivia, it's like you're still not going to win that lane. You just might not get bullied as hard, right? So I still think having Prio is going to be really big. Tien and Skumon, to me, have been such like engines for their team, and so getting winning lanes can be a big part.
Yeah, and of course we have an update now from our league officials. They're checking to see if TES swaps champions after the 20-second cutoff. You're not allowed to swap after 20 seconds. After investigating, the official determined the swap came after the agreed time, and the draft will be remade with the order of Ornn, Maokai, Yone, Ziggs, and Pantheon. I believe that is what we saw on stream.
So
I'm not sure what the
they
swap
try to
was.
swap the Yone top at the very end, maybe?
Or maybe the
But it was too
Maokai,
lay?
not sure. Well, no, it wouldn't be Ornn jungle.
No, I think that would have had to be it.
Oh, yeah, because the last thing I saw was Ornn top.
Yeah.
So
that's what I believe what we saw is the draft that is going to be confirmed.
I was like, are they about to have to play
point.
Ornn mid for game 5? Because that would be crazy.
Yeah,
because I think they were trying to follow the Yone to the Anivia.
Yeah, because that seems like a really difficult draft for TES. You have to play the Ornn into the Anivia. That seems like hell. So, like, I'm a little concerned about that.
This is crazy. I
mean,
guess we'll...
I feel like Ornn, it's just the same as you're playing against Rumble or any of these champions. You're just rushing Kaning Rooker and then you're AFK because it's double AP soul lanes and a Poppy. I don't really think Ornn's going to be that worried. To me, you're just hunting for whatever matchup you think is better for Yone. So if you think Mel is harder, then maybe you want to move it around. But
I think
interestingly, it's actually the the Maokai and the Pantheon they were trying to swap. They wanted to give Tien a little bit more early agency. It does make sense. And it makes it a little bit more punishing, right? Because while Pantheon can be super oppressive early on, I think for Tien, who's been so active early, Maokai is not the most dominant jungler in those early fights.
It's also very different if you're expecting, okay, our 2v2 is going to be this, and we're going to be playing, Maokai Ziggs, and now it does get changed. It's going to change the dynamics of the matchup. Maybe they were trying to play a bit more defensively, use Bramble Smash to like stop Rel crash downs and things like that. I'm not really sure. It's kind of interesting, but it does throw a wrinkle in. You hope that if they're going to be forced to play, the roles because they swap too late, that they can just kind of get past that, accepted, and play their best game.
Yeah. I will say, if you take a step back, they've lost 2 games in a row. The momentum is clearly not on their side. This is just that one little thing. They wanted to be able to make that swap. They can't do that anymore. Especially if you have 2 new players to the international stage in Fengyue, and of course you're looking towards Zoyan. It's tough. It's tough. You have to be able to dig yourself out of this.
Yeah. Because that's what we had assumed was Pantheon was going to be the jungle.
Yeah.
And Maokai was going to be the support. Interesting. If they cannot, though.
Especially with how big side lanes have been. You think about the last couple of games, it really has been a focus on side lanes, especially last game. So maybe, Tien wanting to be able to affect those side lanes a little bit more. Obviously, Pantheon can still alter the side lanes, but you have way less gold, way less money. You're not going to be that same level of power.
See, I like what you brought up, Raz, right? It's just, who knows if this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. Again, it's already so much pressure. The rookies really had excellent showings in those first 2 games, and even in some moments in Game 3 and Game 4. But it's a test of mental fortitude, no doubt, as we're getting ready to load into the game.
At the very least, I will say, it's not as though it's like a Ziggs jungle, and you know what I mean? Like something's first timing. I'm not saying they wouldn't be frustrated. Of course, I'm sure they would. That would be a difficult situation to deal with. But at the very least, these are 2 champions that play in these roles.
Yes.
Right? Tien has played many, many games of Maokai jungle. And Fengyue, you're assuming, has played quite a few games of Pantheon support. It's super popular in solo queue. So, you're hoping that at least it's not going to have them too frazzled.
Definitely the case. Counting down the
just
final
a medium
moments.
amount of frazzle.
Just a little bit of frazzle.
It's going to give you a little razzle. No frazzle.
Gentlemen, before you leave, although we'll get a quadcast at some point, I have no doubt.
Backing out?
What do you mean before they leave?
I've been cued. This is a production decision. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, my friends are going to stay here.
Kobe, it's our time. Final predictions,
we're all
boys.
putting this on him. I'm sticking with my same prediction. 3-2 G2 is what I had at the start of the day.
This was the straw that broke my back. I'm flip-flopping, man. Like, you can't swap before the 20-second mark. Like, they have had so many difficult points within this series, and this is happening too. I'm sorry, I'm gone.
All right, gentlemen, thank you, helping us fill the time. Hearts out to TES. Hopefully they can recover despite a difficult situation as we load into the final game of the series here.
Okay, good. Now that they're gone, we can.
You can't. You make me the bad guy, and then the second they're gone, you're like, thanks. Yeah, great. All right, I see you, Kobe. I see you, bro. Don't be doing it like that.
Wait a second. We've got Lebrov on top side.
Way on. He's getting chunked out here, stunned. They're walking him down. They get the flash at level 1. There's a lot of straws on this camel's back, Kobe. Something's going to break soon.
I mean, this is good. You pull the wave. Also, try and group up the minions so they're going to focus and push away from Zhuan. Oh, this is painful. Ornn already has a hard time. Broken Blade doing a good job staying away.
Yeah, I'm just trading autos. Ornn base stats
the
much higher, though.
Range minions were on him, though.
Yeah. All right. Bot lane, we also have to keep our eye on. Pantheon, a much more explosive early game support, often in terms of individual damage. Opting for Conqueror, not something like the Halo Blade. So We'll need to see how comfortable Feng Yue is, but the difference with the lock-ins the way they are is that maybe Feng Yue can find more 2v2 fights.
Okay, so this is going to be my real question. Caps picked the Mel, seeing the Yone, so I want to see how much harassment and punishment he can deliver there.
Nice stun. Bot wave unsurprisingly pushing in the favor of TES. It's a good call out, Kobe. Already a small gold lead as he crashes that wave in. Unsurprising. Of course, Mel in Riftbound. Next set, Vendetta coming on the 31st. It's going to be a sick one. Akali is also in it. Vedius is very excited. Shout out Vedius. Anyway, game 5. Broken Blade continuing to dominate topside. Midwave pushing in their favor. This is... It doesn't look like much, but this is a frustrating start for TES to be sure.
Yeah. Daejeon, though, I mean... Wait, okay. Yeah, he's got his refillable from the teleport, and should be fine. But
reminder, we've only had 56 Game 5s in international history and 5 total reverse sweeps. The last one in 2023, BDS versus PSG. So anytime we see a potential reverse sweep,
or they're not.
They don't happen a lot. It's again the mental fortitude, ability to come back in those scenarios. Nice interrupt. Jackie Love and Feng Yue. Emboldened. Access to the Pantheon, certainly. A lot of power there.
Nice dodges. Now, we also have junglers with some freedom. First clears are done. Maokai, can Maokai loop around here behind the Mel? Looks like it. So Skumon gang top, Maokai
way
mid.
up, flash forward. Not quite able to get the wallbang, but more than enough damage, hopefully to finish off the Ornn for G2 Esports. Unstoppable first blood, but traded back! Nice for Zweon. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Lebrov looking to chase down Jackie Love. W giving him a bit more damage. Shattering strike and another kill coming through.
Blood everywhere! And in the bottom side, Lebrov is able to pick up that kill. 2 for G2. They've got the early gold lead.
Incredible start for this team overall. Zweon, though, happy to get some money back. Getting that early MR makes this lane a little bit easier to survive, but unfortunately, it looks like Broken Blade has frozen or is trying to freeze. So his life isn't getting that much easier anytime soon.
So, Caps had to burn his flash off of the gank mid, but Tien invested his in order to do that too. So while there are a lot of opportunities with all this action and everybody blowing their flashes, Feng Yue is the one back on the rift first.
Caps backing off Lebrov finally here. Feng Yue going in, shattering strike, a bit more damage. Aegis Assault to block the follow-up, but Feng Yue's getting lower and lower. Skumon now on the way in. That is one dead Pantheon. Q to get it through. Cream now on the way out. Feng Yue overestimating.
Well, he had no flash, and so I'm pretty sure he just was like, I cannot dodge the snare that's going to come from Caps, so I have to go back in and try and fight our way out. But because, everybody had used their flashes and all the skirmishes so early on, the Pantheon walking up was a vulnerable target, and they're able to turn on them. G2 snowballing here insanely quickly in game number 5.
5 minutes, almost a 1.5K gold lead. Truly the biggest lead we've had in this entire series so far. Tien moving into the top side, but matched by Skumon. Health advantage to the duo of TES, but the push in favor of G2. Level 6 now coming through as well as Jackie Love once again caught out here. Minefield. Not quite enough damage yet, but Ensemble getting a lot done here. Cap's nice initial route. Level 6 there for Cream, but Soul Unbound about to fade, so it'll just be a positive trade in terms of HP.
3 winning lanes for G2 in game number 5. Skumon on the clear, right back down, top to bottom again. Jackie Love trying to clear out the minions on the bottom side, but the punishment that they have received here early on, definitely dangerous. Cream, though, on the Yone, always dangerous, and he has access to his ultimate, so have to worry about the whereabouts of Maokai as well. Once Tien gets his level 6, that's a lot of lockdown. Of course, you have to be wary of the Mel rebuttal and play around the timer, but they're coming early.
Lebrov spots out Tien. Doesn't really have the damage to force a kill there. Nice rebuttal on the Q3. Ulti coming across the wall. Immediate combo coming through. The Forge God has been called, but the kill is not done yet. Beautiful sidestep on the spear from Feng Yue.
Can he get out now?
Strike. Lockdown. No flash still. Skewmon can't quite get the angle to knock him into the wall. Both sides back away, but that's so many resources, so many ultis burned on Caps just to not get the kill.
Yeah, mid lane is the battlefield. Even Daejeon walking all the way down, using his Ornn ultimate. But Caps doesn't get hit by the spear, does not fall. Skewmon is
Feng nice advance coming in from Tian, dodging out on the ulti from Skewmon. Ulti from Jackie Love a bit wide, but the additional movement speed is just sending Skewmon into TES's jungle.
As long as Skewmon is able to get away from Cream, he does not want to give this kill to Cream. All right,
giving it to Jackie Love. Ooh, the bomb misses. If he goes under tower at this point, it'll be Feng Yue who gets the kill. Cream on the way in too. I don't think he's going to get his choice. Will be donated over to Cream. As you said, worst possible person to pick up that kill for G2.
All right. A little bit of hope back there for TES, but they're still in the hole pretty deep here in the early stages. Pretty good CS leads all across the board with these good matchups for G2.
Top lane, the punishment simulator here. 57-37. Sion just doing what he can to hold on. Was allowed, did make a bit of an impact in the mid lane. Unfortunately, not enough to get that kill.
Yeah. I mean, the impact of that level 1 from Lebrov, so heavy in this game. As we, again, just mid and jungle and support are always around mid, constantly on every timer.
Huge trade for Caps. The rebuttal, again, just makes it so hard for Cream. Long cooldown, but so is the Soul Unbound. And in the bot lane, the 1v1, Jackie Love, we expect to spike harder on that first item, but Hansama just free farming through this entire laning phase means G2 are going to feel very comfortable in the later stages.
Yeah, Hansama making good use of his spell shield down there, constantly looking for a push on the wave. Meanwhile, everybody's sending all these resources towards mid lane. And they're going to continue to be rewarded. Start up the grubs there for Skewmon. He should be uncontested.
It's a nice early game for G2, building such a big lead so quickly. Feng Yue hasn't really had a chance to pick up XP, so delays that level 6 and the ability to threaten on side lanes.
Dracos, didn't they add quests into the game to avoid a lot of this stuff? I feel like the support quests are going to be pretty delayed in this one.
Yeah. It seems like neither support is particularly interested in all the additional benefits of that quest.
Yeah. I don't need a quest.
We're going to need to get the Rito police in there. Warning, lane swap detected. Please return to your lane.
Mid lane. So goes mid lane, so goes the game, though, a lot of the times.
Very true.
Especially when Yone is in
on
the Rift. So let's take a look. Will they be able to actually set up for this Drake? Mid lane did get pushed there for Jackie. TES with them moving back down. They've got the ward in Tribush already. Both Maokai and Poppy have very big damage to monsters on their Qs. And should be fine for TN solo.
Nice to have it. Again, we talked about the amount of team fighting ultimates that can come out of this TES lineup if they can force, if they're able to stack 2 Drakes, get a third, get a soul point, force G2 to fight into them. It's a lot easier to see their angle of comeback into the game where they're down 2K. And Azael brought it up here, right? This first item, Kanik Rook aren't expected from Daejeon. This makes the laning phase a lot easier, at least in terms of surviving and not losing more than, well, he already has in terms of plate and CS.
Yeah, I mean, he got level 1 by the enemy support, had to blow his flash, all that stuff happened, but teleports back out here.
Sidestep.
Wasn't able to complete his item, but refill the potion. Lots of sustain there for him. Meanwhile, the battleground, the eternal battleground of mid lane, the fight over vision, Dracos. All
Both
these wards
sides
around.
Sending their supports deeper and deeper into enemy territory is Feng Yue ready to cover in mid lane. That little bit of lifesteal coming in for Cream on top of, an important keystone here is just meaning that he can relatively survive a lot of the harass that Caps is putting out. Jackie Love forced to ult the wave, but at least slows the push from the side of G2.
They're ganking top too. Maokai, all right.
Slowed down, twisted advance finally going to come through. Flashback from Broken Blade. Wall to lock up Tien, forcing a flash out from him as well. Good response from the G2 top laner. Ulti, nice sidestep from Caps, flash in the Solar Snare. Not going to be enough, rebuttal a little bit too late. Cream on the chase to grab the kill. A nearly flawless dive from TES, even into the Mel.
Yeah, good flashes there, invested from them. They get the kill. They got Caps' flash as well down. And TES fighting back in this one now with the Ornal.
Horn blown. Broken Blade marked. That's the additional auto coming in. Fungyue blocked by the wall, getting chipped lower and lower. Egg about to come out from Broken Blade. Comet Spear at least gets the cooldown, but I don't think we're going to see a redive quite yet.
Yeah, it won't be the Broken Egg this time around. Just gets the refill, get back up.
TN going for the Q back. Demon pretty powerful, has the Sunder Sky flash in, looking for the wall, knocked down. TN instantly deleted. Fungyue likely next, no flash available. And Zeon debating if he can even support him here. That's the Glacial Storm, Broken Blade, grabbing another kill.
And Skewmon goes beast mode on him with the flash, gets him into the wall, double here. Kill for each, and they get to continue pushing as well afterwards. Huge turn from Skewmon. He gets in there, stops their recalls. He gets right on top of TN. E-flash, flash E to redirect so he can get into the wall.
All engaged now coming into the mid lane. LeBron with the crash down. Cream running for his life. Solar Snare from Caps. Desperate to finish this kill. The Eclipse to drop him down.
The 2v2 with the sports mid here goes the way of G2 because LeBron is there early.
Shattering Strike. Aegis Assault falling away. You can see Skewmon already taking the Raptors, looking to chip away at the resources of TES. TES doing a good job of finding kills, finding some angles for hope.
Here we go again.
Just continues to grow. Fungyue's got nowhere to go. He can't jump anywhere. Knockback is there. The Solar Snare, and Caps gets another.
Skewmon and Lebrov, the terror of mid lane here. They find consecutive ganks. They get both the mid laner and the support in the end. And Dracos, this game 5 is a blowout.
It absolutely is. Skewmon terrifying. Merc treads and a Sundered Sky against a bunch of magic damage-based tanks. Are you kidding me? This man is going to be unkillable. Cream, the only one who could possibly hope to take this Poppy down.
Nice rotation here. Get the Sivir into mid lane. Just delete minion waves.
Jackie Love matched up once again against Hansama, has that first spike, the Ludens. Sivir, one of the few champions who can start to match the wave clear of Ziggs. Yvonne going in on the Fungyue. Full control, choke out around the dragon. Don't want to give TES the opportunity to stack. Cream doing good damage here, but knows he could be forced to snap back at a moment, so doesn't want to overstay. Q3 ready to go, but Caps is already there waiting, and he whiffs. He's forced to ult instantaneously, but they've already body blocked it. It's an absolute disaster. The ulti from Jackie Love across the top. Is it going to be enough? TN trying to buy space for the rest of his team. Aegis Assault gives Fungyue an extra second, and they manage to hold on, but the Eclipse is ready. Down goes the support of TES. Jackie Love finally here, blinking health bars across the board. Cream debating if he can get involved once again. Instantaneous snapback to deny the crash down. TP in from Zuyon. The horn has been blown. Ornn is on the way in. Cream looking to finish off Lebrov. G2 taking a bit too much. Cream now on the chase. The mount up is there. TN grabbing another kill. Jackie Love will fall as well, the 1-for-1. Cream starting to chase. Crash down from Lebrov, but Cream getting faster and faster as the duration ticks. One more auto, hoping to close up with a sidestep on the Mortal Steel, enough to keep Lebrov standing.
Oh, he barely lives, and during the time where TS invests everything, 5 players to the bottom side of the map, Broken Blade does finish the top tower, continues pushing, but TS fighting back into this one, getting some valuable kills for themselves and another dragon.
Take a look back at the play. Starts pretty disastrously for Cream, but he's able to make it out in the end.
Yeah, so he ults over here to the other side, but they lock him up. Ziggs ult from the top does give a big amount of peel from this Maokai ultimate, and then they're able to section them off. They get their kill. They're shut down onto the Poppy. Meanwhile, from the other side there, Jackie and Cream can return to the fight afterwards with TN skirting the edges just barely.
Rift Herald summoned here. Not sure where, doesn't matter. Meanwhile, fist fight in the bottom lane. Caps now trying to retreat. Twayon on the way in. Rebuttal keeping Caps standing for an extra second. He wants one more auto. Caps is brittle, but he's not broken. Zuyon again, just denied any angle, denied any kill. Hansama, though, now the one who has to start running, but TES think better of it.
Oh, the terrain from his Q was not fully built there. He charges in, he can't get the kill, can't get the knock up onto Caps. Twayon goes down.
And it's just getting harder and harder for TES. They're fighting as much as they can, desperate to find an angle back into this game. But Broken Blade has finally arrived, no longer contained to just the top side of the map, chipping away at those health bars, keeping those waves pushed in. Brav playing far forward, but he can pick anyone he wants to support on the map and know that they have more than enough damage to finish those kills.
All right, Tien still on that bottom side.
Skewmont out of nowhere, flanking Jackie Love. Down he goes, but now it's Pantheon active on the bottom side. Feng Yue trying to get it done with Cream. It's going to be a kill donated over to him. The egg taken away. Cream grabbing this one. Labrov debating if he needs to run or if the backup that's on the way will be there soon enough. The answer is they are. Heal coming in under Labrov. Additional movement speed. Skewmont on the chase. Flash, Solar Snare. Caps the damage to finish off the TES support. Cream now in trouble. Q3 back to the enemy team. Flash out to safety. Holding on for dear life, but G2 just keep winning the exchange.
It's bloody, and they get the tower afterwards as well. A couple of kills, though, still picked up on the exit from TES. They're scrambling. They're trying to keep themselves afloat here with a couple of extra kills, a little bit more gold, and every last drop of gold into Cream gives you a little bit of pause, a little bit of worry from the side of G2.
I mean, despite the disastrous gold difference, 3-1-2 is Cream's scoreline. He has been clean in these fights, saving the flashes for as long as possible, living in a lot of situations that seemed just highly, highly improbable. But now Caps has 2 items. So as fancy as the footwork has been, it's still just going to be so hard for him to survive. You can see a bit of MR coming in. Hex Drinker will help, but it's a tall task to live through everything G2 have at this point.
And Hans has just been farming up a storm there on that Sivir. Getting a very nice gold lead for himself. Yes. The Sivir gameplay. And in mid lane, they've got the extra tower. So much more safety for G2. With TS losing all of their outers, it is difficult now. It's fighting to keep control of your jungle camps. Fighting to keep your income equal for the rest of the game.
Really just holding on for dear life. Will secure the blue buff. You mentioned it, but Hansama just hoovering up CS across the map. He's the late game insurance policy on a game where G2 are already so far ahead. So it almost feels like TES are on a clock when they're already playing from such a massive deficit. And you can see in the Coinbase gold grind, unsurprising to see Broken Blade with some absolutely massive numbers. 850 from plates, another 850, 870 from kills. That number is only going to continue to grow.
All right, Cream going topside, and it's a Pantheon trail, but Pantheon doesn't have ult yet. So just walking with him here, Feng Yue trying to do the escort. Again, without the safety of any of their towers, it's hard to remain on parity gold-wise and information-wise.
Aegis Assault forced there from Feng Yue. Stops any potential dive, and Cream happy to just grab a plate. And I will say, despite not being ready for this particular jungle support pairing, Tien's done a very good job finding ways into this game. Now also with the Abyssal Mask, going to make sure that Jackie Love and even a bit of Cream's damage is going to be amplified as well.
Yep, still focused on the next dragon fight. 45 seconds into the future here. Trying to get some vision with those saplings here for Tien. But G2, they have such a solid setup. 2 item power spikes on both Skewmon, Broken Blade, and Caps.
Hansama dangerously close to an Infinity Edge as well.
Cream teleport is going to come off cooldown in a couple of seconds, but they really want as much money on him as possible anyway. The rest of the team's going to evacuate, so going to bide their time.
TES not going to contest for Soul Point, but quick ulti forced out there. Cream recognizing he was done for. No minions to stack the Q on. So we'll be able to retreat, but does just mean that this third Drake of the game, Hextech, will be conceded. Now there's potential for some portal plays here later in the game, always exciting to watch, but it just means that this Soul is even more important for both sides. TES, maybe their little glimmer, little sliver of hope as a way to come back into this game.
Okay. G2 feeling so good right now. A lot of safety on the map. Game plan going according here with Hansama constantly. Good income. Just keep track of Baron here. Watch for some of these trick plays from TES. They have Tien over on the top side. They can lob the Jackie Love ultimate as well to add the extra burst damage if they need. And Pantheon ult is ready.
Cream continuing to farm well, though. Actually ahead of Caps in terms of individual gold. You called it out before, but I think this is the person that we have our eyes on to be the difference maker for TES. The rookies did so good in Game 1 and Game 2 and in Game 5. It's not Jackie Love or Tian, often the players that people think of when they think of top esports, but Cream, the man who, from that 2024 series where they were swept, I think has improved the most out of everyone on this lineup. Now on a comfortable champion, hoping he can be the one to turn the tide in TES's favor.
Hansama's got his Infinity Edge now, though. Man, that is juicy.
Yeah, it's a big tide. It's a hard tide to turn, Kobe. It's not impossible, but it's going to take a lot because that Sivir is not stopping for any of the farming items. She's going straight to the DPS items.
Especially because Hans is probably going to get like full value out of his bounces here with TES being such a clump team here. They've got 4 melees.
Ulti onto Hansama, immediate TP. Cream coming over the wall, going to ult across into Hansama. Hansama just barely clipped Cream, ready to snap back. They can't quite finish him, but he's got no avenue back to the fight. Rebuttal onto the Yorn ultimate as G2 stand tall as 5. Cream dashing in. W shield is massive, but Caps manages to burn him down. Soyeon on the way out. Ulti in. Retreat now coming in from Feng Yue. LeBron looking for a re-engage. Caps still standing. Solar Snare only connecting onto 1. A bit more damage coming in as Hansama is still alive. G2 holding the line. Caps ready to go over the wall if necessary. Poking a bit more with the Solar Snare, but the passive is there from Broken Blade. Soyeon wanted to find the kill, but he cannot get the job done. Both sides left bloodied.
The Baron!
Both sides brawling. A bit more damage coming in for the Baron. Caps a Solar Snare. Jackie Love hoping to finish it. Soyeon, damn tanky. Broken Blades come back after the egg, though, looking to lock up Jackie Love, who's managed to take down LeBron, turning his attention instead to Skumon. Caps trying to hold on. Double AP carries will finally knock down the Ornn. Skumon ready now to take out Jackie Love. G2 in the extended fight, making sure nobody on TES is left standing.
G2 with 4 kills. Baron got 1. Oh my goodness, that was such a scramble. Nobody had touched Hansama in so long, though, that the Baron just executed him. I don't think anyone on TES actually got that credit.
I was so lost, I didn't even realize he died.
Yeah,
you said Baron, and I was like, I'm just going to trust you and keep yapping.
So, yeah, let's leave from the very beginning. They're looking at Hans the entire time. Maokai ultimate, he does spell shield it, and then flashes away from Cream's ultimate. The critical moment is when Cream tries to go back in for Hansama right here, but he can't finish off the extra kill. Hans walks away with, it's like 20 health or something there. Wait.
Fist fights aren't done. Tian is dead, caught out in his own jungle. G2 making a fast play to punish. They didn't even have vision set up. They must have just spotted him and ran him down with the Sivir ultimate. 2.5 9-ups now, 14 pages in Caps' book.
They're running the Rift, Dracos. G2 are running Summoner's Rift here in the critical Game 5. So close to a reverse sweep in TES. They need magic now. Trying to contest the Baron.
Cream, Q3 in. Big damage being traded back. Will finally snap away, but he's already lost 50% of his HP. I just don't think that there's anything they can do. Jungler down, TES here. Just to spectate, just to watch the Baron fall as hope just continues to dwindle for top esports. G2, 7,500 gold ahead. The Red Bull Baron power play poised to break open the base of TES.
After such a tense series, game number 5 here has just been a landslide in favor of G2, straight from level 1. With LeBron going topside. It's not over yet, though. With the Baron buff, still work for G2 to do.
Hexgate, LeBron leaping face first into Tien. Feng Yue trying to escort the tanks out, but Skumon just doesn't care. Caps, nice rocket belt backwards. Skumon using the ulti to knock away the remaining members of TES. Cream still here, but the melee range is just so hard for him to do anything. Skumon now on a rampage. Ulti in from Jackie Love, just shielded by Hansama. No hope of securing this dragon, maybe of even defending this tier 2. TES once again sent packing.
Yep, G2. Continue the steamroll. They've got Baron, continue the siege. 4-1 split push for them. Skumon on mid, but nothing Jackie can do about it. Even the Sivir bounces are just chunking him down as he tries to stay far away and clear the wave.
Take their time. Get Dragon on the way out. Not concerned whatsoever. Slow, steady siege. Skumon solo pushing in the mid lane. Poppy is just too damn tanky. So far ahead, has stopped for the Randwoods on the way. Even Cream's damage so heavily mitigated. But a TP in. Potentially the last desperate stand of top esports. Q3 ready to go for Cream. He's hoping to make the difference. Ulti across, but Hansama with the spell shield denies him access. Sivir untouched. The carries untouched. G2 continue to dominate.
The G2 blender grinds them up. They get the kill, and they're looking to take down the base.
LeBron chasing in, base broken open, an inhibitor exposed. Tien on the flank. Cream up, just buying space, I guess. Ulti across. Rebuttal there, TP in. TES, what are you playing for? A bit more time for Cream in the mid lane, it seems, but what will it cost you? Good news is, only an ultimate. They get the TP out of Broken Blade as well. Skumon set up now to take second Drake of the game for G2. Denying Soul Point once again from the side of TES, who really cannot afford to leave their own base.
Yeah, and G2 with such a massive gold lead here, and especially Hans in such a strong position. They should be able to win this team fight. I mean, Caps has 20 stacks on his Medjais here with the Mel from mid. So it is looking very good for the European Hope. Game number 5, Dracos. They showed the stats at the very beginning. We've only had 5 previous reverse sweeps completed at internationals.
This will be the 6th in the history of our sport. It's crazy because there's so many series that are so close. It feels like they've been reverse sweeps, but so often it's teams trading blows. It's so rare for a team to be so clearly outclassed in 2 games and then be able to turn it on its head and bring it back. And it's credit to the tenacity of G2 that they were not dissuaded by those first 2 games, despite how incredibly one-sided they were.
Yeah, have to have endurance to be able to pull it off in the final one. And now they're just going to run straight through to the base. Skumon, can he find?
Yep. Skumon looking for a solo kill here, just continuing to fist fight Jackie Love, and Jackie Love really has nowhere to go. Take a miracle for him to escape, as Skumon just taking his sweet time will knock down Jackie Love. Ulti though, perhaps one final team fight. Skumon isn't there. Fungyue manages to get to the back line. Hansama running for his life as Cream manages to put Broken Blade in the egg. But Wayon is just getting shredded, just getting dunked down. Hansama still living a perfectly timed spell shield. Cream holding on to hope, hoping he can make the difference. There's so much healing. A Q3 ready to go. A tower being destroyed in the meantime. Q flash from LeBron goes completely awry. It's going to cost him his life. The snapback should finish it. Cream grabbing the kill. Fungyue caught by the wall, nowhere to go. Pantheon dropping down, a scrappy exchange. 3 for 2, but it's in favor of G2 Esports.
TES, they're still fighting, even with this massive gold lead in G2's favor. They're scrambling, they're trying as hard as they can to keep themselves afloat in this series. But the G2 onslaught continues and takes its toll. Here's the attempt at the counterplay on top side. Maokai ult with the Pantheon ult to get to the back line, and they pincer Caps. Caps flash is actually closer to the tower to try and gain range to get the burst damage, but he still goes down. And then they're turning their eyes towards Hansama, but here's where it really turns, when they try and make a little bit too much of the chase. So LeBron does do his flash Q thing that you talked about, and then Fungyue tries to follow too, but he gets walled off. So he also goes down, and that bought enough time for Skumon to arrive after he had gotten his kill on the bottom side to Jackie Love. He walked all the way up to the fight.
And it's such a similar story to Game 3 where G2 were able to find their first win with the power of that Kled, but now it's Hansama with his ult on the hunt. The second anyone mispositions, the movement speed steroid just allows all of G2 to appear. TES's face is Cream. G2 have so clearly identified this is the guy they need to shut down. 3 items, i.e. 100% crit chance. He can shred through Caps and Hansama alike, but he needs the space to do it. Skumon, Lebrov, even Broken Blade kind of on defense duty to stop that from happening.
I mean, here we go again.
Ulti from Tion. Wall there. Skumon, that's the knockback of Tion. Dodging out on some of the follow-up damage. Now trying to retreat back into his base. Brute knockup coming in from Skumon. They're trying to shred through the Poppy, but Lebrov now off on the side. Caps and Broken Blade free firing over the wall. Cream gets to the backline. Knock him onto 3. Hansama down! He waits patiently. He finds the angle, but still TES lose 2. 1 carry out of the picture. And credit to TES. They are holding the line in the face of absolute oblivion.
Doing their best. They get the shutdown. Hansama's there. But G2 are still going to be able to get the Baron. Like you said, they've got the other carries. And TES, they have to clean up their base. They put as tiniest of dents in the gold lead. But G2, with the power of another Baron buff, will get right back to the siege.
Oh yeah, get a hammer, knock that dent out. Red Bull Baron power play. Is this the final nail in the coffin? Neither side close to the soul. Hard to imagine a world where we will make it that far into this game. 31 minutes, 8,000 gold lead, double the kills on the side of G2, 25-12. Still TES, an admirable job to hold the line, but the leads just keep compounding, and with this Baron backing up G2, it feels like these are the final moments.
They are handing out the Ornn upgrades. Jackie has his, Cream has his. Those are the critical ones. Tien even as well, so.
Cream spotted. All of G2 descending, forcing the ult. Good awareness from Cream. Anything other than an ulti in that situation likely would have meant his death.
But now no ultimate for the dream comeback team fight.
Daejeon ready to forge, but it looks like he doesn't have the space to forge another upgrade. Another item. G2 barreling into the base of TES. Jackie Love able to lay down a bit of poke here, but another inhibitor will fall. Bot lane with an exposed inhibitor. Mid lane perhaps soon to fall as Cream goes toe-to-toe with Skewmont. TP into the mid lane from Broken Blade. Reset, bought another item. Now ready to resume the siege.
And here they come. G2 knocking at the gates, looking to complete the reverse sweep.
Slow, steady, siege, control. G2 not risking anything in these final moments. Tien praying for a flank. A spell shield to stop a bit of poke. The Brav getting a bit lower, but it's such a small advantage. Cream waiting a bit longer. Horn coming out, looking for the knockback. Caps about to be one shot. A beautiful look from the side of TES. Knock up onto Hans Sama. Jackie Love moving in. It might be a disaster for G2, but Skewmon, Broken Blade, Hans, they remain standing. Knock back into the wall. Daejeon running. Feng Yue in the area. They can't finish off that Anivia, that Poppy. TES again, though, managed to hold the line. They're still living in this series despite all odds.
It's crazy. TS, they delete another G2 carry. This time, Caps, they take him down. They cut down the pages off his Medjais, and they want more.
Daejeon hoping to find Broken Blade. Tien on the way in as well, denying the portal to escape. Now their eyes are set on Skewmon. Broken Blade trying to buy as much space as he can with the Glacial Storm. Skewmon getting chipped away. Cream on the chase, will be forced to snap back soon. Hans on the way in. Half health for Cream. TES still pushing for a little bit more. Cream with the knockup. Flash backwards on the rebuff. Has been CC'd, and now Broken Blade following up the damage. But Cream lives for an extra second. Has the fruit right there to heal him up. Everything coming together to keep TES standing, to keep TES
Teleport
alive.
to the base.
But a TP from Caps might just end it here. G2 hurting TES back. Jackie Love deleting the wave. It's not quite enough. Caps happy to just split their attention. He doesn't want to risk anything else. Tien might want to go for the 50-50, but the health bar is so low, they're just going to back off. It's soul point for G2. TES doing what they can to hold onto their base, but we're still going.
Oh, TES fighting tooth and nail here to stay in this game. They do defend their base. They lose the dragon, but it's only number 3, not the soul quite yet. They buy themselves a little bit more time.
I can't believe TES have held on this long. It was almost 10,000 gold. They've been steadily whittling away. Hextech Soul feels like it should be the final nail in the coffin, but so did the Baron, so did so many of the fights before. A lot of shutdowns available. Jackie Love getting stronger. You can see the burst damage really adds up if you can find that CC target. But Hans and Caps both have more than enough damage to single-handedly carry these team fights.
The long-range nuke, that the quickness with which they deleted Caps last time, and the Ziggs ultimate from Jackie. Now he's got 4 items with that death cut completed. Can TES defend again? Because here comes G2 to finish the job.
From LeBron, immediate flash out from Jackie Love. That's one major cooldown burn. Ulting out from Broken Blade, whittling away at the Ornn. They don't quite find the knockback into the wall, but Daejeon down. And G2 continuing to push forward. Supers in every single lane. Surely G2, this is the final fight. They have the man advantage they were looking for. Wall connects to the Jackie Love. He doesn't make it back over. And that might just be it. Wallbang comes in from Skewmon. Looking to deny access from Feng Yue, but it does not connect. Instant engage on the Caps. Ignite ticking the Pantheon support. Trying to take down the enemy mid laner. Creep going in, but he completely whiffs. He cannot connect on the Hansama, and Caps is waiting. G2 have done it. For the 6th time in the history of International League of Legends,
We are witnessing a reverse sweep as G2 take down Top Esports.
They have done it. Reverse sweep by G2 here in Daejeon. This entire tournament, we've had 3-0 after 3-0 after 3-0, and we finally got the full 5. Analysts take it away.
They do it! They do it in the end! Oh my god, G2, I love you guys when you play like this. They had us in the first half, man, but the second end of the series was absolutely phenomenal from them.
I mean, it was crazy, and we're rewarded for our patience.
True.
3-0 after 3-0 after 3-0 after 3-0.
When was it going to end?
Traded to a 5-game banger between G2 and Top.
5-game banger. Second best of 5 reverse sweep in the history of MSI. Raz, you didn't flip-flop, and I respect that from you because...
Oh, no. You were gone. I did.
He did.
Oh, you did?
When I was on the caster desk during the technical, I was like, oh, they can't even swap before 20 seconds?
Well,
I'm flipping.
Respect gone, but still, how do you feel?
There's only a couple guarantees in life. Death, taxes, and Raz flip-flopping in a best of 5.
That is pure tenacity from G2. To be put in that position, those first 2 games looked bad.
It did.
And the fact that they were able to bring it back and have the mentality to do that, that speaks a lot to the players that they have.
I mean, it was crazy, and G2 as a whole stepped up in this final game. I was honestly shocked at Top's resilience in this last game because it looked like this was so over early in the game. I thought G2 was going to close this one out super fast. I gotta say, I love how they were attacking Zoyan because we saw him have a pretty tough game in the counter pick the previous game.
Yeah.
And then this game, level 1, he's getting cheesed by Lebrov in the bush. He's losing all of his health in a counter matchup.
Yeah.
Then he's getting ganked and taken out. Then they're returning to the top. G2 playmakers were just on fire. BB got way ahead, and Hans is kind of just chilling, farming the rest of the game. He's that late game insurance while everyone else is just fighting everywhere.
Yeah, sit back and boomerang, actually. That's what you want to be doing as an AD carry. We were wondering which team would come up with the most spice here in this last game. I do like the Anivia from Broken Blade here.
The Anivia was incredible.
Yeah.
Like, it really was. I felt like throughout the series, Broken Blade was only getting better and better, and the pick with Anivia going into the Ornn was a masterclass. Not only did he get that cheese going, popping off, but also being able to drag the wave and make it more and more painful for Zoyan.
I mean, there were so many moments, it felt like, in this game where I felt bad watching Zoyan because he's chasing someone down who has like 5% HP.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking back to all the moments earlier that went bad. He's in this tough matchup. He gets cheese level 1. He gets ganked. He's taken out of the side lanes. And he just kept missing out on kill after kill after kill where you can't help but think, man, if I just had a little bit more gold, maybe I kill that guy. Maybe this fight is different. Maybe it looks different. But it just doesn't matter because G2 are the ones who come up big game after game after game down the stretch here and take it back.
And that is exactly the way you want to start the tournament when you're on the side of G2 Esports, because at the beginning of the day we said that for once we have hopes as European fans. They reignited that hope with the performances that they had at first stand, and I know that Skumon said it's not because we performed well last time that we're going to be able to do it, but I feel like it's the way you want to start the tournament for them. And I'm just wondering how well they're going to be able to progress and take it even further and higher, because other teams are not always going to give them the chance to bounce back later in the series. So I appreciate the recovery. Thank you for the content, G2. Next time, maybe do it a bit faster.
A little bit of a content team. I actually do think that they showcased, if you do get to 5 games, they will beat you in draft.
Yeah.
Like, they're an incredibly smart team, incredibly flexible team, and the fact that we went to Game 5 and it felt like they were the team that were, I thought their draft was amazing. And I thought that no matter where the Yone went, or like, it would not have benefited Top Esports. Top Esports are going to have to go back and think about, yes, how this game or the series fell away from them, but when they do start losing champions, where do they end up going to?
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to me because I feel like, you know, this was a good first test for G2.
Yeah.
You know, I do think this was the most I don't know, approachable kind of best of 5 team from the LPL or the LCK. All the other teams have a lot more experience, it feels like. All the other teams have kind of been more in those big moments. Not that top doesn't have those players, but they also have some of the players who don't have that experience.
Yeah.
And I feel like that did really help G2 out today. When you look at BB, when you look at Lebrov, and their counterparts, I felt like they really were able to get the best of them down the stretch. So that's not something that you're going to have the luxury of when you're going up against a T1 or an HLE or even you know, a BLG. So it is going to get just more difficult from here. So G2 are going to have to keep ramping up.
Absolutely, and I do want to know how they feel and what are their first reactions here on this first victory at MSI, as we have Skewmon standing by with Shocks in the Verizon post-game interview.
2, 1. I'm here with Skewmon after he reverse swept Top Esports. That is insane. I don't even know where to begin. Let me begin by the end of the last game, because you guys were far ahead. You almost had it in the bag, but it was tricky. Tell me about the focus.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, first of all, I'm really happy with the reverse sweep. We kind of took revenge for Fnatic back in the days, right?
Yeah!
We actually got it. For the last game, I think we made it a bit more stressful than it should have been. I think, yeah, we were like really ahead this game, and if we just played properly, we would have won like probably earlier. But you know, like game 5, it's just always really stressful, but I mean, I'm just really happy with the resilience overall today. I think we played, I mean, the first game we were like a bit shaky, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But I'm really happy with how we bounced back.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about how the series progressed, time, because you guys, yeah, you did look shaky game 1, even game 2. You didn't really find your footing, right, against TN. Tell me a little bit what you wanted to change, what you talked about as a team, and what actually materialized.
I mean, definitely, I think we've just liked a lot of decisiveness, whether it's like in our communication and like how we played. I mean, I guess usually when we don't play for like 2 or 3 weeks, we're always shaky, so that's why I was like kind of fine with losing in a way. I knew like we could come back, but yeah, I think we were just like pretty indecisive on like what we wanted to do, and we felt like we were kind of giving a bit too much and giving them a bit of respect, and we just realized that if we just play our game and we actually just like play on our timings, we will actually be able to get something out of it.
Yeah, you felt the momentum shifting. Also going into game 5, they weren't able to swap their champions in time. Tell me a little bit about that situation.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was pretty weird. I mean, we were kind of aware that they could actually flex the Mocha and Pantheon, and yeah, I mean, we were just like wondering where it's gonna go, so we can actually change our like wins as well. But I mean, it also shows that they were also like a bit indecisive on like what they wanted to do, which is a positive thing for us, and we just mentioned it as well. So that's why we're like also even more confident on that one, because it's probably something that they didn't really practice a lot. I would say.
In general, it's been a little bit harder for G2 to face LPL competition, right?
Yeah.
Really good job versus LCK specifically over at First Stand. So what do you think it is that you worked on specifically, or that worked specifically today, that you were able to do that?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, like you really need to be decisive against those LPL teams. I think they play like really, really fast, and I'm not gonna lie, it was always one of our weaknesses recently. So just being able to actually match that tempo and being able to just not get stomped in like 5 minutes, you can probably like play the map. But that's kind of what happened in the first 2 games, which make the games like really hard to play. So yeah, I mean, besides that, I actually think that actually has a similar playstyle, so it's gonna be definitely like a big challenge. So yeah, I'm looking forward for the next one.
Okay, do you realize how historic this is? This almost never happens. I think the last time this happened at MSI is like 2017. Is that some of the things that you start feeling when you're mounting the comeback, I should say, right?
I mean, yes and no in a way, because I feel like all of the players and the staff included are really like in the moment and we are really doing our best to just make sure like the plan makes sense. And obviously right now we won, so we can enjoy and yeah, we can realize like the big like work that we have done today. But yeah, I think like we still need to like work a bit harder if you want to compete against the best teams. But that's another topic, that's for the future.
It only the first hurdle. Final question. I thought you had Mbappé written on your water bottle today. How much did it help?
I mean, a lot, honestly. It was Romain who wrote it for me. It just reminds me that everything is possible. And actually, as kind of like the 2022 World Cup final, right? You are able to actually low-key versus football. I mean, they lost Indian, but still being able to just come back from this hard situation. So yeah, it definitely helped.
I love it. You're our Mbappé, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Skewmon. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
Awesome. Amazing! They do it, and we have monster support Lebrov joining us.
Congratulations! Welcome, Lebrov, James.
Thank you. Congratulations. First things first, how do you feel? What are you how did you feel when you took down the last Nexus, especially after that amazing comeback?
I felt good. First of all, I'm very exhausted. Yeah, it was an intense series, but to be honest, I was still a believer when we were losing the second game. I felt like we were just playing really bad, and I definitely felt like we could win, and I'm glad we managed to reverse sweep again on a high pressure game. So yeah, I'm just excited for the future.
Talk to me about Game 5, because I felt like your level 1 actually had such a big impact on the top lane. So that, and then also curious on, obviously they couldn't end up swapping the Pantheon and the Maokai. Yeah. Did that change how you guys kind of perceive the 2v2 in your early game prep?
I mean, not really. To be honest, I think we had a really nice chance. I feel like the Poppy pick was clutch in our game, and I felt like the fact that they were like really swapping and they didn't know which guy to play support. It gave me a lot of confidence that they actually are feeling a bit like nervous and shaky.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I knew this game we like only Yon can basically carry the game, and yeah.
And then what about the level 1?
Oh, level 1 was a banger indeed, yeah. It gave me some Korean solo queue vibes, and yeah, I'm happy we managed to like adapt well to it.
Tell me about when you felt the turning point in the series was, because to me it felt like that Rakan game where you were finding so many insane angles. Where did you find that?
For sure, yeah. I think the game 3 gave us a lot of momentum, and yeah, as I said, I was always a believer, and I'm confident that my team also kept trying really hard, and we ended up with good drafts as well. Like Game 5, I think was really nice draft.
It's really interesting because you say that you kept on believing. Honestly, looking at those first 2 games, I didn't believe that much. I'm happy that you did, but what made you confident in the fact that knowing that you're not playing well is one thing, but knowing that you're going to be able to turn it around, especially with your backs against the wall, is something completely different. So tell me about that shift, actually, and what made you confident that you were going to be able to shift that gameplay?
I mean, I think since we have done it in the past, I just wanted to focus game by game. To be honest, like looking back at our games, I think we were like pretty disgusting, like playing individually, and we just have to like step up our game and just focus on the present. And yeah, we did it, so I'm glad.
Isma helping you on this? Isma is the guy behind the scene helping them getting ready mentally. So a lot of
Isma is like one of the nining, so big props to him. Yeah. Keeping us all like on the present,
focused, locked in.
Talk to me a bit about, kind of like your preferences and the mindset between playing an engaged support or playing playing Milio, playing Lulu. Because in the Lulu game, I felt like, wow, LeBron's playing really well. You're right place, right time. You keep saving people, turning around plays. But then you get on Rakan, and you have so much more individual agency to be the one to pull the trigger, to start the fight. Same thing in the Rel game. So do you have a preference in that, or do you find it frustrating at all, like when you're playing Enchanters and you see an angle but you can't do it yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all the meta is very like versatile right now. A lot of people are playing like Camille and stuff like this. I mean, to be honest, I don't really mind. I think I'm good on both styles. And yeah, sometimes it can feel frustrating. You're playing your Enchanter and then Camille is roaming all over the map and killing your like solo lanes, and you're like, sucks, guys. And Ziggs is just wave clearing bot. Yeah, that can feel sad, but I'm glad that I managed to have good games on like both styles,
Amazing.
What was the message that you guys came out from in either Game 2 to Game 3? Because like mentioning the coaching staff, or even from the player side, if you're not feeling satisfied with your first 2 games, what was the message that you felt kind of turned it around?
I mean, as I said, I was pretty confident. I didn't feel like top esports were like, they were playing good, but I didn't feel like they were playing that insane. It was more on us, honestly, like playing bad or / choking, And as long as we just fix ourselves, I think we could win, And yeah, I mean, we didn't play perfect, but I think we stepped it up game by game, so that's feel nice.
So thinking about the next series moving forward, I feel like the more the series goes, the better G2 is, because again, you got those champions, you got those draft priorities. It's your comfort zone, basically, the longer the series goes. But I don't feel like every team is going to give you those chances to come back. So when it comes to polishing your gameplay and improving as the series is going to go, what do you want to improve upon?
Everything.
Everything, okay. Macro, vision, laning phase, like the whole thing.
Well, so why don't we take a look at the bracket? Maybe you can give us some of your predictions on what other teams might be advancing, as you guys have now moved on to the next round. You are going to be playing against HLE. Any thoughts on that series? Obviously going to be a never tough one.
I think it will be for sure harder than today. I think HLE is a very strong team, and they have very strong strengths. But I'm confident if we step up and have a good plan, I think we can beat them.
I think it's interesting because something we've been talking about with G2 is the fact that the stocks were really low for the past few years, given the international experiences that you guys had. And then first 10 happened, you guys made finals, you guys reignited the hope for Europe again. Is that something that you keep in mind, the fact that maybe there's more expectations on G2's and LEC's side right now, this time at MSI?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's normal for people to have more expectations now since we made the first and finals, right? But in the end of the day, like, you shouldn't really focus on expectations, right? You should just focus on yourself and play your game. And if you play well, you will always have a chance of winning, right? And yeah.
Blocking that noise, love it.
Is there a player you want to shout out for today's games? Because it felt like, especially in Game 4 and 5, Caps was going crazy. But is there a player in your mind that maybe deserves a lot of love?
I mean, honestly, everyone, I think. But I think Skumon played really insanely Game 5. I think Caps played really well Game 3.
Yeah.
Had the pentakill, right? Like, I think Bibi and Hans and me like also stepped up.
True.
So hard to say, but I guess I give to Caps because he did pentakill.
All right.
Why not to you guys because you let him get the last
yeah,
kill?
Exactly.
That's true, yeah.
When in doubt, trust Caps. We're gonna have more games tomorrow. Lion versus Furia, BLG versus T1. What's your prediction for those games, LeBron?
I think both will actually can be close. I think Furia is actually a decent team. And yeah, I mean, I would say probably Lion would win. And for BLG T1, honestly, I think it's hard to predict. T1, like, they didn't lose a single game in
the plains,
yeah.
But the BLG, I think they're on a very good form. We also screamed them and they seem very strong. So I think this game could go 5 games.
All right.
Yeah,
confident?
That's what we like to hear. Should be exciting.
Yeah. It should be exciting. Raz, you confident about tomorrow?
I'm just glad that he didn't say that Furia was going to win that.
I know, he was eyeing you like, be careful.
I was like, please, bro, please give us some hope.
I agree, though. People are underestimating CB LoL. I think Furia is actually a lot better than people are expecting.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger day. And yeah, thanks for the great series. Rest well.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. You advance to the next round. And that's all for us here. For now, thank you for joining us, of course. LeBron will be back tomorrow at 5 a.m. CEST and 8 p.m. PST for Lion versus Furia. Thank you all so much for watching wherever you are around the world. Be kind to each other, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2026. And it's time for the teams to now take to the main stage. They may not survive the bouncing bombs, just terrorizing the health bars here as HLE dominates Game 1. They will find another clean sweep here at MSI 2026. They will defeat Team Secret Wales 3-0.
Dive, dodge all he wants, but he's dead just as the rest of his team is. TES first blood in this series.
TES with an emphatic victory in game number 2 here.
It will not be a 3-0. G2 will not go quietly to the lower bracket. And they've managed to do it. G2 take us to a game 5.
Just push the mid wave. Yeah, I have it. Just focus on bot. Yeah, we'll look at the wave. We need top wave. Look at 6. Okay, W. Okay. No W. No flash. I'm feeling you. He's touching the Nexus. Sorry, we need helmet. No, guys. We win. So, you have W. He's done. Okay, he's still strong. No flash. Make sure he's touching the Nexus. We go end or what? We stop the 3-0. No more 3-0. Guys, Asap never give up. Nice.